front row, great start. Sensational.
Lockdown, control the virus and save lives.
Battling coronavirus.
Stay inside. Stay inside.
Live events can resume behind closed doors.
Goodwood SpeedWeek.
Goodwood SpeedWeek, showcasing over 400 cars broadcast live.
Hi, I'm Keanu Reeves.
Hi, I'm Ken Block.
The faster you go, the more you have to be focused.
Keep your pedal to the metal.
Motorsport is dangerous. You don't just put someone in their car because it ticks the gender diversity box.
The girl's the quickest. Get out there and go faster like I wasn't supposed to.
Goodwood is amazing.
It can change your day.
It's just absolutely the best event, I tell you.
Hey, and welcome to the third and final day of SpeedWeek presented by Mastercard. We are live from a very well-behaved wood, that is Goodwood. And much like the cars, the weekend has flown by. But we still have one whole day of motoring action with innumerable treats ahead. We're going to get stuck in today shortly, but first, here are some of the high-speed, high-octane and highly watchable highlights from yesterday. That was yesterday. It's all about the past. Quit living in the past. All about the future today, if that isn't too oxymoronic for your liking. And here's a little-known fact about myself. I can see into the future, specifically the very immediate future. And I predict any second now my co-host will introduce themselves.
I'm Johnny Smith. I'm Richard Porter, also known as Sniff Petrol. Together we're Smith & Sniff, and we're going to be drawing over £20 million worth of cars going under the hammer there at the Bonhams auction.
I'm Rory Reid, and for me, it's all about testing, reviewing and showcasing some of the world's greatest supercars.
For all things sideways and tyre shredding, it's Becky Evans here. I'll be keeping one eye on the Drift Corner action and both eyes on the road testing some of the latest luxury vehicles to hit the market.
I'm Tom Clarkson and I'm going to be keeping you up to speed with everything that's going on track and speaking to the drivers before and after every race.
And I'm Mark Webber. I'm from down under. I raced Formula One for a while. I did a bit of 919 driving in the Porsche at Le Mans and WEC. Can't wait to have a great weekend here in Goodwood.
What a team. Could it get any better? Yeah, it could. Because we've also got Sean Welby. Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, very well. I'm really enjoying myself.
Looking very fresh for third day.
I know. I can't quite believe it. There's a lot of makeup piled on.
Well, we got picked up at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
What have you got in store today? What are you up to?
Well, actually, I'm quite excited because I've got Sir Jackie Stewart joining me for my tea break show, and we're going to be chatting about 60s racing, which It's going to be quite legendary.
You may as well drop your mic now and walk out, because it's not going to get any better than that.
But obviously, I do still want everyone to get involved as well, because people at home have been sending in their pictures and videos. It's been great.
I was going to say, how is that? Because everyone's just buzzing around. How is that working? Are people just what they're doing to celebrate Goodwood as opposed to normally be here?
Yeah, it's great. Some people are doing the full revival costumes.
Nice.
If you do want to send your pictures, by the way, it's the hashtag GW SpeedWeek. Just get that in there.
Lovely. Well done. Impressive. All right. We've got a top-notch team. They offered us a medium one, but we didn't want that. We went for the best, and here's what they'll be turning their attention to today. We'll be bringing you the live action on track, as well as the highlights of all of yesterday's races, including the shootout and the Jerry Marshall sprint. Yasmin Le Bon tells us her Speedweek story and what makes Goodwood such a special place for her.
And the freedom to be able to just drive.
In State of the Nation, Porsche's CEO, Oliver Bloom, discusses Porsche's heritage and their electrifying vision for the future. We explore the history of the iconic Land Rover Defender, and I get an off-road masterclass in the new Defender with rally champion Katie Munnings. Sian Welby takes to the skies as she straps herself into the Gravity jet suit for a flight lesson. What could possibly go wrong? In the Design Forum, we discuss the landmark designs that dared to be different, with industry thought leaders Norman Foster, Johnny Ive and Mark Newsom. As well as the action on the track, this weekend we'll be heading online to check out what happened in the Goodwood E-Trophy races, taking place on the virtual version of this very track.
At the moment, no, he doesn't. He's lost it. Round he goes.
All right, the future. So what have we got in store? For me, heading home, then tomorrow, run before breakfast, probably 3,000 nappy changes, very exciting stuff. But for the motoring world, it's even more exciting. Take a look.
From the moment it drove into our lives, we've looked to the car as a signpost for what the future might hold, offering us a dreamlike vision of what's to come. In the early days of the automobile, it wasn't clear which method of propulsion would drive the car of the future. All logic suggested electric power would rule the road, as in large parts of America, electric cars were bestsellers. Technology which will help us achieve what our forebears could only dream of now exists. Ideas which will shape our vision of automobility are being reimagined from the past. And beyond what will power our mobility, we question what it will look like, and if it will move by land or air. Will it be autonomous? Will we own our own vehicles or connect via mobility networks? One thing seems clear. Today's car has the potential to change at a much faster pace in the coming years than it has over the last century.
And here we all are. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
How you going?
Yeah, very good, thank you. There's that last day excitement as well. You can feel it around the paddock. So, looking at mobility, Mark, I guess we'll start with you. The changes for the driving experience as you see them with cars to come, electric cars to come, and how they would compare to the cars that we've been driving for the last 100 years.
Well, it's been extraordinary, hasn't it, buddy? I think that growing up in Australia, V8s, Hilux trucks, bashing them around the paddocks and those sort of things. And now, with me working with the brand that I work in particular, with Porsche, seeing the money and investment they're putting into electromobility, which is just extraordinary. I think 5 billion euros alone into that. So with their products, it's quiet, in terms of, it's not visceral, the sort of combustion engine components gone. The wind noise, I mean, look at the cars now, the way the seals, the sort of the window, the glass they use, all of that sort of noise cancellation has just gone to another level. So it's changing. The torque is instantaneous with electric. We don't have to wind up turbos or get the engine firing, so to speak, in terms of a power curve. It's instantaneous in terms of torque. So the user interface is so different to what it was even 20 years ago.
In terms of the discipline of driving, specifically racing, I mean, how similar is it?
Well, racing-wise, we have Formula E now, so that's very, very different because they're harvesting energy back into the batteries, so they're charging their own batteries as they're racing. So yeah, that's a specific category for e-racing. But then Formula One, they have like a hybrid component. So yeah, it has changed the way they use the tech. There's no question about it from the cars that we've seen here today at Goodwood.
From the driver's experience.
we're still the same beast, mate. The adrenaline's still there, the speed's still there, but the tech interface is huge. You have to be part. You've got to immerse yourself into that space because you know, if you're not, you're going to be left behind.
Sean, you've been doing Formula E for a while now. Have you seen even that evolve within the sport, and you know, and where's that sport now?
Yeah, it's like Mark was saying, it's quite incredible, really, because by racing electric cars, it sort of forces the technology to develop quicker. So literally in about 6 years, we've seen the battery capacity double. It's things like that. And then that technology is now being applied to road cars. You know, BMW, Porsche, Jaguar, they're all using that technology. I think the BMW is using it in the i3, which is all technology used in these FE races. So it's incredible.
Rory, where are you at with autonomous vehicles? I've got I'm a little bit icky about it myself.
Do you know what? It's the future. It's not the near future, but it is coming. There's loads of examples of people doing really cool stuff in that space right now. There's a company called Einride that are making these autonomous delivery trucks, which are little pods. They're almost like toaster-shaped things that deliver your goods, and they can save a load of fuel and cut carbon emissions by a massive amount. And you've got people doing crazy things like flying autonomous taxis that are coming in the future that you'll be able to sit in, and they'll vertically take off, fly to your destination and land. There's no traffic involved, no drivers, nothing. And then people like Bentley, this is their vision of the future. So in 2035, they're trying to make this thing a reality. It's the EXP 100 GT, completely autonomous if you want it to be. And I think that's the key. Sometimes you want to be taken home from the pub by your car when you've had a drink. And other times you want to take control by yourself and drive something as cool as this that can still do.
That's it for me, because there's a reason why we're all here. We love cars, we love automobiles, we love the freedom of the road. And I know that's changing as the world moves on, but at the same time, we're kind of all talking ourselves out of a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, for me, I want the option maybe in 15, 20 years' time, but I don't want to be told that I can't drive a car.
Yeah.
You know, I want a car with zero emissions, of course I do, but I still want to be able to drive it.
Yeah, so autonomy will cut things like accident rates and deaths on the road. So it will save lives, definitely, but like you say, it's all about choice and having the option to take control when you want to take control and still have some fun. And hopefully we'll stay in a job.
Has that, the semi-autonomous cars, has that changed the way you do your job in terms of how you review a car? And like we've talked about this a little bit over the weekend, your job now is you're getting to the intricacies of the differences between cars, because no one's really making bad cars anymore.
Yeah, it's important actually, because little things are cropping up like lane keep assist and automatic parking systems, which might not appeal to old school drivers like someone like Mark, but you know, for your mum or your dad or something like that, these little features are important because it will help them keep in lane on a dark road where they can't see around the bend. The car will take do the heavy lifting for you and keep you safe. So it's these little tiny integrations of semi-autonomous technology that are going to pave the way for full autonomy somewhere down the line. And by then, we might all be used to it.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Mark?
Well, that's actually, you know, what Rory's on about there is that's been embedded already. So the manufacturers are putting that in the cars to learn how they can ultimately let go. I wouldn't want to be in the steering wheel market in the future, because those bad boys are going to be drifting away from inside the car. Mate, I don't like it. I think that, you know, it's, as you say, the skills we're in life. We want convenience now. You know, we could probably remember our home phone numbers when we grew up, but now we can't remember any plane number. We just got names, and we just want, you know, we just want it to be of ease for us to drop our skill set back. So we're happy to just quickly to get on an A380 and come into a, you know, that can be all done sort of by the computers. We don't know, we can't see the pilots up front, but they're up there chilling out and landing on a plane, but we're not happy to get into a car to have the autonomous on that front. So it's funny how we got this, you know, we're quite sort of conflicted in our minds where the future might be.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you guys. More chat to come, but first, it might be all about the future today, but we love the past as well. Yay for the past. So here's Nimi with a look back at how and when our obsession with speed first began.
Humankind has always been obsessed with speed. The dawn of the motor car saw the dawn of motor racing. But the search for speed came long before we invented the machines to make it happen. In fact, speed is hardwired into our DNA. Speed of all kinds fascinates us. It's why we love roller coasters, why we're wowed by bullet trains, why the 100 meters is the most watched event in the Olympics. Since we've had the car, our pursuit of speed has intensified.
Speed is the magic part of our business.
Sterling Moss had a great phrase, which is speed is tranquility.
It gives you the smile. It gives you all the feelings what you can ever imagine.
You come out of it and you go, whoa, that was cool.
Actually, there's a biological reason behind our obsession with speed.
The sensation of speed is a bit like a drug, but it has to be matched with competition, in my experience.
Pushing the boundaries and taking risks releases chemicals in our brains that give us pleasure.
And there needs to be a little bit of fear to go with it as well.
If your natural levels of these chemicals are low, you're likely to be someone who craves ever bigger thrills to trigger your body into releasing more of the good stuff. Perhaps by going faster and faster. The very first car, the Benz patent Motorwagen of 1886, had a top speed barely faster than a person could run. As time went by, the unquenchable lust for speed took hold. The records began to tumble, and very soon a new landmark was passed. On the 21st of July 1904, Louis Rigoli became the first person to exceed 100 miles per hour in a car. In 1925, Malcolm Campbell set a new record, and just a year later, John Godfrey Parry Thomas broke the record again. In just 4 decades, the car had gone from tortoise to hare. In 1927, once again, the record was broken, this time by Major Henry Seagrave in a 1,000 horsepower Sunbeam. And just 8 years later, in 1935, that incredible landmark was surpassed with an astonishing achievement by Sir Malcolm Campbell.
Well done, Campbell.
Straight line speed records continue to tumble, and will do so again. But our pursuit of speed in motorsport has been equally relentless. Formula One, rally cars, racing bikes, all have got faster and faster with every passing decade. F1 banned the highly strung turbo engines of the mid-80s and moved fast on aerodynamic innovations that saw cornering speed soar.
The speed was shocking.
But what does it actually feel like to go that fast?
Yeah, it is like going into another dimension.
You shift into a different consciousness.
Don't feel fear, don't feel motion, and it's very, very difficult.
As cars have got faster, so too have the people behind them. Telemetry, pit stops, and even the way we consume racing information is faster than ever before. Of course, in 2020, humankind's innate urge to find speed has had to take a back seat to another of our built-in instincts, survival. Speed hasn't gone, however. Speed was just resting. And now, Goodwood SpeedWeek is here to celebrate all that's glorious about racing. Because ultimately, speed is programmed into all of us, and you cannot hold speed back.
So, a lot happening on the last day today, but the main reason we're all here, of course, is for the vintage and the racing. And after the break, we kick things off with the SF Edge Trophy Part 2. Oh yeah, this time it's personal. We'll see you shortly.
Open on a kitchen table, Cobble Hill. There's a kid. His mother says you always have to be 10 times better. So he keeps writing and does not stop. He writes about the heat, about the game, about the block and home. And it keeps writing and writing and writing until it all cuts to black. Title appears. This is a story of the storyteller from Brooklyn.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Seek me. I am your new desire. Yours. Ghost.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
Well, I'm here with Mark Webber, and Mark, you know, we've got a big, busy day ahead. I know it's day 3, there's still lots to come. Have you, first of all, managed to see anything this weekend, or you've been rushed off your feet?
It's been pretty tricky, actually, to stay on top of everything, but yeah, we've been busy. I've loved it. It's been day 4, actually, for me. I was here Thursday, putting some stuff in the can. But yeah, it's been tremendous. We've got the TT trophy later on, the RAC TT trophy, which is really the jewel in the crown. That's an absolute cracker. That's cars that are sort of pre-64. I've got a couple of buddies in that, actually. I've got Romain Dumartins in the Cobra, Andre Lotra's in the Lister Jag. So there's some good buddies. I'm looking forward to seeing that race. And the outright lap record, that went yesterday, 109 in an Arrows. I saw the car pull up here after it did the record, and I saw the tyres. And when you see a slick tyre, you can see if it's really been in its working range and its temperature without getting too geeky. And I thought, this guy has absolutely nailed that lap, and it was. 109 around here, that's really, really quick. So today, can they go any quicker than a 109? Because it's the first time we've been able to do that ever, because there's no crowd. So
because there's no crowd, what, they're able to push it just a bit further, or? Well,
normally they do the Duke of Richmond's driveway at the Festival of Speed, but because that's been cancelled this year and there's no crowds here, they've got permission to do it on the real track, which is quite cool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that one.
Oh, it's going to be an action-packed weekend, and I was thinking, like, you know, you of all people will know what it's like to race around here.
Yeah, well, funny you say that. I never raced here. So, yeah, I've never done any competitive driving here. I've been asked to do it, and who knows, I might do it in the future. I don't have my racing licence anymore. I'm actually, I'm not qualified to drive here at the moment. So I've got a demonstration licence, which I've been doing some of the stuff for the guys here this weekend, which has been cool. But I think I will do something in the future. It's just, it's getting into my veins this week, and I've really enjoyed it. I've got a lot of mates here that are enjoying it, so yeah. And the other thing I'm looking forward to is your Jackie Stewart piece.
Oh, what a legend.
He's an absolute icon, isn't he, JYS? So, and he always comes out with fresh content. It's just incredible how, you know, at his age, he can still, you know, just go back and pull out different draws of the memories that he has. Incredible
life that guy had. He's just a great guy to sit down and talk to, so I'm looking forward to that.
Do you ever get in little debates with him about which era was harder to race in and all that?
Oh God, I'm looking at him like, he's, I hang off every word that Jackie says. I mean, what those guys went through. I think he went to over 30 funerals, when like it was just that era of racing was just so different to us. So, those guys were gladiatorial, they were warriors. That, he talks about how he had to really switch the emotion off, and you can probably talk to him about this. He was so good at being not cold, but he couldn't take baggage, the emotion into the cockpit, because it would affect his performance so much. So, the way he operated, the way those guys operated, we didn't need to have those type of stresses that those guys did.
Well, you've said to me before that, like, even in the 90s, you felt like it was a scarier time to drive those cars. But you're young, so you sort of just get on with it.
Yeah, I think that, when you are between 20 and 30, we are pretty fearless. We got so much confidence, we back ourselves, we believe we can do the job, we love the responsibility. So that's really rewarding. But I think when you get older, you start to have too many thoughts about, the scenarios that can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, not that I would know from personal experience.
Better get run over.
Yeah, it's all kicking off here, as you can tell. I can barely hear you, Mark.
Yes, yeah.
But I'm sure what you're saying is very interesting. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, I've got obviously Sir Jackie Stewart this afternoon. That's going to be great. For you, what is it like now you're retired? What do you do with all your time?
Well, I do a bit of TV work, so I don't mind that at all. I like to try and bring the viewers closer to our sport. I don't really have a big journalistic angle. I'm not really going to be going in there and digging stories out, but I really like bringing the people at home, the viewers, closer to our sport, whether it's from the driver's perspective, whether it's the mechanics, the characters, the pressure that our sport does bring. So I don't mind doing that at all. That's enjoyable, and have some other commercial arrangements that I travel. Pre-COVID, I was doing quite a lot of travel around the world, but this year it's been a little bit calmer. But mountain biking, love my dogs, love my aviation. I fly helicopters, so yeah, I'm busy enough. Love my motorbike, so yeah, jack of all trades and legend of none.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us, actually. It's quite funny, though, that you say that, because I think a lot of people get this feeling when they come to Goodwood. You said it's got back in your veins a little bit this weekend. Do you think that is just the magic of it, almost?
It is. It's just a healthy time warp. I just love coming here, and I just walked in on Thursday morning. I was here early, walked across from the car park, and I saw that how, without being sort of patronising, but just how elegant the women were dressed in terms of, they had the Goodwood jackets on, the branding, and it just looked just classy all the way through. The fresh fencing, everything, and I learned last night at dinner. Actually, I sat next to the Duke of Richmond, which was amazing, and he said it's one of the oldest cricket grounds is on site here. Which is, I mean, cricket's been going on for a while, by the way. And he said, yeah, we've got one of the oldest cricket fields in the world. So it just never fails to amaze you what's going on in this place.
No, 100%, and I think it's one of those things where you know how much effort he puts in. I remember he was saying something about the first time he did a Festival of Speed. He was still painting the signs the night before.
Yes.
So to pull this off in these strange times, it's quite an achievement.
Well, he will find a way, and he's and Jeanette, obviously the Duchess here, they work very hard. 700 full-time staff here. Whew. 700 full-time staff. They've got the horses, they've got the horse racing, they've got, a lot going on. So, and it's all from him. It leads down from him, and he's the one that really has the enthusiasm and attention to detail.
Well, you've got me all psyched up and ready to rock and roll this weekend, so I cannot wait. Thanks so much, Mark. And we'll now see what's going on with Joe Montana.
I'm Joe Montana. Used to play in that crazy NFL league that's going on right now. I don't want to lose in anything. I mean, no matter what games. We used to play this crazy game with the quarterbacks in San Francisco. The goalposts that were portable in our practice field had a hole in the top of them. So if we'd go you have to have a certain amount of tape on the tape roll, but you couldn't be full. And we'd sit there and toss them up the pole and try to get them in the top of the thing. And it would go down inside the goalpost. And even if I was behind by one, even though practice was beginning to start and they were starting to do exercises, I would still stay trying to get one more in, at least to tie. I didn't want to lose. I don't mind. I would have tied, but happy not to lose. I used to get on the bus for away games, and then on the Super Bowl, we were playing in Detroit, and you have to get your ankles taped, and you can do it two ways. You can get a real, firm tape job, or you can just get what they call wrapped. I would just get wrapped, so it didn't take me long to get ready. So I always went on the last bus, but we were going to the game, and all of a sudden the bus was sitting still. We had to be there 15, 20 minutes, and we weren't moving at all. You could see the stadium. It was too far to walk, and everybody's looking at their watches going, God, I'm going to be out on the field in about 5 minutes. And so our head coach actually happened to be on there too, and he made up some fun. He just said that, don't worry, the game started already. We're winning. We had two equipment managers. Either one of them kicked the field goal, scored a touchdown. The other one kicked the extra point, and we're winning 7-0. And that was my last trip ever on a bus. Ever since then, I get up for a game, have a quick bite to eat, jump in a taxi, and go right to the stadium. I didn't care if it was 7 in the morning and the game was at night. I would be there all day. Athletes learn most of the time that, like I said, winning is what you're supposed to do, is what you expect. And I was always learning from the negative side of things. So I wasn't worried about what I was doing right. I was always getting told what I was doing wrong. And so you start to do the same thing. And so after the first Super Bowl, we had won, I was the MVP, and I was sitting after the games, I would go into the training room because the press couldn't come in. So you have a few minutes to just relax before you had to go deal with all the media. And I was sitting in there, and I was eating a cheeseburger, and my dad walked in, and he was all excited and happy. And he's going, "How you doing?" I'm going, "No, I'm doing all right." He goes, "What do you mean you're doing all right?" I don't know. I didn't feel like I played that well today. And he goes, "Would you shut up? You just won the Super Bowl and you were the MVP, so enjoy it. You never know, you might never get back here." But that's the way I always approached it. And those are the things that you look back on and you remember more than anything. But walking on the field, the Super Bowl field for the first time, it was like the yays and the boos met on the 50-yard line when you came out of the locker room. Half were screaming for you, half were screaming against you. So, but it was fun. Probably it's what you play for, is those games.
Part 2 of the SF Edge Trophy is set to go here at Goodwood. The cars have had their formation lap from the assembly area around onto the grid, so we'll go into the race itself at any moment. It's a 5-lap race for Edwardian racing cars of a type that raced up to 1923. We have all shapes, all sizes of car, and all sizes of engine as well, ranging from humble 3.2 litre all the way up to 28.4 in the towering beast of Turin that will slot into place on the 3rd row. And the marshals quickly sorting things out. 1 or 2, I think, are in the wrong place, so they're somewhat confused. James Collins needs to get himself to where he should be on the grid. But the idea is that they don't have another formation lap so that they can quickly get the race underway, because these cars can be a little temperamental. There is Julian Majoub with the Sunbeam Indianapolis, a car that was 4th in the Indy 500, parked on the middle of the front row. Number 15, James Collins, trying to find the right place to be on the grid, but I think just about everybody is more or less where they should be. So there, the blitz and bends of Ben Collins on the outside of the front row. Green flag at the back says we're all back, we're all good to go. It's 5 laps, but this is going to be really spectacular as we get set then for the start of the race. The last car there just finding somewhere to park in the middle of the grid. Right, all eyes then to the starter. The flag will be ready. The driver's sitting up high. No seat belts, no roll cages, just all about bravery. This is away they go with a great start by Julian Majoub and a good start too by Gareth Graham from the 2nd row of the grid. The race 1 winner though, Ben Collins, slow away. You're on board with Duncan Pittaway here in the Fiat, the Beast of Turin, as they head down towards Madgwick for the first time. Sam Hancock, this is quite a sight.
Oh, look at Collins going around the outside in the blitz and bends, getting very wide there. Did he drop a wheel onto the grass between the 2 apexes out of Madgwick? Certainly gathers it all up. Flames and smoke chuffing out of the exhaust pipe and down to 4 water. Fantastic stuff.
So here they come then for the first time, with Ben Collings trying to make progress after his sluggish start. Now, he was the winner of part one, having led and fallen back and then chipping his way back to the front. But we had lots of different leaders, 4 in total of the first 5-lap race, one of whom was Julian Majube, and he leads now. Huey Walker is second from pole position. His father, Mark, from the second row runs third, and Majube goes wide there. Finds the grass on the outside of the road, and so Huey Walker now picks up the race lead in the World War I aero-engined Theophile, and he's trying to escape with Julian Majube second, and then the 200 horsepower Darragh, the 25.4 litre car, and Mark Walker in third place.
Well, Huey Walker did well there, didn't he? I was thinking he was looking very racy through the first part of St Mary's into the right-hander. Lots of little bits of steering in, but drifting the car nicely, leaning on it just a little more than some of the others further back. So we're right on board with the beast of Turin.
Love the way that Huey Walker is constantly not just looking over his shoulder, but almost turning his whole body. No mirrors, never mind, things like that. His father there with the red and white crash helmet coming up on the inside in a car that he sits on. Look, there's nothing around him. You can see his arms, his legs, his feet, everything there on display as he works to try to get past Julian Majube for second place. But Mark Walker crouched over the wheel. What's behind me, he thinks. Looks over his shoulder. Into the chicane they come. This is the end of lap 1. And again, leaning with the car, Huey Walker leads in one of the most spectacular grids we have at SpeedWeek. And look at this for second place now. Up to the outside comes Mark Walker. The Darragh will go through against the Sunbeam, and Ben Collings still a long way back. The Blitz and Benz has a problem. I think he's heading for the pit lane. Look, hand in the air. So I'm afraid the Duke of Richmond and Gordon's brother-in-law, Ben Collings, is heading for the pits. There he is.
Oh, that's a shame for the Blitz and Benz, but meanwhile up front, it's the Walker show.
It is, isn't it?
And they both have the same demeanour at the wheel, don't they? That hunched over body language, tucking in tight, ducking down out of the airflow, but I think it's mainly just to get a bit of leverage on that heavy steering wheel.
It is very unfair to describe this as wacky races, but there are some quite remarkable cars in this, remarkable ideas of how to mate a car and an engine together to make it go fast in this period. So there, the Darragh that did have second place dropping down the field, because around the outside also now goes the silver Vauxhall 3098 of Rob Hubbard, Julian Gauch's car. So that picks up a place, and the wasp-tailed Sunbeam Indianapolis of Julian Majube dropping back. Huey Walker all of a sudden has been gifted an absolute whopper of a lead.
He has, and he's making the most of it, isn't he? I feel like he's pushing a little harder than some of the others, everybody else, quite rightly, giving each other space. Meanwhile, Huey Walker up front, managing to set the car up nicely on the way into the corners, just get back end drifting a little bit. These kind of cars, of course, not so keen to change direction. They're very good at stretching their legs down the straight and gathering a huge head of speed, but not so keen to be slowed or turned.
Place change there, look, Ben, as through on the inside line into the race lead goes Julian Majube, so he was able to suddenly gobble up the advantage of Huey Walker. Having said he had a big lead, it suddenly disappeared when the power of the Sunbeam kicked in, and that car was able to claw back the time down towards Woodcote. So now you've got the leading 5 starting to bunch up, because also creeping into the mix, you'll see at the back of the pack, Rob Hubbard and others out of the chicane. So the Sunbeam leads the way. And has Huey Walker got a problem? He pulls to the outside, looks across. I think it's just lack of horsepower. Here's the 200 horsepower of the Darragh unleashed, and Mark Walker zaps straight through from third to first.
Yeah, Huey Walker had a huge, big tank slapper, got very crossed up on the exit of Woodcote on a run into the chicane. The car snatching sideways, not once but twice. Same happening again there over the crest at Madgwick Corner. The car goes light just between the two apexes. Had to have a big armful of opposite lock, but he managed to gather it up nicely.
So there you've got the Darragh then in the hands of Mark Walker. Now he did lead, but here comes Julian Majube, but he comes up round the outside, so Julian gets his lead back, and Huey Walker down in third hasn't given up yet. Every corner you seem to be able to shuffle the order again. It's great, isn't it?
It's absolutely wonderful. I mean, they're all very respectful of each other, aren't they? Giving lots of space, but also having to remain ever so conscious. There again, Huey Walker getting a big snap of oversteer. The other cars look just a little more stable in the corners than that. Perhaps he's just pushing a little harder also. Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you for illustrating. Oh, wonderful stuff.
There might not be much rubber on those tyres, but there was tyre smoke. Even so, Huey Walker, real star in these. Rob Hubbard is behind them. Now here again, look, the horsepower of the Darragh starts to evince itself round the outside, third to first. So Mark Walker goes back into the race lead. This is lap 3 out of 5. This is one of those races where you want to hide the checkered flag, isn't it? Because it's just great entertainment. All of them trying hard. We've had a change for 4th place, which now means that James Collins in the Hudson Super 6 is up 1 place, and Julian Majoub goes back into the lead as they come into Woodcote. So trades and trades again. Now heading towards the pit straight, this might be where, should be where, the Darragh can get the place back. Julian Majoub, the Iranian extraction driver, comes through, hustling on in the Theophile is Huey Walker in 3rd place. But again, on this section of circuit, there's just no stopping Mark Walker. Give him a nice, fast section, and he's away.
Well, I was going to say, if I didn't know better, we got a close-up shot of Julian Majoub's face as he went through the chicane. I'd swear blind he was grinning ear to ear, but probably less so now as he just got gobbled alive, didn't he, by Walker on the start-finish straight.
Pumping Walk there to try and get a bit more power. Well, Julian Majoub goes through. Bit of fuel in that. Yeah. So struggling for fuel now. So it's a busy life for the driver. Mark Walker down in 3rd place. But if he's got everything back as it should be, can he attack once more? There is 1 more lap to run at the end of this. And look at Huey Walker closing, diving past into the lead. Fantastic.
He certainly seems to have the confidence out in the back section, which is a series of very quick turns. Lovely long shot. What a wonderful scene. These cars slicing through the English countryside.
And so the order at the moment is going to change from here to Woodcote and back again, I would have thought, because we've seen how the Darragh, if it's good for fuel now, it's going to be able to go through. It's been pumped through the system again, but it's a little bit sluggish out of Lavant, and that therefore means that you've got James Collins closing up now. So that's the leader this time, Huey Walker. He'll be starting the last lap at the end of this. He was the driver that finished in 3rd spot in part 1, and there you've got the Darragh 200 horsepower catching back up again, so getting up past the Sunbeam Indianapolis, looking to the inside line as they come down towards Woodcote, but not able to make a move there.
Just leaning out, grabbing the downshift with his right hand. Sometimes see these guys having to pull on the anchors with a little help from the handbrake as well.
So there, coming out of the chicane, Huey Walker will start the last lap with actually something of an advantage now. Can the Darragh bring down that gap in a straight line? If Huey Walker were to look over his shoulder now, he would find quite a bit of clear track space. So last lap, and it's a 1.5 seconds, but Huey Walker's lead suddenly is gobbled away by the end of the straight before Madgwick Corner. It's probably halved to that section alone.
But he looks very comfortable in this part of the circuit, doesn't he? So, can he gather enough of a cushion through the next 2 or 3 turns and hold on to it as we just see yet more pumping?
And we didn't see that in race 1, did we? So it does suggest that here Mark Walker is having to cope with a problem. Having got some fuel back into the system, he can power on once more, heading now towards the right-handed elements, approaching St Mary's. Up into 2nd place has got Julian Majoub once more, and not only that, but he now has closed onto the tail of Huey Walker. So this race is still wide open with really only 4 corners to go.
Well, it's all to play for, isn't it? On the long run down Lavant Straight into Woodcote.
And you've got traffic ahead, quite right, but it is all to play for. So Huey Walker with the yellow and red helmet leads the way. There is Julian Majoub in 2nd position. And other great battles are still raging on lower down the order. So there the Alfa Romeo of Tony Best goes through, just keeping at bay the Fiat S61, the 125 horsepower car of William Evans. But the race leaders will be heading down towards Woodcote. There they are through the traffic, and it's going to be Mark Walker that goes back into the race lead. Now, can he hang on in there? They're coming down towards Woodcote. So, Mark Walker on the inside, Huey Walker on the outside, and he's going to get the lead back.
I was going to say, look out for Huey Walker. He seems to have the most confidence in his car under braking and in the turns. I think Huey Walker's probably got this one made if he can just hang on to the back end of the car over the last through the last few corners and over the line. Julian Majoub just taking an ever so slightly defensive line into the chicane. Will that keep 2nd place in the bag for him? Has he got the grunt? No, he doesn't.
It's a race win, though, for Huey Walker in another very entertaining SF Edge trophy. 2nd to his father, Mark Walker, just getting ahead of Julian Majoub by 0.5 seconds on the line. James Collins comes home 4th. And this is the fight that's going on for 5th place, because the beast of Turin has terrorised everything else out of its way in order, in the hands of Duncan Pittaway, to move up into 5th place just at the expense of Andrew Howe-Davis with the Scat Type C. But there, Duncan Pittaway, you're riding with him now.
Duncan just earnestly leaning into the turn, almost begging the car to change direction with sheer body language alone.
Playing with the levers, whatever they do, and up towards the line he will come. There behind is the Moors GP of Neil Dyer, heading up towards the timing line. So Duncan Pittaway, great character and an absolutely astonishing car that finishes in 5th place with 6th on the last lap, going to the Moors GP behind. So really, really great stuff. So the rest of the cars make their way up to the line. The Alfa Romeo, another glorious looking car, the RLS Tiger Florio of Tony Best. Number 19 is the 9.7 litre Fiat, the 4-cylinder car of William Evans. But a really great drive that for Huey Walker to win part 2 of the Edge Trophy.
So I'm back here with Rory and Smith and Sniff. You have admiration for all the drivers here, right? But there's something about the SF Edge Trophy that I've just been walking around the paddock, and I mean they're sort of built from different stuff. The drivers.
Yeah, I always have that feeling that one of them's going to just fall out.
Well, I met this lady yesterday. I had the good fortune to interview Arsene Wenger last week. And Arsene Wenger's father worked in the Bugatti factory in the Alsace.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I talked a lot about it. And I saw this old Bugatti there, and I was talking to her about it, and I said, how you doing? She went, got to be honest, I was on the track the other day, and just this happened, and then she showed me this quite substantial part of her car that had just broken into. What are you going to do? She went, no, we'll just get a new part and be out there again today. I mean, they're incredibly brave.
Well, they're another level of vulnerability.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of the controls of the car on the outside of the car.
Yes.
Not everything's inboard like we're used to now.
And busy, very busy. There's always something to do. There's always a lever to pull or do that with.
So, I mean, it kind of leads us on to what we're talking about now, which is, I guess, the evolution of cars. And we're using Bentley as an example. So we're going to start. I mean, Bentley's first car was in 1919. We've got a 1927 blower there, which won Le Mans twice, and Ian Fleming used as inspiration for Casino Royale.
Yeah.
Where do you start with a brand like Bentley? I'm just chucking it out there. Whoever wants to answer it.
It's weird, isn't it? Looking back at that thing, it's a racing car, but most people from sort of my generation have no familiarity with that whatsoever. But it's important to remember kind of where things started. And that thing was, pre-war racing. And it started life as a 4.5 litre naturally aspirated engine, basically strapped on a supercharger to the thing to make it more powerful, with the intention to take it racing, to go to Le Mans and actually try and dominate their rivals.
Yeah.
And
But that's good, isn't it? You start with a heroic story like that and some daring do in racing. And it helps that one of the guys who drove that car in competition was called Wolf Bonato. His real name was Joel, though. Not a lot of people know that, but Joel's a bit less heroic than Wolf.
Who wouldn't want to be called Wolf Bonato?
I think I'll just call myself Wolf. And so you have this great backstory, and on a backstory you can start to build, I think, because people can then buy into it, can't they? And they go, and obviously if the car looks fabulous like that, and it has some achievement behind it, you can then start building on that and you have credibility.
It's the endurance. They wanted to push the idea of robustness and endurance. That thing could not just go fast, it could go fast for a really long time, and bits didn't fall off it. So, and then off the back of that you say, well, if you want a passenger car version, you'll drive it at half the speed, it'll obviously be good.
Yeah, but as guys that live and breathe cars every single day, can you sit behind the wheel of something like that and see any relation to what sits in front of us now? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the world's just changed so much.
Well, cars are less physical. People crave old cars now, like events like this, because cars are very analog. Now we're getting towards a completely different era. And it depends, because, I think younger people see cars in a very different way, don't they? Car ownership is not quite the same as what it was. Our parents would have bought a car outright, probably. Yeah. People don't really buy cars outright.
So that's the question. So how do we keep the romance of it going forward?
I mean, one of the things that Bentley's doing, actually, is they're taking the very car that you see behind you right now. They've literally pulled it all to pieces, dismantled it, and they're analysing all the data to find out how it was actually built. And they're actually building another series of cars based on that, so a continuation model. So there is still a clamour for people, who want to drive cars like these. And they're actually, they're rebirthing this very blower behind us. So there is a desire to kind of, hark back to the past and still enjoy cars that look like that, that sounded like that, while they're also pushing towards the future.
But how do we keep the romance with whilst also pushing into the future?
Well, I thought you'd never ask about keeping the romance. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it, but I think that the thing behind this EXP 100 GT concept, obviously this is talking about 2025, 2035, what comes next. But full EV cars are flexible enough to allow you to be quite creative, because they're not the architecture of a car like this is not like an old-fashioned car. Engine at the front, axle at the back. Fuel tank, so it means your cabin can be a bit more impressive and in more of a kind of a lounge aesthetic. Now, I've just noticed this is starting to open its door behind us.
Did any of you press any buttons you shouldn't have pressed?
No, I didn't press a thing.
Just the power of the mind.
Telekinesis.
It has an artificial intelligence, so it can actually work things out for itself and actually help you as you drive.
So it's just sat there going, these guys might want to sit in me.
I think the romance of motoring, romance of motoring is going to be broken down into various categories. I think you're going to have either a kind of autonomous or semi-autonomous car for commuting, and you're sort of what I would call maybe kind of boring car duties, things you just got to get done.
It's going to be new romance, though, because one of the things this car does, it will actually record your journey and record the scents and the lights that you encounter on a particular journey, save it, and allow you to actually play it back on a future journey, so you can smell the things you smelled on a ride that you took a couple of weeks ago. That's the kind of
I don't sure want to live in a world like this. I just want to open the window and smell what's outside.
But here's where the romance might also come from, because a very wise man once pointed out that the invention of the car saved the horse. The horse ceased to be a functional thing that we needed to get around. It became a hobby. So people who like horses and want to ride them at weekends could do that. As we move into this electrically powered, possibly autonomous future, cars like the ones we can hear outside and see, internal combustion, they become hobby cars, and we can enjoy them at weekends. And that's where the romance comes from. The romance comes in leisure time. And if autonomy does take off, which is a long way off, but if it takes off, cars like this, a great trick on this is that it can darken its windows and go into like a cinema mode, and it's driving itself and you're watching a movie. So what the car is giving you there is leisure time.
Of course, but I think you touched on this earlier, and it's really the key issue for me is its choice. I want to be able to drive a fully electric car in the future, but I want the choice of being able to do it myself or go into a lane in the motorway where I can press a button a la Will Smith and I can put my feet up, and I know I'm going to go at 50 miles an hour, and I can talk to my family, and then when I come off and the junction I need to come off at, then I come off and I take control again. Will that happen?
Well, in modern day, everything is choice. That's the thing, we're bombarded with choice, aren't we? Imagine if you go to work at Radio 2 next week and you think, I've clocked off, I fancy a bottle of wine. You're going to have a bottle of wine, but then you think, I've just driven to work, I can't drive home. But, maybe you can. Maybe you get in the back of your own car, your phone tells the car where you want to go, you fall asleep.
And it takes you to the wrong place.
It takes you to the wrong place.
Bombarded with smells from
maybe you're reading my mind. It's like you've been following me to work.
It opens these possibilities. Like you say, the driver's seat doesn't have to be behind the steering wheel, because it might not have a steering wheel. It can turn around and become a lounge.
The steering wheel actually disappears as well. So, talk about choice. You can have a steering wheel, you can take control, or you can spin around and entertain your passengers.
Kind of taking it back to the big 20s Bentley on the wall there that was dismantled, I also think we're entering this amazing era where you might be able to kind of mash up this with that and have the classic look. And a lot of people like classic looking cars, but they don't like the reality of half-century or full-century-old mechanicals. Why don't you marry the two together? You could go to work in a 20s looking Bentley with full EV drivetrain, guilt-free, no tailpipe.
Now we're talking. And then have a bottle of wine. Thanks, chaps. All right.
It could be like AI Wolf Bonatti.
Definitely Wolf. We've had our natter about the future. I'm mid flotsam in the world of motoring. So here's what two big guns, the Duke of Richmond and CEO of VW Porsche, Oliver Bloom, had to say on the matter.
Hello to England. Good afternoon.
Thanks a lot for taking part in this. Are there particular challenges and opportunities, do you think, with electrification and digitalization? I mean, them offer you great opportunities and also some big challenges. What are they in particular for you?
First of all, we always think in opportunities at Porsche. And we are creating new business models coming from electromobility and digitalization, and new services and new things of driver experience. And we think that electromobility fits perfectly to our brand because of the possibilities of acceleration, of driving dynamics, what we already have shown with the Taycan. And I think that's very important, that we will stay to our roots and will combine tradition and future technologies. We also think about e-fuels, for example, for all our combustion engines to drive them CO2. And in this combination, electromobility and e-fuels, we think we are preparing our future product strategy on a very sustainable way.
At the beginning, we had electric, steam, internal combustion. They were all viable options. What do you think the platform of the future is most likely to be?
There's a very clear direction to go to e-mobility. But I think especially for the transition period, Porsche is flexible. We will continue with optimized combustion engines. We have plug-in hybrids, very powerful, like we use in the Panamera and the Cayenne, with even more range in future. And then we have as a third pillar the electromobility. And in this mix, we feel very comfortable, very, very flexible, depending on the different speed, like the regions of the world will develop. And our very ambitious plan is that we will have in 2025 around about 50% pure electromobility, and in our model range, always combined with all the traditional, for example, 911s with combustion engines. So we think that we will offer a very cool car for every kind of customer and all the Porsche fans.
And the future of Porsche long term, how do you see that? Is it still going to be the greatest sports car? Is Porsche going to retain its
we will stay
driving and everything, which is such a big part of it?
We stay to our roots. That's very clear. A brand like Porsche with this tradition, we always will build sports cars, and a Porsche will ever have a steering wheel, because a Porsche always will be a car which will be driven by the driver himself. There are some very good applications talking about autonomous driving, like parking applications, or when you're in a traffic jam, you could be driven. Or there are other options. For example, they are very helpful to go on a racetrack and drive as an application by our race drivers, and who show you how to where to accelerate, where to brake, how to find the ideal line or the perfect line to cross the racetrack. And there are a lot of applications, but mainly thinking of our cars, they will be driver cars in future, or we are driving our cars with e-fuels, synthetic fuels on the combustion side, or the very dynamic ones on the electrification, where we still have a lot of potential.
It's 50 years of Porsche's great first win at Le Mans. Obviously, SpeedWeek this coming weekend. We're huge Porsche fans. We've got lots of Porsches coming. Some of the greatest winning racing cars from Porsche will be here. How important is that heritage? How important has that heritage been to you for Porsche as a brand, do you think?
Motorsport is so important for our brand. It's a core issue. And because what we do on innovations, we develop innovations on the racetrack. Formula E also reflects our product strategy. In future, there are a lot of ideas talking, for example, about the WWEC or the races in Le Mans. There are activities being discussed in between IMSA and WEC to think about a common project where you can win the races in IMSA and WEC with one concept. And that might be a very interesting project for Porsche as well. So motorsport is still very, very important for our brand.
Well, you've got such an incredible history in the sport, and it's such a wonderful heritage. Oliver, thank you very, very much indeed. It's been really nice seeing you. Thanks for your time, and much look forward to welcoming you. I hope to Goodwood again very soon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for our talk. I wish you a lot of success with your event. And I will do a pre-booking for the next year's event when it will be able to come.
We expect you back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very nice to see you.
Goodbye.
Now, whilst the automotive industry is going through some huge changes, so is the world of motorsport. Loads of races are going online, and here at Goodwood, we had to get involved, didn't we? So we've actually made a virtual version of this very circuit.
The Goodwood E-Trophy presented by Mastercard. You can see what happens now with modern-day GT machinery at their disposal. Remember, the Goodwood Motor Circuit, 2.367 miles long, 7 turns in total. Nick Padmore, the lap record holder, and he is on this grid. One thing's for sure, this time around it's going to be faster and even more dramatic. After qualifying, Ollie Webb will line up on pole position. Darren Turner and Alex Day, the main opposition. Marino Franchitti is there, McLaren mounted. The Audi R8 LMS for Rob Huff. Sam Hancock with the F-Type. Nick Padmore in the Huracan. There's Anthony Reid and Andy Prio with the Mustang, ready to take on the opposition. Race underway, and a good start made then by Ollie Webb from pole position, but he's under attack straight away as the cars accelerate down towards the first corner of Madgwick. Fail Race it is, who darts through on the inside. 1 or 2 running out wide. That's Nick Padmore going through on the inside, gaining ground. But this is Ollie Webb's view. Fail Race has mugged him off the start. Padmore coming under attack. Franchitti and Reid get together. Anthony Reid onto the dirt and back onto the road. Franchitti drops back. Marino 7th now. And this is Sam Hancock's view. Hard at work, running out of road. He's on the grass. Sideways, can he hang on to it? It's a big, big slide. 2 drivers in trouble then on the opening lap of the race, but Ollie Webb is about to go for the race lead, diving down to Woodcote, through on the inside. The 911 hits the front. Darren Turner is the man in 3rd place, and if anything, he is closer now to Fail Race than Alex Day is to the leader. Franchitti takes on Prio. They almost touch. They do touch. Andy Prio off the road. Marino Franchitti gains a place, and Andy is still in strife. Rob Huff hustling on. Whoops, big drama. Somebody spins ahead of him. That was Sam Hancock, and there was nowhere for Huffy to go. Sam all smiles, but it's another place lost. For 2nd position, over the line, Darren Turner round the outside of Fail Race. Alex Day drops 1 spot. He's 3rd and into the back of the Aston. Approaching St Mary's now. Further back, Nick Padmore keeping Marino Franchitti at bay, 4th and 5th. Nick, the lap record holder around here, remember, and Marino Franchitti, a Goodwood stalwart, hustling on behind him. This, Marino's view. Into Lavant. Behind them, Anthony Reid hustling on, and he's off the road. Meantime, Ollie Webb leads the pack. Darren Turner is 2nd. 9-lap race for the modern GT cars. Around Madgwick they go. It's the 911 ahead of the Aston at the moment. Marino Franchitti up the inside of Nick Padmore. The Huracan becomes a lawnmower on the outside of Ford Water. He gets it back onto the road, but Franchitti is through and gone. Turner off the road as well now, and a big, big slide becomes a spin. Round he goes. If you stay out of trouble in this, you're going to finish well. Franchitti comes up now to move through into 3rd place at the expense of Darren Turner. Marino Franchitti 3rd, but for how much longer? This is Darren Turner right on his tail, almost alongside. Down towards Madgwick on the inside, on the grass is Turner. They rub, they lean on each other. Darren goes through, but Marino Franchitti tries to fight back all the way round Madgwick now, up to Ford Water. Is this about grunt or about aero? Let's see. So Marino Franchitti chases on behind Darren Turner. This is Fail Race having a real drama at the chicane as he hung on to it. Just about, but that was very close to the edge, wasn't it? But Ollie Webb, the man that won the classic GT race, is getting away in the modern GT race as well. This is Ollie Webb's view. He's managed to shake off the opposition. Clear road ahead of him for 5th and 6th. Absolutely nose to tail. 2 very different ways to crack the GT3 concept here. The aero-friendly Lamborghini, the Mustang with all of those horses. They rub against one another. Padmore hangs onto the place. Prio runs out of road into Woodcote. Back. Now can Marino bring that gap down sufficiently to attack before the end? Fail Race sorts out the moment. No, he doesn't. He's lost it. Round he goes. Prio all over the back of Padmore into the chicane here. Bang! Right into the tail. Nick turns through Madgwick. Fail Race takes the flag for second spot. Marino Franchitti then third, and he's happy about that. So Ollie Webb makes it 2 out of 2. Alex Day second, with Marino Franchitti third this time around. Darren Turner fourth, ahead of Nick Padmore. Sixth goes to Andy Prio, with Rob Huff seventh. Eighth, Anthony Reid, and then Sam Hancock. But no doubt about the dominant driver, Ollie Webb, unbeatable in the Goodwood E-Trophy, presented by Mastercard.
Hello and welcome to our Sunday morning PG Tips tea break. Now, this is our chance to finally have a little sit down, have a break, and also have a look at what you guys have been up to during the at-home at SpeedWeek. Now, there's been lots of you getting involved. I've been very, very impressed. We've had some incredible competitions, and there's actually still time to enter. So if you do want to get involved, all the details are on goodwood.com. And trust me, there are some fantastic prizes you do not want to miss out on. And also make sure you share your stories with us. You can use the hashtag GWSpeedWeek on Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Now, we've had some fantastic guests this week, and I am absolutely delighted that the Duke of Richmond is back with us again. Hello to you, sir.
Hi.
And also joining us, looking as dapper as ever, Sir Jackie Stewart. Hello.
Well, good morning to you.
Good morning. Now, I'll start with you, Your Grace. It's been an incredible weekend. We had a great day yesterday. What have we got lined up today, and what are you excited about?
Well, I'm excited about lots of things. I mean, the big thing, I guess, this afternoon is the shootout,
Yes.
final of the shootout, which is, you know, going to be absolutely unbelievable to see those cars going flat out on this track. So we're all really looking forward to that. And actually to see the F1 cars, 70 years of F1 earlier today with Jackie driving in the BRM, that was a very big moment too.
What was that like today?
Memory lane.
Yes.
It's been a while. That was 1965, and we got the lap record here, which I'm very proud of, because Jim Clark was racing that day as well, and so was Graham Hill and Jack Brabham, and I was a wee puppy at the time, and I managed to get pole position, and then Jim Clark equaled my time, but I got it first.
Ah, that's
So
what counts.
One of the big things in my whole career.
You got it first.
Goodwood's been kind to me.
And also, can we just mention that this outfit you're wearing today is the original race suit from 1965?
Yeah, absolutely, 1965. There's a few more stickers on now, but it's still there. You know, I have to pull my tummy in occasionally, but it still fits.
So you just have to breathe in a tiny bit?
And of course, it's not as safe as it is today, the racing drivers of today. And there's very few fires now in cockpits. In those days, we had to have a lot of thermal underwear.
Yep.
And I had all sorts of stuff that don't exist today because, of course, it's become so safe.
Well, there we go. I mean, I was going to ask you how tough it was racing in the 1960s. You've almost answered it there, but is there any other elements that were harder back then?
Well, safety's changed a lot. I mean, in my day, my wife Helen counted 57 people who died, racing drivers who were our friends, travelled with us, raced with us, etc. Yeah. Today, the racetracks are much safer. Goodwood's much safer. His Grace has made a racetrack safe, which in the old days wasn't safe because there were no runoff areas and so forth. But motor racing in those days, nobody paid much attention to that. Today, it's of course very good. Yeah. So Goodwood's a good example of that. It's really come along in a wonderful way. And of course, the selection of cars that we see at Goodwood are beyond anything else in the world.
Do you have a standout memory of Goodwood personally?
Probably when I was a wee boy. I was 13 or 14. I came to Goodwood. My big brother, who was 8 years older than me, and he won the Johnson Trophy here, and I was here in 1963, I think it was.
Wow. And Your Grace, what was your first memory of Sir Jackie Stewart?
Well, we always had a cocktail party. My grandparents always held a cocktail party. It was Easter Monday weekend, so there was no driving on Sundays. Brilliant. In those days. So there was a party on Saturday night. They took the Sunday off and they raced on Monday. And I can remember going to the long hall at Goodwood where everyone was having drinks. And Jackie was really not known then. He was with his friend Jim Clark. He was there racing. And my grandfather took me aside and he said, "He'll be world champion one day, watch out for him." And
keep an eye on him.
He was right, so...
And I've heard a lot about these infamous parties. You say that you've partied in this hangar.
Well, this is our normal revival. Yeah, we normally do a fantastic build in this hangar, and we did Grimm's Fairy Tales in here last year. So we have a huge revival party in here every year, yeah, but not this year.
Did you ever think that Goodwood would become this big when you first started out?
Well, no, well, it's been an amazing thing. The enthusiasm from everybody has been absolutely wonderful. You know, all our GRSC members, all our GSA supporters who've recently really come to the fore and really got us over this difficult time has been really, everyone's enthusiasm has been absolutely fantastic, and it's been a huge lift for us.
Yes, but it's the best collection of cars and people in the world of motorsport. They all come to Goodwood. They all want to come to Goodwood, and His Grace has made that happen. I mean, there's lots of other places they could go, but they always want to come here. I call it, this is where he has his bun fight. Normally, that's what I call it, because there's 1,100, 1,200 people, having dinner and great entertainment. So what's happened here is an example for the rest of the world. It's very British.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of aristocracy, and it's got a lot of hard racers.
Oh, 100%. It's a unique experience. And just quickly, I heard a story that I have to ask if it's true. The night before your very first Festival of Speed, it might have been 93, were you still painting the bridge the night before?
Well, I think I was, actually, as it was raining too, so the paint was coming off as quickly as I was putting it on, but we were desperately trying to get it all done. Yeah, absolutely. No, it was a great year. It was a great moment.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Well, Your Grace, Sir Jackie, thank you so much for your time. Before we all go, actually, I need to see how you've all been getting on at home. You've been doing your Speed Week at home. A lot of you getting dressed up. We've been doing a best dressed competition. I'm going to have a look at some of these here. Here we go. Hashtag Revival Best Dressed. If you do want to get involved, there's still time. Keep sending them in. Oh, here we go. A lovely outfit here. This is looking very stylish. I'm loving how you're getting all dressed up at home, getting in the spirit of it. That is Goodwood. Loving that. Really nice from Sophie. Oh, look at these two.
And his racing suit.
I know. Giving you a run for your money, Sir Jackie.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant, that. Loving that one. Let's have a look. Oh, very nice. And a Morris Series E.
Lovely car, too.
Lovely car. It looks in good nick. That does nice and shiny. We're liking your effort. Thank you very much. Oh, and there we go. Another one. Absolutely beautiful. Well, keep sending those posts in. And remember to use the hashtag GWSpeedWeek. That's all we've got time for. We'll be having another tea break a little bit later on.
The shootout is about to get underway. This is the final practice session, if you like, for the finale later on in the day. So the cars will be brought forward in batches of 2s or 3s. They then get one lap of the circuit, and it's effectively like a qualifying lap. Pure and simple. Fastest one is the time topper at the end of that lap. So you've got to be absolutely on it right from the get-go. So there is Matt Griffin in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. And I was right, it is going to be James Cottingham in the Dallara today. Thank you, Jacob Ebry. So I thought it was James's overalls we were looking at. So Max Girardo yesterday, and James Cottingham drives the car today, the car's owner. So there is 488, Matt Griffin. And Dorothy Iwata, the official with the flag, drops that, accelerates away. The little timing beam just about half a car's length up the road, but we're not going to get times out of the two Ferraris. These are purely for demonstration purposes. Matt Griffin, who has been a real star in Ferraris in just about every GT championship going over the last decade or so. Very, very quick driver, and it's always a joy to watch in the car. Put him into the second stint in a GT race and watch him fly. He is great value indeed as he comes then now up through the right-hander of Ford Water. As I say, we don't get the times for these cars, they're just here for demonstration purposes, but it's just great to see these cars being driven as they are. The 488 Challenge, very much the customer-based car, because there are one make series in a pan-European, an Asian and a North American series, and then also introduced last year into the UK, the British-only championship for them. Lucky Khera, this year's champion. But contrast that with the GT3 car there, which is noisier and faster and has a huge amount more aero. So the demo laps from the Ferraris, but Sam Hancock were building up all the time, of course, to seeing the cars go for a proper time, and it just gets better and better, doesn't it, this?
There you see these guys using just a little more of the track win. So on the run out of Lavin just there wasn't an inch to spare, and slightly tighter line in through Woodcote. And that's the unique character of this circuit. These are not textbook corners on a racetrack. They're organically formed. Obviously, this is a former air base, and this would have been the perimeter road, still is the perimeter road, effectively, around the runway. And so none of these corners were drawn with a ruler, a protractor, and a compass. And so if you're even a world-class professional coming here for the first time to do these kind of demo runs, there's one or two technical bits that are quite easy to figure out, like Lavin. Woodcote is tricky, Adgwick is tricky, and it's nice that with each run, the guys just get a little more confident to carry a little more speed.
So they have the cars now being brought forward for the timed runs, and who better to start us than the 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, and in a car now owned by Carlos Monteverde that he actually won Le Mans in for the first time. This is an amazing piece of history, and the fact that Tom is reunited with it and prepared to push it as hard as he does for one lap. Only at Goodwood, only at Goodwood. Behind is Nick Padmore, who gets, like Tom actually, they get 2 goes in this, 2 different cars. So first of all, wallow in Tom Christensen with the Porsche WSC 95 as he blasts away from the line.
Gosh, just so evocative, isn't it? And Tom wearing his retro helmet, not only retro in shape and sort of model, but also in the paint design as well. Very much the Christensen design still, but it just fits the livery of this car perfectly. Yes, it's like looking at a time machine.
So Tom, who really should have been a Formula 1 driver, but he was a very successful touring car racer, as well as race winner in Formula 3000, but in sports cars, and especially with that long association with Audi that prevails to this day, he made his reputation. And in this car, a maiden Le Mans win came. And who would have thought then that there were going to be 8 more on the back of it, knowing how hard it is to finish, never mind win Le Mans?
Well, I know that feeling myself.
I wasn't trying to rub it in.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. I know how hard it is to finish Le Mans. I definitely don't know how hard it is to win 8 of them.
I'll get my coat
9 of them. But what's really nice is this car is in the care of Lee Maxted-Page and his guys this weekend. And he was saying to me yesterday, in fact, that they just had a chat with Tom and they decided it was such a special thing that, hey, look, you know, don't stress the car, don't risk the car, just go out and just enjoy having it running, enjoy being able to show this thing in operation. But already you can't hold a good man down, and Tom Christensen definitely pushing the car a little bit through some of the quicker corners we just saw. You could see the front end, the splitter bouncing on the ripples in the road, and a lot of track width being used.
Well, he's just gone 1.4 seconds quicker than yesterday and nearly 8 seconds quicker than Friday. So every time the drivers get behind the wheel of these cars, they find more time. Nick Padmore in the Euro NASCAR comes up to the line. He did a 30.3 yesterday, slightly slower, 1:30.669 then in the Toyota Camry-shaped Euro NASCAR. And it should be Richard Kent's Ford Capri next to go, assuming that's going to be a runner this morning. As I say, there are 1 or 2 who will be non-starters, saving themselves for this afternoon. And the idea is when we get to the finale of the shootout, that it will be, of course, the fastest cars at the very end. So we build up in true fashion to the quick guys.
Yep, there's Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the Jägermeister BMW CSL, nicknamed the Batmobile, courtesy of all the flick-ups and the big wings and the splitter. Patrick was looking really comfortable at the wheel of that yesterday, starting to hustle. There you go, lighting up the rear end. What a noise!
So it comes now up to grid. It does make a fabulous noise, that. The Jägermeister colours carried on it. Jägermeister, long supporters of German motorsport. 2 of the road cars behind would see Lotus and Lexus, which we'll get to in a second. So away goes Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Now this car, dating back to 1975 from the touring car scene, and we were saying yesterday it was not the easiest of cars to drive.
I think this is actually a 71 car.
Is it?
It finished 3rd overall in the 1971 Nürburgring 24 Hours, ex-Schnitzer and Alpina BMW car. He was entered for the 71 and 73 Spa 24 hours, the Silverstone Tourist Trophy, and the 1974 Monza 6 hours as well. So full rebuild recently with Patrick Blakeney-Edwards' Equipe, as we look behind to the Lexus. Abby Eaton at the wheel.
Yeah.
She was on cracking form in this car the other day, really hustling, particularly down through the chicane, exploring the limits of it. And you could see sort of driver versus gizmos a little bit as the car was sort of desperately trying to sort of manage the exuberance of the driver, but at the same time, it's exactly what the driver wants to do, because you want to get the thing moving, you want to get the tyre sliding just a little bit to help it through the rotation of each corner, but the systems say, I'm not very comfortable with that. So it's a little bit of a back and forth between the two.
They're almost too good, modern cars, aren't they? So, yeah, Abby Eaton, very spectacular the other day. There is Pat Blakeney-Edwards with Gavin Kershaw's Lotus behind. Gavin had a big slide yesterday in the road-going Lotus Exige, but there, Pat Blakeney-Edwards with the tail wagging as he comes through Woodcote, heading up towards the line, the so-called Batmobile BMW, the 3-litre CSL, heads towards the timing line, and he does a 1:35.841, a little bit down on yesterday. So not everybody actually taking a step forward here. Gavin Kershaw has just gone across the line, but he has gone quicker than yesterday. 1:29.105.
Abby Eaton coming through the chicane, ever so close to the wall, absolutely sending it in on the brakes. Great stuff from Abby. Does she go quicker? 1:28.3 for Abby Eaton.
So that's her best time of the weekend. You would expect people to get quicker and quicker, but it's not actually the case for everybody. So that's that batch of 3. Now, have a look at this. That is Vaughan Gittin Jr. coming to the line with the all-electric Ford Mach-E. The Mustang Mach-E lights up the tyres.
Unbelievable. Apparently you can just change the settings at the touch of a sort of iPad-style screen, and you can go from drift mode to road mode to track mode. Amazing stuff. Look at that. So he'll be riding the brake just a little with his left foot, I expect, and then just booting the throttle. Instant torque, of course. All of the other cars actually struggling to get any heat into their tyres in that short little run out of the assembly area. Meanwhile, those tyres will be melting already.
So we had a bit of a shuffle in the running order here, but Vaughan Gittin Jr. with the Ford Mustang Mach-E launches off the line.
Look at that efficiency. Just instant propulsion, isn't it? Fantastic. Instant torque. What a getaway.
Exactly. It's like flicking a switch. It's gone, isn't it?
If this were a quarter-mile speed trial, I think... Oh, wow!
Big slide. Can he save it? It's on the grass. It bounces. It slides again. It's still in the right direction, just about. It's not going to be a great time, but it is going to be the save of the day.
Well, maybe he selected rally mode by mistake on the sort of iPad screen, but big save. I thought the four-wheel drive and all the torque was going to pull him out of that one, which would have been a sensational recovery, but I think that still counts.
Well, the red flag is being shown by the marshal in front of us, so there is Tom Ingram, but with the red flag, it might be that those get another go. Let's find out. Ting is still pressing on in the Toyota Corolla. Last year's British Touring Car Championship entry for Toyota, as it now is, Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with Ginsters. But Vaughan Gittin Jr. somewhat red-faced, bringing out the red flag. And look at the angle that was at. It soon became a very spectacular lawnmower, but he managed to hang on to it, more or less.
I'd love to know if he sort of meant to deliberately trigger a fun, big drift into the corner, or if something caught him out, because it was such a sudden snap from the rear end, wasn't it?
So, the red flag shown just briefly. So the circuit needs clearing because quite a lot of the infield is now on the tarmac.
What circuit?
Yes. Yeah, you know that rally stage we had? Well, it's still here. This is it. And so the marshals go to work. Tom Ingram should get another run, therefore, and so Richard Westbrook behind in the yellow Ford GT. Yeah, Vaughan Gittin will say it was all meant to happen. It was all for marketing reasons, you see, to illustrate the Ford Mustang Mach-E.
Versatility.
That's it, yeah. It became an SUV, didn't it? You talked about it being a possible quarter-mile speed record-holding car. But
they need to be careful with all these modes and this sort of on-road, off-road capability. They only need to sell one model of car in the future. They'll do themselves out of business.
There's a thought. Right, so I think Tom Ingram will go again. So too Richard Westbrook with the road-going Ford GT. brilliant mix of car that we've got. Richard Westbrook there, part of Ford's World Endurance Championship campaign, but for many, many years, a Porsche specialist. In the second coming of his career, go back to the early 1990s, he raced in single-seaters, ran out of money, went away, and then came back and had a go in Carrera Cup GB, and that utterly relaunched his career with great success into Porsche Super Cup, into FIA GT, and then into racing in America, in IMSA, and as I say, a second career just opened up for Richard. Quite incredible.
Yeah, I remember testing with Westy when I was in the Porsche Carrera Cup as well, and he's one of these drivers that just has something infuriatingly extra that you can't quite put your finger on, and he was helping us, the experienced Carrera Cup champion that he was at the time, helping us on a test day at Donington, and just when I thought, yeah, I've definitely gone out and extracted everything from the car, Westy goes out on my knackered tyres in my car with my settings just a couple of minutes after I'd been out, and figured that was it. There was no more lap time to come, and found a second out of nowhere.
You can go off people, can't you?
Yeah. We've not spoken since.
But you can understand why manufacturers had picked him up and signed him. There is Tom Ingram. So British Touring Car Championship contender for this year. There is a weekend at Snetterton coming up, and then mid-November Brands Hatch to determine what's at the moment a four-way fight for the British Touring Car Championship. Ash Sutton, Colin Turkington, Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, the four that still have a realistic chance of the title. Tom Ingram, former Ginetta Junior, then Ginetta Super Cup champion, runner-up in the championship 2 seasons ago, and getting ready then for another crack. Flag drops, away he goes. Now, of course, there's a little bit of warmth in the tyres that will have been achieved through that earlier lap before the red flag came out.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's going to have to be just a little careful through Madgwick. Of course, the marshals have been to work. They will have swept away the debris, but you can't sweep away the dust as such. And so the grip level through this part of the circuit we're watching now, actually that part, there you go, you can see, you know, they've done their best, but that's quite a large area that they need to clear with a broom. So definitely a little caution required for the following drivers out of turn one.
Okay, so the best that we've had out of Tom Ingram this weekend is a 27.4 that was actually on Friday, but there he is picking up his pace now, going through the second of the 4 sectors on this lap into St Mary's. So this front-wheel drive 2-litre turbo touring car running to the current regulations of the British Touring Car Championship, unique to the UK, what were called NGTC regulations, next generation, what Alan Gow now refers to as now generation touring car regulations, because they're here, they're not the next, they're the current, and indeed the future will be hybrid technology within the BTCC coming in soon. But Tom Ingram heads down Lavant Straight, racing in the RAC TT Celebration at the end of the weekend as well, comes down now towards Woodcote, sets the car up for the first of the 2 elements of that right-hander, and then up towards the chicane. Looking neat and tidy, this.
Really is, isn't it? The car looking very poised and under control. Sounding fantastic as well on the downshift there into Woodcote. Nice clean exit. Where does it get to? Great stuff. A 127.5 from Tom Ingram to go second fastest in this session.
So 27.592, better than yesterday, a fraction slower than Friday. Up to the line now, Richard Westbrook goes second in the Ford GT, that being a 1 minute 25.757. So that, for a really powerful road car, is mightily impressive, isn't it?
Well, I think that's the thing. It's sort of a race car for the road, isn't it? And that fantastic versatility. Quite like to see cars like that in a one-make series, actually.
Now, there's a good thought. There is a thought. The Holden Commodore here of Rick Wood, which runs in Holden Racing Team colours from 2013 in the Garth Tander livery, but, and we are indebted to V8 sleuth Aaron Noonan in Australia, who knows chassis numbers of V8 supercars like nobody else. He really ought to get out more. He absolutely assures us it is not an HRT car. It was built by the Walkinshaw Racing Team. Rick Kelly's car from 2008, the HSV dealer team Commodore, built and run by the Walkinshaws. Paul Radicic crashed it on the top of the mountain in practice that year. Then Dave Reynolds drove it for a time. Andy Prio drove this car in the Enduros, the 2 driver races. Then Andrew Thompson and Carl Reindler and Fabian Coulthard drove it, but it was largely seen in the Vanderberg colours. However, this is a period livery put onto a period car, and it makes a brilliant sound. If you're a GM fan, a Holden fan, this is still a very special piece of kit.
It's just pure spectacle, isn't it? Fantastic noise, both through our headsets and also out of our window here in the commentary booth. Wonderful stuff.
And Garth Tander, whose name is on the side of it, was another key part of the Holden racing team for many, many years. Great driver, Garth Tander, and really, really fierce competitor. Good guy as well. The multiple Trans Am winning Ford Mustang, the ex-Tommy Kendall car that Ollie Bryant has. This, again, looks fantastic. Period colour scheme and an absolutely ear-shattering noise the car makes when he opens up the throttle.
Yeah, and they've done a fantastic job, the guys preparing this car. They lost a belt the other day and had to go trawling around various garages locally in Chichester to find an adequate replacement, which they have done. And Brian really leaning on it now out of Lavin corner. A nice twitch of oversteer and another one as well from the Holden. Wonderful stuff. Driver's confidence picking up, the track grip picking up as well as the sun finally starts to burn through the clouds.
A 22.699 for Rick Wood, much his best of the weekend. Here is Ollie Bryant. He didn't go out on Friday. He did a 124.4 yesterday, and today it is a 121.277. That's a great effort by Ollie Bryant.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So close to the wall on driver's right. Of course, he's sat on the left. Very hard to judge in such a wide card. Jake Hill comes over the line to go fastest. Cracking lap from him, a 119.8.
Jake Hill, another of the stars of the British Touring Car Championship. That car owned by Rick Wood, Godzilla, the four-wheel drive Nissan Skyline that swept all before it in the late days of Group A in the Australian Touring Car Championship and in Japanese touring car racing. Andy Middlehurst, who's here this weekend, had great success with one in the National Saloon Car Championship. Now, not Max Girardeau, but today James Cottingham will drive in the Dallara. So Max has been impressive, but James Cottingham, after his efforts in the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy last night, behind the wheel of his Dallara, and this is going to fly. James, we know, is a very, very accomplished driver.
Yeah, and actually he took to this car effortlessly when they first got a hold of it. I thought he might find the jump from, 1960s GT historics to a modern Le Mans prototype shod with slicks and a ton of downforce, very stiffly sprung, of course. Thought he might struggle with that. Far, far from it. He's loved it from the word go, and he's been on great form this weekend, so we're expecting spectacular stuff from James in the Dallara.
So just watch this, because you've got a Judd V10 Screamer allied to a very, very good chassis and lots of downforce.
Well, watch it and listen to it, because this, in my humble opinion, is one of the best car sounds here.
From a rare standing start up through the gears, and it's hard to argue, isn't it, when this Judd engine is on full screen.
Doesn't sound 100% clean to me. I wonder if they've got a slight fluffiness to the engine note. Not holding him back though, is it? Absolutely committed through Ford water, hard on the throttle, making the most of the huge aerodynamic downforce. Just a little brush of the curb. Careful, James, through St Mary's, through the left-hander, using all the road. He's got to hope that there's some heat in those carbon discs as he hauls on the anchors for Lavant now.
He's done the best of anybody in the second of the sectors. Here he comes then now, down towards the kink on Lavant Straight. Now, Max Girardeau got the car to do a 122.1 yesterday. A 119 is the time to beat today. A 69 ideally would give him the best, because that's what Nick Padmore did yesterday. It is not going to be a 1:09, but even so, where will it be? Let's see as the car now heads into the chicane. It's looking good, this.
Yeah, nice and tidy, a little bit of wheel spin on the throttle. Cottingham goes fastest on a 113.7. Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff. Just 4 seconds or so from Nick Padmore's best in the Formula One Arrows yesterday. So things are really hotting up as we pick up Gary Pearson in the glorious Ferrari 512, hustling through the chicane, out and over the line.
Gary Pearson through in the Ferrari 512M, 1:20 he does today, a 1:20.497 in the much earlier sports car. Now, how about this? This is Gordon Shedden in the latest GT3 spec Audi R8 coming up to the line, and this is looking very good indeed. It is going to be a 1:19.062 that puts Flash second then. So still to go, there will be the Formula One machinery of Marco Werner and Nick Padmore Harry King in the 911 GT3 Cup is going to be there as well, hopefully. That is the McLaren that Lucas Halusa drives, the ex-Jochen Maas car.
And you can see just on the side, Jochen Maas' signature above his name. That was applied this weekend. Jochen here, of course, a regular at Goodwood.
So as I say, we've got 1 or 2 missing from the running order for this session, perhaps just saving the cars for this afternoon. And amongst the Dario Franchitti, Jack Tetley, Richard Kent, Richard Mines, we've not yet seen, nor Greg Thornton, but we've still got a few more cars yet to go, including Tom Christensen in the Audi R8 GT2, Nick Padmore in the Arrows, the ex-Derek Warwick car owned by Jean-Luc Rion, and Marco Werner in Kai Nicolaussen's Lotus. But all eyes now on the Marlboro McLaren that sits on the grid, ready for its final practice run, if you like, before the shootout finale. There is Greg Thornton's ex-Elio De Angelis Lotus from 1982.
Yeah, and the McLaren, one of the few cars in these runs shod with wet tyres at the moment. And if you're looking at the sky and the circuit and thinking, it's dry, why are they on wets? It's because they don't have time to generate any tyre temperature in this short run, and the wet compound is much softer than that of a slick. It will give them some grip, and it won't have the length, the time to go off and start sort of moving on the tread block as such. So this is the easiest way just to get a little sense of purchase. Lucas Halusa winding his way through the double apex right-hander of Madgwick, now flat on the throttle. Is he brave enough to keep his foot buried through Ford water and out? Let the car open up, use all the road width. Now he's already up to the right-hander at St Mary's. To speed up our commentary. I'm not used to seeing this, the cars arriving at the corners quite so quickly.
Yes, it's amazing how short a lap this can be, isn't it? So Lucas Halusa then with a 1:13 as the target time. Is he going to get near that? Let's see. Greg Thornton, by the way, has been really good in the first sector. There he is. Look, a purple in sector 1. A short run down towards Madgwick. Bit of a twitch as he comes through St Mary's. Greg Thornton, very, very experienced, historic racer. Great collection of cars. Quite an old and quirky cars Greg Thornton has, but another Lotus fan. And here he comes then up towards the end of sector 3. Meantime, the McLaren of Lucas Halusa is here at the chicane. Turns right, flicks left.
Wow, fantastic direction change there, wasn't it? Really good front end on that McLaren. He crosses the line with a 1:17.0 to go second fastest overall. Cracking effort from Lucas Halusa and the McLaren. What can Greg Thornton do?
He's a bit deep into the chicane, but he got away with that, but he doesn't get the power down quite as good. A 1:17.9 puts him third fastest. 1:17.948 for Greg Thornton. Now, this is Harry King. We missed his launch, but that was always spectacular. He's up the curb here as he presses on. Harry, the leader of Carrera Cup GB. He's a joy to watch. Throwing the car out of the chicane, and the car for the one-make Porsche Championships goes fourth. 1:18.759.
What a lap from Harry King. I mean, fantastic. He, for me, has been the star of this whole shootouts event. Just spectacular to watch. Chucking that big, heavy Carrera Cup car around like a cart. Wonderful stuff, and definitely a star of the future.
We'll tune into Carrera Cup GB from Snetterton next week, and you might watch him win the championship, because he has a 28-point lead, and if he preserves that, then the championship is his, with races at Brands Hatch in mid-November still to go. But Marco Werner yesterday was just outstanding in this car that takes you back to 1976, the Lotus 77, the ex-Gunnar Nielsen car, with which the Swedish driver, who's succumbed to cancer far too soon, won the Belgian Grand Prix. Tom Christensen is back out again, this time in Audi's latest R8 GT2, part of the customer racing program, and we should have Nick Padmore as well. So 3 more cars to go, and we're building up to see whether 1:9.9 can be beaten in this run, or indeed if it's going to be held over until the finale later on in the day. But it's been spectacular stuff, as there is Nick Padmore getting ready for his run.
Nick Padmore in that car yesterday, setting a stunning 1:09 lap time. I'm sure he'll be keen to go a little quicker today.
Marco Werner away, drops the visor down, up through the gears. So let us see, 5.9 seconds to beat in the first sector, and he didn't do that, so not quite as quick as Greg Thornton in the first part of the lap. And then James Cottingham, the man that's been quickest in sectors 2, 3 and 4. This is sector 2 then now. Round Madwick, heading up towards Ford Water. If it goes purple, you know he is quicker than anybody else that has gone so far. Everyone's going to get a green because it's their own personal best. But purples are key to this run, and he's not quite as quick as James Cottingham within sector 2 either.
Yeah, but the car looking really nice and tidy. As we look back to Christensen in the Audi. Very capable, this thing. This is another of the customer-orientated cars, isn't it, David?
Yeah. Yes, GT2 was introduced in its current iteration by Stefan Rattal last year, aimed at the customers. We haven't been able to go racing, of course, because of the COVID world in which we live, but the idea is to have turnkey cars, user-friendly, and Audi, of course, big supporters, Porsche too, of that concept. This is Marco Werner then, in the Formula 1 Lotus, the 1976 car, heading down towards the chicane, a 1:13 to beat. He's not going to do it, but he's not going to be a million miles away, is he, as he comes up towards the line and does a 1:16.110.
Well, he really went for it, though, didn't he? You could see the commitment at the steering wheel through Woodcote and into the chicane, and now we ride on board with Tom Christensen as he tries to guide the Audi R8 GT2 out of Woodcote, trailing the brake into the chicane down to third gear, as we can see on the digital display in the dashboard. Huge launch off the chicane there. Wow, ton of horsepower in the GT2 Audi.
So Tom Christensen completes his run, and that leaves us with Nick Padmore still to go. And as I say, if you're going to tune in later on for the finale, which will be at 3:05, we should have even more of the cars, 1 or 2 being saved. The spectacle of Dario Franchitti in the ex-Chris Hodgett's British touring car Sierra RS500 has been something pretty special. In fact, there's another link there as well, because it was Chris that really first discovered Harry King, who of course has been an absolute standout star in Carrera Cup GB. Well spotted, Chris. We approve. Right, this is Nick Padmore. Without really being conscious of it, both Sam and I have suddenly stood up again to watch this. Haven't really worked that out. It just happened.
It's like when royalty walks in, you need to stand up. Well, Nick is the reigning king, so exactly. This is an appropriate move on our part.
The king of the lap of Goodwood. Nick Padmore blasts away. Yesterday, he got round the Goodwood Motor Circuit in 1:09.914 seconds. What can he do now? The ex-Derek Warwick Ford engine arrows, quicker than anybody in the first sector. This could be into the mid-69s. Let's see.
Well, he must have got off the line really well to post a quick fastest sector already. Wonder if he's brave enough to keep his foot to the floor down through Ford Water. Certainly sounds like it, although is the car just a little bit fluffy as well? Maybe this is my nervous mind.
2 purples, looking good. So the lap record ideally has to be set in a race, a 1:18.2 by Nick Padmore. Yesterday he did a 69.9 around here, and it could be that the fastest recorded lap, officially recorded lap. Others might say they went quicker in testing. Okay, well done, you're brave. But an officially recorded lap is here, and Nick Padmore with 2 purples, looking absolutely inch perfect.
Yeah, and he'll be confident now on the brakes. There'll be a bit of temperature in both the brakes and the tyres as he come down into Woodcote, down 2 gears.
Slightly down though, not a purple, it's a green, so not quite as quick in sector 3. It's not going to be a 9, I don't think. Let's see, he's up towards the line, it's in the 10s, the 11s, 12s at 1:12.503 for Nick Padmore. 1:12.503. Even so, that is still an amazing lap, isn't it?
Well, it still puts him fastest overall in this session, of course, a second or so ahead of James Cottingham in that Dallara. But yeah, I suspect that they've got a little engine problem. It sounded just a little bit fluffy to me, a small misfire perhaps on the arrows, pegging back the pace of the Padster. How's that for alliteration?
I'm very impressed. No wonder you stood up. Nick Padmore really has been a star in that car, and that was another great drive. So, of course, that's part and parcel of why we've had this practice run ready for the grand final later on, just in case they do need to work out any little issues on the car. So the times at the end of the final practice run. Nick Padmore quickest once more, 1:12.503, but only by just over a second from James Cottingham, having his first outing in that car this weekend. Marco Werner third, ahead of Lucas Halusa. Greg Thornton 5th with Harry King 6th. Gordon Shedden 7th, and Jake Hill's Nissan Skyline 8th. 9th, Gary Pearson's Ferrari. Tom Christensen 10th and 12th, either side of Ollie Bryant. Rick Wood 13th in the Holden, ahead of Richard Westbrook, then Tom Ingram and Abby Eaton 16th. Gavin Kershaw 17th ahead of Nick Padmore's NASCAR. Pat Blakeney-Edwards next, and a fail for Vaughan Gitting Jr. after his slide.
So you've seen the final preparations for the shootout. It is promising to be a once-in-a-lifetime event. This is not a drill. Now, we're going for a quick break, but don't go too far. You can go probably as far as the kettle. I'll allow that. But come back quickly, because you will not want to miss this.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and could be the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
It's the world #1, the Life Boys. Well, if you ride it and you twist it, if you pick it or you pin it, then you splash it. When you bump it, can you bump it? If you push it or you swoosh it, then you bish, bash, brush it, Life Boy. Yeah.
Welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. It's a motorsport event with so much going on. I'm not going to lie, it's quite hard to keep track. And we're moving now from cars to fashion. And we're going to take a look back at one of the most creative eras ever. It's the swinging 60s.
In 1966, Time magazine called our nation's capital Swinging London, and the name stuck, with British designers, styles and shops taking a London look onto a global stage. The really important thing about 60s style was that it was accessible. Parisian fashion was all about unobtainable couture, but London's was a street style, available in boutiques across the land. It fitted perfectly with the 60s vibe of breaking down barriers. The removal of those barriers was seen in something as simple as this: trousers. We'd seen women in trousers during the Second World War, but that was largely a practical measure for wartime work. It was in the 1960s that women in trousers became accepted in high fashion, though it might have still raised an eyebrow at your local cafe. In 1966, French designer Yves Saint Laurent created a collection for women modelled on the tuxedo, complete with trousers. But Ozzie Clark, dubbed King of the King's Road, caused a stir when he created this trouser suit for women, the Lamborghini suit. Ozzie was a big fan of cars and had a dream of owning a Lamborghini. But not everything cool and radical came from London, of course. Paco Rabanne, André Carrère and Pierre Cardin made the space age look popular in the mid-60s, using unusual materials like plastic discs. What we see in this Pierre Cardin dress is the impact of the space race on fashion. Dressing for the future. As the 60s got into their swing, nothing complemented the hottest clothes like the hottest car of the time, the Mini. This tiny marvel of British design packed a lot into its 10-foot length and handled like a sports car next to the flabby saloons of the old establishment. The Mini was designed to be an affordable and practical car for the masses, but as part of the 60s trend towards making the fashionable out of the accessible, the swinging London set turned it into the coolest car on the block. Designer Mary Quant had one of her own tiny machines when she created her famously tiny trendsetter, the mini skirt. There were a few designers who debuted mini styles at this time, but with its audaciously high hemline, the mini skirt did its bit to shake up conservative values in a decade that delighted in upsetting the status quo. The mini car went exactly with the mini skirt, Quant once said. It did everything one wanted. It was optimistic, exuberant, young, flirty. It was exactly right. One of the most popular hairstyles of the decade was the beehive. The hairstyle was introduced in 1960 by hairstylist Margaret Vinci Helt, who owned her eponymous downtown Chicago salon. The hairstyle was developed purely for the sake of innovating women's hair and causing fashion change. Fashion publications such as Vogue also promoted the style soon after its introduction. A 1960 fashion editorial by Jessica Daves depicted numerous models with beehives of various sizes. The beehive was adorned by some of the decade's beautiful and brilliant singers, such as the Supremes, the Ronettes, and Dusty Springfield. Mary Quant was one of the leaders of the boutique revolution, and she promoted mass production, factory-produced clothes as the modern option. This dress that Rosie's wearing is by the Ginger Group, Quant's wholesale label, and we can really see the influence of pop art and children's clothes in this bold polka dot print. Quant wanted women to be able to move, to run and jump in her clothes, and we really see the dynamism from this era of fashion in this dress. So what more perfect pairing for our 60s tableau than this? A mini dress with an Austin Mini. The car just as much a fashion item in its day as the clothes, and each providing a powerful illustration that Britain in the 60s was the hippest place on the planet.
Well, for people who like a certain type of car, this is going to be the most exciting race of the weekend, right?
Without a doubt.
It's the Jerry Marshall Sprint. So we saw the Jerry Marshall Trophy a couple of days ago. This is like the intensified version. The trophy was already pretty intense, 45-minute race. This is like having it injected into your veins. 15-minute sprint with cars from 1970 to 1982. So look what we get. These treats that we've got here.
We've got this is probably the oldest car on the grid.
It's a 1970 Mustang.
And there's a couple of Mustangs. I love this, and it's possibly because of my age. 70s and 80s cars. The great thing about this particular race is it's kind of a mashup of the Revival and the Festival of Speed. That in that the Revival is normally pre-1966 cars, but of course this has got the stuff that I remember. That car there is probably the one that impressed me the most on the previous race.
Capri.
The Capri. The
Yes,
red Capri there. Because that thing was flying. Absolutely
fantastic.
flying.
Yes, that had the lead for a bit, didn't it, in the trophy, and then I think it got monstered a bit by these Camaros and Mustangs, which are absolute brutes.
The other thing which happened in this previous race, the one with the mandatory driver change, is that Stig Blomqvist, the ex-rally champion, who's actually sitting in that Capri over there having a chit-chat, he's one of my heroes. And I've bumped into him 3 times already today, so it feels awkward if I bump into him again, because he'll think I'm a stalker. But he's been leading. He's won a couple of races already in a different car, not this Capri, in a Ford Galaxy.
Stig's actually, in this race, he's going to drive that SD1 down there, that Rover.
Is he driving that one?
The number 16 Rover, yeah. I believe. That's what it is on the entry list, although somebody else is rudely sitting in it.
So everything you can see here, you've got Capris, you've got an early 5 Series, early Volkswagen front-wheel drive stuff. And then you've got, the Rovers and the Minis, the British Leyland lineup coming on here.
If you described to somebody and said, I'm going to show you a race in which a Mark II Sirocco races against a 1970 Ford Mustang, I think they'd think you'd gone a little bit strange. And yet, here we are, and there's a Mini Clubman in the mix as well. I mean, it's fabulous. It's the range of sizes, and also the range of noises.
Yeah.
Some of those Minis sound incredibly fruity, but then you've got that V8 Thunder. The Rovers have got V8s in, of course, but the real bass line comes from the American stuff.
Moving up
Dolomite
a bit.
Sprint here, look.
Yeah, Dolly Sprint. Yeah. I think you need to come up to car number 56. That's one you need to watch. This is called the Jerry Marshall Trophy, named after the driver, Jerry Marshall. This is one of the cars he campaigned, the Vauxhall Magnum. And I think if this is car 56, is that car 56 or is that car 95?
That's 96
There's
up there, right?
There's 2 of his cars in this event.
Look at this, we've got a Metro.
Doesn't it look good?
It does look good, doesn't it?
It looks really, really good.
It wasn't at the front of the pack in the trophy, but you know, it did take part, and that's part.
It's funny how cars that you saw loads of when you were a kid of the 80s, like I was, you saw tons of them and you saw tons of them.
Yeah.
And then they sort of
also
disappeared.
say, of course, these are all, you know, it might look funny to some people in that Royal Mail livery, but that was the legit livery that these raced in back in, this is an 82. It's an Austin Metro rather than an MG, because I think the MG Metro only arrived just around the time this car would have been.
Where's your
sorry,
Rack?
I've gone dark and deep, but the Fiesta as well. I mean, this is in period. In the Bonhams auction this weekend, there was a replica of this, but this is the real deal.
Yeah.
Mark I Fiesta.
I have to say, I think that car has aged way better than I expected. Mark I.
And there's little period details, stuff they don't really do anymore, like just whacking a bit of tape across the headlights.
Across the headlights.
That's safe, that is.
These guys are getting saddled up, as you can see, because this race is going out very shortly. But what I will say is, the racing is so much closer. You think it's going to be an exhibition race. It's actually a hard
It's not, and this is only
event.
15 minutes. There's no driver change. It's just pure racing.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some paint swapping. I think there's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy.
There is.
Certainly going to be quite a lot of corrective lock as they come out of the chicane down there, because they are really going for it.
Watch the Capris and the Camaros. After about 3 laps, the tyres start to go off. The chicane is a very difficult place for them.
If you don't enjoy this race, then you don't enjoy car racing, I suspect.
Well, we've seen what the boys think of these cars, but now it is time to see them in action. So let's head to the track and check it out.
The Jerry Marshall Sprint, 15 minutes of action. It is a race for Group 1 saloons of a type that raced between 1970 and 1982. The green flag at the back shows that all is good. Flag drops, good getaway by Gregor Marshall from pole position. A good start also by Jonathan White's Capri from the outside of the front row. Look at Nick Padmore in the BMW trying to come through. 2 wheels on the grass. And also a very good start from the Nick Jarvis Rover there that gets a real tank slapper going into Madgwick corner for the first time. Who is going to come out in front? Well, off the road goes Padmore. Also off the road goes one of the Camaros there, you'll see. But it's Jonathan White that is in the lead, being chased hard by Jason Brooks in the Mini. But look at Nick Jarvis storming his way through.
Yeah, and after that fantastic start in the Vauxhall, Marshall getting absolutely hung out to dry, clearly nursing a problem. We've got a car off already.
Yeah, that I'm afraid to say is the Chevrolet Camaro, the Jack Young car. So that is stationary as we go on board then here with Ludovic Lindsay, there's one off on the grass as well. There's a sideways Mini that everyone has to scatter around as the cars come through. Whoops, over goes the Mini. That, I'm afraid, is Jason Brooks. It got sideways, it bounces, and it's ended up upside down. And that's a real shame, because it's going to be an interruption to the race. And that was a proper original car of the time. So that's really sad to see. And although the battle continues, it's going to be an interrupted race, I'm afraid to say, with that Mini having turned turtle. The red flag is there. Not a surprise. There's nothing else that can be done.
No, nothing at all. That's a shame for Ludovic Lindsay, because he made a cracking start, had a brilliant opening lap, and was still making his way up into second as the drama was all unfolding behind him. Oh, Ludovic hasn't seen the red flags. He's still absolutely flat out. Perhaps his line of sight blinded ever so slightly by being tucked up the rear bumper of the Rover.
So the Mini of Jason Brooks, real shame that you could see it get sideways. There'd been another car on the grass in the background, but as Jason Brooks got sideways, it just dug in and tipped him over, and the car sadly damaged. And as I was saying, that was an original car that Tim Goss drove in the British Saloon Car Championship. So the red flag showed. It'll be the same grid, but with 1 or 2 gaps upon it. And we'll do that all over again, but real shame, isn't it? Especially because these, in most cases, are the owners that are therefore losing the track time, or losing a little bit of track time because of that stoppage, with a very busy schedule here at Goodwood today.
I'd like to see a replay of that just to understand what triggered the mayhem, but hopefully the driver is okay.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
No doubt shaken, a little bit of a whack. Of course, you're bolted in nice and tight, but your arms and hands are inevitably free to flail around somewhat. And that was quite a vicious roll. Clearly the roll cage doing its job.
Absolutely. So we need to move the car, but also any broken glass or little bits of debris. And then once the circuit is clear, we can think about the restart for the Jerry Marshall sprint. So the grid just being held whilst everybody gets set. Real shame for the likes of James Wood up from the back of the grid, who'd been making a bit of progress. The medical team there just to make sure that Jason Brooks is okay. He's out of the car, so let's just piece it all together. So he got crowded up onto the curb. That unsettled it, didn't it?
I think this is part of the unique nature of the Mini with its short wheelbase as well. He got crowded, he was on the inside line, he went up onto the curb, got a little bit crossed up as the car came down off of it, but that's at the exact moment the circuit itself dips, and with the car sliding laterally, it just puts all the weight on the side, and once it leans up onto 2 wheels, it bites, pings back the other way, there you go, and then the momentum just flicks it, but not before he had tried extremely hard to catch one almighty tank slapper, first left then right. Never like to see this, but at the same time, great to see the roll cage doing exactly what it's designed to do.
David Clark it was, I think, in the Camaro behind, or was it Jack Tetley? Yes, one of the Camaros, oh so close to being in the wrong place at the wrong time, just being able to quickly dart out of the way.
Well, I have to say, great reactions from everybody behind, avoiding action.
So the officials will re-grid everybody.
I'd like to know what happened to Gregor Marshall, actually, because he did make a stunning start, and I thought on the practice start of the green flag warm-up lap, what great traction the Vauxhall seemed to have compared to the others, particularly to Malcolm Wilson, just inside of him there in the data post car.
He seemed to lose out a little bit off the line into Madgwick, but then on that shot we had of the rolling Mini, I think he'd also gone a bit deep into the first part of St Mary's and lost more places there. So I think it was a cumulative effect, 2 or 3 things over the first lap. So the Malcolm Harrison-owned Metro, Patrick Watts, Malcolm's old mucker at the wheel of it. Patrick raced in Metros from, what, 83, didn't he? He raced an MG Metro, normally aspirated car in the British Saloon Car Championship, and then the Turbo briefly, but had one make success. There is Jack Young. That was the Camaro we saw pulling off the circuit. That a recreation of the Tour of Britain winning car of James Hunt from 1973, when James, with Robert Fernell, I seem to remember, sitting alongside him, won the Tour of Britain, which was this mix of racing and rallying. So you've got the rally drivers and the racers all going together. And if you believe Jerry Marshall, who took part in them as well, not only was much fun had, but much beer was consumed as well. Imagine that. So there's Gregor Marshall working his way up to the front of the grid.
That'll be a relief for him because obviously starting from pole position, he will have his sights firmly set on the race win.
Now, let's just see if we can catch up on thoughts from Jason Brooks' team. Mechanic Phil knows he's got a job on his hands, but let's hear his thoughts with Molly.
Phil, not the scene you wanted to see. What went through your mind when you saw that happening to Jason?
Oh, it's such a shame. He had such a good day yesterday with the pairing with Colin Turkington. And unfortunately, this occasionally occurs, but Jason will be gutted.
When you see this on the screen, you know, it's an old car. Do you reckon he's banged up a little bit?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit knocked about and bruised, but it looked, you know, quite bad, but I think moderately gentle. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, it's such a shame, but like I say, it does happen from time to time.
Okay, thanks so much, Phil.
Thank you.
So the team will get the car back. But the good thing is it didn't go cartwheeling and doing lots and lots of damage. It's hopefully isolated. The cage, as Sam Hancock was saying, stood up to the roll well. So we'll get the cars gridded up, and then the plan for the restart very shortly. There is the Gregor Marshall Vauxhall Forenza on pole position.
And you could see on the green flag lap just how much roll the Vauxhall has got compared to some of the others around him. When the drivers were weaving left and right to get a little bit of heat in the tyres, the car really sits over left and right. And that, of course, indicates a softer car, a softer setup, which helps it lay down the power off the start line, giving it better traction than some of the more stiffly sprung cars either side.
So more recovery vehicles head out. And the Metro, the data post colours in the middle of the front row. There is Nick Jarvis sitting in the Rover. So that's is a car that rather sneaked up on people a couple of years ago when, without telling anybody, Nick put Steve Blomqvist behind the wheel, but it's definitely Nick today, and he's there with a really good start made first time of asking. So let us see whether it's going to be exactly the same again on the second bite of the cherry here. Now we also need, of course, to confirm the race duration. It's still being shown for the moment as 15 minutes, but really it rather depends from the officials' side how long the recovery operation takes before they can really work out how much slack in the timetable there is in order to run the restart over what duration. So who else have we got that we need to have a look for? Further down the order, there is the number 33 Capri, Ludovic Lindsay's door open, you see, and
this is bad news for him actually, because he was absolutely flying on that opening lap, stayed patient, waiting for the gaps to unfold in front of him, which they did, and he was up to second as the flag, the red flag, was shown.
So just have another look at why we've got this stoppage. So Jason Brooks went up the inside, didn't ride the curb too much, did he? But he just flung the car up the inside of the Rover, and maybe a fraction too much speed is what caused it to bounce and topple.
Actually, it's helpful to see this replay because I thought it started by riding the curb, which lifted the car up, and actually, although he did ride the curb, it came back down. It's just as the circuit descends after this apex, he gets a real big tank slapper on, gets sideways just as the circuit climbs again. That encourages the tyres to dig in and flicks the car over.
And while all that was going on, off the road at the first part of St Mary's, on the grass had been Gregor Marshall. There, look, he's just got back on in the background as you're concentrating on the Mini bouncing over. Broken rear suspension, you notice, as well on the Mini, to add to everything else. But have a look, there's Mark Burgess on the grass in the Fiesta. The Mini's already bouncing. Look how close some of the Camaros got to dramas there. Orlando Lindsay negotiating it. And that was a real Code Brown moment, wasn't it?
Absolutely was, as you said yesterday. One hell of a laundry bill coming up.
Absolutely. So we've got one of the Chevrolets in the pits as well, by the look of it. So we're a few minutes yet before we know exactly where we stand with the grid formation for the restart. So real shame that we've got this interruption, and perhaps more importantly, it's a real shame that there's a damaged car. So one or two will be missing. We've lost Jack Young in the number 7 Camaro. As I say, there's another one that I had just caught a glimpse of in the pits. Could be the Jack Tetley car number 28 that was struggling with, in the end, only one gear, fourth gear, in Friday's race, when he was sharing it with Tom Christensen. So there the grid is pretty much assembling. 13 minutes now our timing screen says for the restart, which does rather suggest that we're not too far away from getting things underway. Oh dear, that's a sorrier sight than I was first thinking it might be. Oh dear.
Yeah, hopefully not too much damage. I mean, if the roll cage, well, obviously the roll cage has taken the brunt of it, but hopefully no chassis damage underneath.
So we know we've lost Jason Brooks from the grid. Oh, it's Craig Davis's car, I think, in the pit lane, number 15. That's the other one that's missing off the grid. So number 15, the Boss Mustang, the red Boss Mustang. Looks like it's the one. Nope, correction, that is on the grid. But there's certainly a car in the pit lane. We'll get to that in a moment, hopefully. Right, recovery operation almost done. 13 minutes are on the clock, which has been reset in readiness. Mini at the back, Larry Waugh's car, the ex-John Mowat car. That's another original car. And as we look at the grid, head down to row 7, you find the Boss Mustang of Craig Davis, and he's with Tom Clarkson.
Yeah, and he's on the grid, you're absolutely right. Craig, how's it going in this beast?
Yeah, well, really unfortunate accident there. Look, pretty bloody horrendous, to be honest to you. Spinning around there on his roof. Terrible.
Terrible, but he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I understand that.
Look, how's the car behaving? I was just chatting to your teammate, Jason Plato. He was waxing lyrical about the motor.
Oh, right. Well, it is. It's a beautiful thing. We've set it up quite nicely, and team's done a fantastic job on the car. And isn't it great just to be here at Goodwood and racing? Who would have thought it? It's fantastic that the effort that the Duke and all of the team have put on to get us on the grid. So I hope we put a nice spectacle on for everyone.
Craig, you're bang on there, mate. But a quick word about the power steering. I gather it's pretty heavy. A bit of a workout for you this morning.
No power steering whatsoever, no power brakes, so I've got quite a nice thigh muscle coming on here as it happens.
Great stuff. Look, good luck when we get going again. Thanks, Craig.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So Craig Davis there with the Boss Mustang. Now that's the car on pole position. Gregor Marshall, son of the late great Jerry Marshall, and Gregor with the Vauxhall lining up on pole. He had a rather checkered first lap, didn't he? We found him on the grass at least twice, but he gets a second bite of the cherry here. So Gregor Marshall on pole position, and we might be able to catch a quick word before the cars are released onto the final formation lap here. Ready to get the restart hopefully underway once the errant Mini has been retrieved. So grid, as you look down on it, sadly with one or two gaps now, legacy of the rigours of the weekend. Right, let's go back to the grid. Gregor Marshall we talked about on pole position, and let's hear from him. He's with Molly.
We don't think it'll start.
Down here on the grid with the pole sitter, Gregor Marshall. How are you doing in there?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks. It's a bit warm, but yeah, good, thank you.
Is it nerve-wracking as well with a roll in the middle of everything there, and now sitting here waiting?
Yes, yeah, it's very nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking anyway. The race is named after my late father, so it's a lovely honour to be here and representing Dad, and Lord March has done a fantastic event. But yeah, I know there's a lot of quick cars behind me, and I've said to everyone I'm going to keep to the inside so they can all overtake.
What's it been like racing this weekend?
Fantastic. The weather's been great, the cars are absolutely amazing, the people, yeah, it's been an incredible experience, and just so pleased to be part of it.
Thanks so much, Gregor.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Cheers.
So there in the pit lane, the Simon Eyes liveried Chevrolet, that's the Bryant car, isn't it? It's Graham Bryant's car, and I understand from people on the grid there might be a bit of concern about Nick Jarvis's Rover as well, but that should be lined up on the third row, all being well. No, it is now gone. There it is, it's in the pit lane. Rear puncture, that's why it's gone to the pit lane. So a rear puncture for the Rover, picked up possibly in the drama of that first lap of the race.
Of course, quite a lot of debris for any of the cars that would have had to take avoiding action to try to navigate their way past the spinning, rolling Mini. obviously that would have been depositing all sorts of debris, perspex, glass, whatever. And one little shard of that would definitely be enough to give a puncture.
Indeed so. Now, there is the Rover having its new tyre put on. Another man to watch in this race will be Mike Whitaker. He's got work to do from row 6, and he's ready to talk to Tom.
Yeah, Mike has got a little bit of work to do from row 6, but he's definitely one of the most versatile drivers here this weekend. You are driving an amazing array of cars.
Yeah, we've got the ex-Graham Hill and John Surtees Lola here. We've got the TVR Griffith in the TT that raced here in 1965. And this is a real period 1979 touring car, which is why I try and be a little bit careful with it. It's Gordon Spicer's multiple class winning 3-litre Capri.
Brilliant. Now look, from row 6, what do you think you can do?
I think on the first lap it's avoid all the accidents and people on the grass. And then we'll try and charge, but I've got the big V8s behind me. My own money's probably on Craig Davis in the Mustang, but we'll try and uphold the Capris on her and try and stay with them.
Great stuff. Good luck with that. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
So an original Capri, and they're one of the original Rovers as well. So, as I say, came into the championship in 1980, and it was a fascinating season, that, especially once the Rovers had been sorted, because you would go to certain circuits like Thruxton or the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone, where they, as it then became known, Capri Committee knew it was always going to be outdone by the Rover Brigade, but you went to the likes of the Alton Park. In those days, it was run on the Foster circuit, the short circuit, or Mallory Park, and the Capris had it their own way, the Silverstone National Circuit as well. So it was an interesting year between the Rovers and the Capris, but then eventually the sheer power of the Rovers, when they were properly sorted, meant the Capris' winning streak was certainly numbered. And by 1983, we went to the Group A regulations for the British Saloon Car Championship, and that was pretty much the end of the Capri, although Brian Chapman persevered a couple of years later for a few races. So we're back in business. 12 minutes for our restart, and one or two of the drivers have had, as you've been seeing, some work going on down on the grid. We've lost Graham Bryant's Camaro, that's in the pit lane, so that's another one missing, but the survivors hopefully are going to give a good account of themselves. Apologies for the big delay while the circuit has been tidied, but the Jerry Marshall sprint set to go, this restarted 12-minute race, and fingers crossed we can get through this without drama, because it was all building up nicely, wasn't it, Sam Hancock, for a really lively race. And here we go again.
Yeah, very much so. Oh, Gregor Marshall struggling to get away there. That's okay. You can regain your grid position on this rolling lap, so long as you don't fall to the tail end of the field. So slightly hesitant getaway for Marshall from the pole position slot, but he will hopefully go and regain that now. Quite hard for the drivers this after a red flag, because the natural course of a race that is not interrupted with a red flag means you've got this build-up of adrenaline. Oh, I've already got a car pulled over. That's the Simon. Is that? Yes.
That's Fred Shepherd that won on Friday. And I just fear that that might need retrieving as well now to delay the start even further. So it's staggered off the grid, but now that car has ground to a halt just after the pit out, hasn't it?
Hopefully the marshals can get to that though and push it back either behind the barrier or just back into the pit lane so that we don't have another interruption. Yep, there they are. On it without delay. Yeah, what I was saying is it's quite hard because the red flag, all that adrenaline you had for the real start of the race and the opening lap, then you have this red flag and the delay, and the adrenaline just plummets whilst they're sitting on the grid waiting for everything to resume, and you suddenly got to rev yourself back up again and dial your focus back in for the second restart.
There's the slippery surface flag there, just to warn the drivers of the fact that a bit of liquid might have been spilt. There might just be a little bit of mess on the road, but as they're...
Well, it's in a critical part of the circuit for our opening lap as well, because that's on the run into Lavant, which is an obvious overtaking area. But as you could see from that previous camera shot, there's still a lot of grass and dust because so many cars, of course, had to take avoiding action going onto the grass and then back onto the circuit. So in the braking zone, they'll have very low grip levels on that opening lap.
Right, so there out of the way is Fred Shepherd's Boss Mustang. Mixed weekend for that car, so sad to say we're losing quite a few here. There'll be a lot of busy preparers, re-preparing, rebuilding after this. There is Gregor Marshall, who should be the man on pole position as the car comes through the chicane. As I said earlier, Gregor doesn't do lots of racing, so it is really good to have him here. And as he said, the race named after his late father. So he now comes up towards the grid. The Vauxhall Forenza from 1974, at the time that Jerry Marshall was having vast success with things like the Baby Bertha and then Big Bertha in super saloons, which are really outlandish modified saloon cars. Graham Bryant is going to start from the pit lane, so they've worked on that car and sorted it, so that's going to go from the pits. And Mike Whittaker, a potential winner. I would think Nick Jarvis is in the Rover as well here. So let's see how we fare. Jack Tetley's car should be on the grid. Rest of the field line up. Nick Padmore in the BMW, one to watch as well. So there's still a lot to enjoy out of this race. That's going to be 12 minutes long.
Malcolm Harrison in the middle, just leaving a little half a metre or so of space in front of the car to the front edge of the grid box as the green flag waves.
So the flag falls now, and away they go with a good start made this time by Gregor Marshall. Patrick Watts in the red Metro taking over Malcolm Harrison's car. Not so quick out of the blocks, but Jonathan White in the Ford Capri storms away. There goes Patrick Watts round the outside look in the red Metro. Really good move. Chased by Tom Burgess in the Ford Fiesta. So you've got the two ex-Richard Longman cars there, second and third. And Patrick Watts is going to have a look for the race lead. You can't do that to a Capri in a Metro, Patrick, but he's going to have a go, look, as they come now up towards Ford Water for the first time. A good start by Orlando Lindsay there in the Dolomite Sprint, and round the outside in the red and white Capri number 3. That's Stig Blomqvist going ahead of the car's owner, Nick Jarvis. Look at Patrick Watts on the inside line there in the Metro. Can he find a way by? Not quite, but not for the want of trying. Jonathan White, he's really having to defend from these impudent front-wheel drive, smaller engine cars.
Oh, that's absolutely wonderful, wasn't it? Two abreast through Ford Water, two abreast through the right-hander into St Mary's, and now they're into the slippery surface, as you can see by the yellow and red striped flag being held out by the marshals, and up the inside now into the second part of Lavin, the data post car, and that's Orlando Lindsay, fantastic in the Triumph Dolomite, riding on board now with Nick Swift.
So that's Tom Shepherd to the right as they come now down towards Woodcote, 1300cc Mini, 1600cc Sirocco. It is Mark Burgess in the lead then. Second it is Orlando Lindsay. Stig Blomqvist goes third on the inside of Patrick Watts. The Capri goes through there. So the reverse grid certainly giving plenty of drama on the first lap of the race. As into the chicane comes Mark Burgess then round the outside of Jonathan White. Tries to go Nick Jarvis. Nick Swift looking for any bit of real estate in the 1275 GT Mini. One lap of 12 minutes of racing completed. Mark Burgess leads the way, and then in second place, the Broadspeed Dolomite Recreation, Orlando Lindsay at the wheel of it. Mike Whittaker is on his toes, look, trying to get up on the inside line there of Nick Jarvis. Jarvis on the inside of the Capri of Jonathan White. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely fantastic. They're really leaning on each other's door handles. Orlando Lindsay now under pressure on the run into Ford Water. On the outside, he has to give way to the Capri. Meanwhile, behind, battle rages. There's Ludovic Lindsay. He's not had such a good start as in the earlier portion of this race before the red flag. Dropping a bit further down. He was up to second overall before the red flag. He'll be a bit disappointed with his opening lap so far.
So Stig Blomqvist, who's already taken one race win this weekend, is leading again here. He's been in all sorts of touring cars. He's been in the rally stages. There's a Mini off in the background. It looked like it was possibly the countryman of Mark Burnett as there. To the inside line again looks Tom Burgess, but he's not going to be able to outdrag a 3-litre Capri in a straight line, is he? As the cars now scream down towards Woodcote. So Stig Blomqvist has hit the front. He needs to make hay while the other bigger engine cars are working through the traffic.
Very much so. Orlando Lindsay looking very racy. Look, pulling out to driver's left. Will he try and, yes, go around the outside in the braking area? Huge lockup using the escape area. Luckily it's tarmac, not gravel, but now he's on the grass. Can he hold it together? Yes, he can. Cracking stuff from Orlando Lindsay. Well saved.
Wonderful recovery. He's now got Craig Davis up behind him as they come over the timing line. Stig Blomqvist up front, then the race leader, Mark Burgess in the Fiesta, second. Third is Patrick Watts. Fourth, look, Craig Davis in the Boss Mustang, forcing his way through the traffic. Have a look who's now behind the Dolomite Sprint, because behind Orlando Lindsay it is Mike Whittaker then, masquerading as Gordon Spice, and he's about to try to make a move. And then you've got Nick Jarvis with the Rex Greenslade Brian Muir style Rover next in the queue. Right, get past the Dolomite. Mike Whittaker goes through, and this is on board again with Orlando Lindsay after his big moment down at Woodcote. He watches Mike Whittaker line up and go straight past Patrick Watts on the inside, going towards St Mary's there.
Yeah, Orlando Lindsay certainly seems to have that overdrive back in action on the Triumph Dolomite, that giving it the longer gearing it needs to keep up the pace with the front runners in these opening stages. Meanwhile, the Rover up the inside of Lindsay's Dolomite. Clean move.
Damage look on the back of the Jack Tetley Camaro behind. Right, so going through there, Nick Jarvis picks up a place. Orlando Lindsay really hustling on in the Dolomite Sprint, the sort of car that won the 75 British Saloon Car Championship for Andy Rouse in what actually was a three-way tie at the end of the year. People banged on about how close 58 was the first year of the championship and the shootout between Jack Sears and Tommy Sopwith, but 1975, three drivers tied on points for the tie break. Anyway, Stig Blomqvist leads, but for how much longer? Craig Davis wheeling him in, and look at Mike Whittaker, he's almost up with him. He's only got this pesky Fiesta to get past, and then he can go after the top two, and he will do so now as they come over the line. 7 minutes are still on the clock here.
And Stig Blomqvist absolutely wringing the neck of the Belga Capri as Davis goes up the inside into Madgwick. Can he hold on to it? The car runs wide between the two apexes. He does. He closes the door as they exit the corner, telling Blomqvist just to back out of it. You're going to have to wait, pal. I've got this, and I'm keeping it.
And Mike Whittaker is still charging forward as well. But a really good drive for this by Craig Davis. Remember, he's up from the 7th row of this reverse grid, but Blomqvist now is staying with him, so he can measure as best he can the Capri's pace against the Mustang. But look at Mike Whittaker. Mike Whittaker is going very nicely indeed. He's up into 3rd place out of the Simonized Camaro. That's Graham Bryant, isn't it?
Graham Bryant, yeah, sadly. That was the car, of course, that we saw in the pit lane. Blomqvist has to half go defensive on the inside into Lavin. On the other hand, he was having a look at the leader. Oh, great shame for the Rover.
That's James Wood out of the race, isn't it, in one of the two Patrick Motorsport liveried cars. And now Mike Whittaker comes up to have a go at Stig Blomqvist. Then the two Ford Capris go past.
It's getting a little bit twitchy through the kink there on the straight. You don't normally see a little armful of oversteer as Whittaker goes up the inside into Woodcote. Now, in the background, I saw yellow flags waving. Did he pass a green flag before making that move? I think he did. Hopefully no penalties for Whittaker.
So Stig Blomqvist then, as I say, he's had a win this weekend. Real star from Örebro, the same place Ronnie Peterson came from, comes up towards the timing line, and Craig Davis leads then as he goes past the pit, 7/10 up on Mike Whittaker. Stig Blomqvist 3rd. You've got to say Tom Burgess doing a remarkable job of hanging on to 4th in that little Fiesta as the big bangers are coming there. Look, with the trim trailing Camaro, there's Jack Tetley. Behind him is Nick Jarvis. That's been a change for 5th place. The Camaro going ahead of the Rover. Patrick Watts down in 7th place in the little Metro. Don't forget, that's only a 1300cc car, so Patrick driving the wheels off it.
Yeah, that rear bumper looking pretty precarious, actually. You wouldn't want it to drop off right in front of you and be forced to run over it. Meanwhile, Craig Davis looks comfortable, doesn't he, David, out front? He's got pace.
Is that a bit of smoke out of the back of it, or is that just tyre smoke?
Right.
Let's just see.
Good
Keep an eye to
spot.
that. Coming through Lavant. Right, have a look, Sam. What do we see?
Well, there's nothing there. So there it is, under power. Maybe it's just running a little bit low, perhaps. The left rear tyre rubbing inside the arch. No, because the smoke is still coming. Has our leader, Craig Davis, got a problem?
Oh, hang on a minute.
There we go.
Down they come then, in a straight line. He certainly extends the gap, doesn't he, where he can use all the power of that car.
And there we just saw a little shard of that loose rear bumper flailing in the wind.
But Jack Tetley, now that the car is getting lighter, he's also making progress. Look, he's up into 3rd place. So Whittaker is right back on the tail of Davis coming into the chicane in this elasticated lead gap. 4 minutes are on the clock as they come up towards the line, but Jack Tetley, now with all the gears functioning today, is carving his way through. Look, he's up the inside. Jack Tetley goes 2nd on the inside line there.
A nice clean move from Jack Tetley. Meanwhile, the smoke is still not pouring out, but seeping out of Davies' exhaust. Doesn't look particularly healthy, but certainly has the legs of the car. There you go. That's what I was worried about, because that is a big piece of bodywork. It's probably fiberglass. It's going to break up into dozens of smaller pieces. Probably not quite so threatening on the tyres. I don't imagine it would cause a puncture, but certainly something to look out for.
Well, indeed, but Jack Tetley's lightweight car now up for the battle for the race lead. Mike Whittaker was the man that ran over the first big bit of it. Quite often the scrutineers wave the black and orange flag, the mechanical warning flag in that situation, but there wasn't really time because it only had about a lap's worth of damage and then parted company. But Jack Tetley is on for the win here, isn't he? 3 minutes are on the clock and he's got a really healthy Camaro that is eating up the real estate. charging his way up from 17th on the grid as he comes now to have a go at Craig Davis with this slightly smoky Boss Mustang ahead of him.
Yeah, Davis forced into a defensive line, just tucking to the right-hand side of the road on the run into the braking zone there at Woodcote. That forces Tetley to back out of it. He definitely had momentum. Had the door stayed open, he would have gone up the inside. Can he go around the outside? No. That would be very unlikely into the chicane. But if you can get a nice, clean, tidy exit, he seems to have a few horsepower more than Davies. He might be able to mount another attack into Madgwick.
Well, here they come then over the timing line. Jack Tetley, fastest lap of the race at 1:29, and he's right on the back of Davis. Look as they turn their way into the right-hander. Mike Whittaker in the, by contrast, smaller engined Capri, trying to stay with them. Of course, through the corners, he's good. In a straight line, he's going to lose out. But now, with bits of bodywork on the road for them to avoid the three race leaders storming to Ford Water, they're going to be able to squeeze one more lap out of it at the end of this, aren't they? As they come now down towards St Mary's. Look at Whittaker. He's able to brake later for this section, bring the ex-Gordon Spice Capri back into the hunt, closing all the time. But Craig Davis is standing his ground in the lead.
He is. He's defending beautifully, ever so gently, not compromising his own line too much. He'll be hoping that he can back Tetley into Mike Whittaker so that they can trip over one another, giving him just a little bit of breathing space out front. No such luck so far, though, because Tetley very quick out of Lavin in the slipstream. Can he duck up the inside into Woodcote? Craig Davis still got a lot of horsepower down the straight despite the blue smoke pouring out the back of his car. Again, same manoeuvre, just shuts the door ever so gently, does it nice and early, letting Tetley know long in advance of the braking zone that the inside line is closed. If you want to come by, you have to go the long way around. But Tetley's got the nose up the inside, gets a little bit crossed up under the brakes into the chicane, gathering it up.
One more lap to go then. There's just time on the clock for one more lap as over the line comes Craig Davis, having to make that car really wide. That was a really committed effort by Jack Tetley, wasn't it, coming into the chicane? And Mike Whittaker is there in third place. So one more lap to run. Through Madgwick they go. Jack Tetley just drifts a little bit wide. All the pressure on Craig Davis. He'll be nervous in looking at the dials now. He may be oblivious to the smoke, you never know, but he certainly won't be oblivious to Jack Tetley right there behind him. Mike Whittaker in third place. Tetley has, on that previous lap, done an absolute best middle sector, so the pace of the car is good and he's closing right up now. It's all going to be decided, I suspect, on the run down towards Woodcote, so the move will start round about here through St Mary's.
Yeah, Craig Davis again just making his car very wide, and the other thing, of course, is these are both large cars, so you need a significant gap to open up. Craig Davis doing a very good job of not offering that to Tetley behind. Tetley, meanwhile, taking the right decision into Lavin, using the normal racing line so they can get a nice clean apex early on the throttle. Now he can take advantage of that because he's got a good exit, good pace, good momentum, but Davis has a few more horsepower.
So Craig Davis defends for at least the 11th straight. Can he get Woodcote in the chicane? Absolutely nailed as well. Down they come then, the final lap of the Jerry Marshall sprint. Nose to tail, Tetley has a look to the inside line. Craig Davis just covers him off. It's now or never for Jack Tetley on the run towards the chicane. Davis covers the inside line. Jack Tetley will have one more chance on the run to the flag. If he can surge up alongside, he's going to try to do it. Here they come, checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be almost side by side between the two of them, but Craig Davis hangs on to win a great battle in the Jerry Marshall sprint. Craig Davis wins by 0.217 of a second from Jack Tetley in second place. Mike Whittaker third, Nick Jarvis fourth. Early leader Stig Blomqvist heads for fifth place, but actually loses out because Ludovic Lindsay gets fifth on the line. Tom Burgess sixth ahead of Richard Mines, Adam Brindle and ninth in the end, Stig Blomqvist. So the Belga Capri dropping down. 10th Patrick Watts, Nick Swift coming home in 11th place. Two Longman cars together, and this is the #1 Dolomite of Orlando Lindsay. That is a rather troubled Dolly. What's going on here? The smoke's filling the cabin.
Well, we had a little whiff of smoke when I was driving it the other day, but this is much worse. He got a little bit sideways out of Lavin. I wonder if that car is dropping oil onto its own rear tyres. Fair bit of smoke, but luckily only a quarter of a lap to go. Orlando Lindsay, there you go, you just saw him pulling the little paddle on the right-hand side behind the steering wheel. That's deactivating the overdrive now so that he can brake downshift into Woodcote. Smoke getting worse. Orlando bravely pushing on, keeping it relatively neat and tidy. Or no, just
you were saying.
Commentator's curse again. But what a cracking result for Orlando Lindsay, fifth overall. Brilliant job.
So the Dolomite sprint then comes home. Craig Davis is the race winner, and a win for the Boss Mustang. Jack Tetley second from Mike Whitaker and Nick Jarvis. Ludovic Lindsay fifth from Tom Burgess. Richard Mines seventh. Adam Brindle. Now that's a good run. Adam Brindle rather unnoticed, I have to confess, apologies, but from the back of the grid, Adam, who missed Friday's race, 8th in the Triple X Rover, ahead of Stig Blomqvist 9th and Patrick Watts for 10th place. It was worth the wait, that race, wasn't it?
It was. That was eventful. But I need to catch my breath. Suddenly got very hot in here, David.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah. Never mind smoking your Dolomite Sprint. It's hot in here. So there is the winning Boss Mustang into the collecting area post-race. And Jack Tetley threw everything at that. And the fastest lap of the race and second position as he chased Craig Davis. The result of race 11 of the weekend here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, presented by Mastercard. The Jerry Marshall Sprint won by Craig Davis ahead of Jack Tetley, with Mike Whitaker's Capri in third. Nick Jarvis fourth ahead of Ludovic Lindsay. Tom Burgess doing a great job in that Ford Fiesta 1.6 to be sixth ahead of Richard Mines. And a really good drive, well done, Adam Brindle, 8th in the Rover. 9th, Stig Blomqvist ahead of Patrick Watts and Nick Swift. Nick Padmore 12th ahead of Tom Shepherd's Little Sirocco. David Clark's Camaro next ahead of Jonathan White from the front row. Lawrence Wall 16th, Larry Wall's Mini from the back of the grid. And then for 17th spot, it was Mark Burnett. Gregor Marshall 18th from Ludovic Lindsay. And then it was Mark Wilson in 20th place. Great racing.
Well, as you can see, there's a lot going on the racetrack this weekend, but there's also a lot going on off the track as well. In fact, so far off the track, you're going to need some pretty chunky tyres.
Adventurous men have explored most of the Earth's surface. And now the last of the remote areas, the swamplands, are being opened up by vehicles like this. But sometimes, even they find conditions tough.
So I'm here on the outskirts of Goodwood. What a view! I'm joined by Katie Munnings, who you'll recognise if you're a fan of rally or CBBS. Why am I here? What am I doing?
So we're at Goodwood Estate. We've got an amazing off-road course here, and behind us is probably the most anticipated car of 2020, the brand new Land Rover Defender. So we're going to do some off-roading.
What exactly will that involve?
In here we've got some places where we can get a little bit of air time. There's some bumps, the back's going to kick out, some sliding around corners. I think we even might have some fireworks.
Thank you for laying the whole thing on for me. I'm terrified. So you're going to drive first and show me what to do?
Yeah, I'll show you the course.
Let's do it.
Okay. Done anything like this before?
I haven't done anything like how you're doing it.
It will take you a few goes to get used to the rhythm. It took me a while too. Accelerating back up here. So this is quite a steep drop here, so you can feel the assist kick in it.
Oh, this is awesome!
Two-wheel action around there. And then down here we're going again on a burn.
So here's what I always get wrong whenever I do any sort of driving, is the braking and accelerating. I always end up spinning. Oh,
I don't think you'll spin this, you'll be all right.
What am I doing wrong? So when do I accelerate? When I come out of the corner? Oh,
over the little bump. We then back through the little dip, so top. And then straight over the finish line, checkered flag. Yeah, ending, going straight up there. Do you like that?
It was awesome. I like to drive like a granny as well.
Yeah. You're going to need to be able to see here because we're going to have some steep bits as well. Remember to do your window up as well. We're going to get the water coming on that water slide. Quite slippery this bit as well. That's it. Yeah, you can really feel it slide there, can't you? And then straight the steering.
Oh my God,
so now you're going down into the dip. So I brake a little bit here just a bit uneven, but that's fine. You probably carry a little bit more speed into this if you want.
Yeah.
Round the berm. That's a nice line there. You want to be kind of on the outside.
Yeah.
Perfect.
God, that's fun.
It was good speed to have about there.
Was it?
Yeah. You're natural.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it was perfect. Apple.
Present.
As a third.
Slow, down, accelerate.
Very good. Woof. Right, so do you want to time me?
So you're going to go as fast as you can. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Can you feel the G-force?
That's great. Jesus Christ. Were we in the air then?
Yeah, I think we might have been a little bit. Definitely. Wait. Line. There
I love the way you just inadvertently put the aircon on as well.
Come on! Did not mean to do that.
This is nice and cool now. Go, 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 go.
Over the finish line.
Now, what do you reckon you did that in?
I have literally no idea. It's a few minutes, surely.
2 minutes, 8 seconds.
2 minutes and 8 seconds. Okay. Do you think you can beat it?
.37. No, of course I can't beat it. Are you nuts?
Do you have a go?
I'll give it a go.
Oh. Is now a good time to tell you I'm a really bad passenger as
Yeah,
well?
really bad.
So we've got some markers out there,
Yeah.
and that's going to help you with your overall time. Hit one marker, take away 2 seconds. So hit as many markers as you can see. They're the big red poles, you won't miss them.
Okay, markers, not the pheasants. Yes.
I'm going to time you.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah!
Ready?
Hang on, I need to get in granny position.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Woo! Okay, so round to the left. So remember this corner tight, so always look in the direction you want to go. That's it. Round here, round you go. Nice, straighten the steering. So remember, slow at the top, and then that's it.
Slow
You
through the enormous fire.
Down,
Great.
down, down through the fire. I don't think it got the bottom of the car. Okay, so into the chicane. So you can carry a little bit more speed. Go round to the left on the brakes. Round to the right. Hit the marker, hit the marker, hit the marker.
Absolutely. Right next to the head.
Come back.
So unfair.
Okay, we go straight over this way, straight down here, around the berm. 55 seconds is down. Dude, wow, that's really good. Okay, so straight over the middle, you've got a marker in the middle. Something right works. Okay, so we go round the berm, you've got a marker on the inside. So with the left wheel, try and get that one. Yes, perfect. Very good. Here we go. So easy over the top. That's it. And then you've got a marker on the left here.
Yeah.
That's it, so accelerate a little bit. That's it, and then off a little bit, slow around these ones. You don't want to go over the top, so bring the left wheel up.
Yeah.
That's it. And then that way. Perfect, very good.
What's all that rat-a-tat-tat stuff?
No, I think there might be fireworks that we've got underneath the car stuck. Watch the pheasant here. So hit one in the middle. And round to the left. God, I think that firework didn't came through my window then. Okay, so remember, through the middle here, through the deer,
Sorry.
That was perfect. I get ready with the stopwatch. Stop! Very good, look at that action slide over the finish line.
Oh man! To go, yeah! That was amazing. All I could see was smoke and I heard this rat-tat-tat-tat, but I was so kind of focused on going forward.
Yeah.
And not hitting pheasants.
You were in race mode.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So your original time was 2:48.94, meaning you take 16 seconds off. It was 2:22, which is only 14 seconds off the pace that I set.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Not bad for first go
Great
off-roading.
coaching.
Do you think?
Awesome.
Whoa, that looked absolutely amazing / terrifying. What was it like?
It was scary. It's scary in the same way that doing the drift car now, or I know this is going to sound a ridiculous comparison, but being up in the Spitfire is scary in that you're not in control, and it's the severe turns and like, or when you're in Spitfire, the banks that really, it's when that moment when your stomach just gets pushed back.
Oof.
But it's you're in a tank, so you don't feel like you're going to roll the car. And even if you do roll a car, you think it's going to be fine.
Yeah, true, but then you did go through like fire, and I saw you actually, you got a bit of air. I was quite
impressed. Do you know the
impressed with that.
scariest thing is the fact that the course is littered with pheasants. And I'm an animal lover. So you have that thing where you go, don't hit the birds. And then you stop, and pheasants have quite a sense of entitlement around here. So you stop in front of a pheasant, the pheasant goes, great, I'm just going to walk out in front of you now. So then you've got to wait like 10 seconds before Mr. or Mrs. Pheasant decides they go over there, and then you can carry on.
Who'd have thought that dodging pheasants would have been the hardest part of that challenge? That's so random.
Absolutely.
I love it. How was Katie as your instructor?
I mean, you know when you're with someone, when you get behind a car, at the wheel of a car, and you have a lot of fun, but you know, I'm a glorious amateur. You know when you're with someone who just was born to do this, and she was a proper pro, very good teacher as well.
Oh, that's good.
And was very patient. I was with her for about 2 hours. And there was a lot of this.
Well, for the sake of that 20-second video.
Explain that again. Just one more time. Yeah, again, but really basically, yeah. No, she was brilliant.
Well, she was, but you know, at times you could see a little bit of fear in your eyes. Yeah, I mean,
at times.
I mean, all the way through it. But you know what? We're going to learn why you might have been a little bit scared.
I see.
Because we're about to learn about the physiology of motorsport.
SpeedWeek invites you on a journey into the racing world. Cutting-edge technologies are enabling us to understand more about the hidden brilliance of the human body than ever before. These advances mean we can capture, measure and visualise many of the previously invisible workings of the body and the mind, providing us with ever-increasing levels of informative data and intelligent insight, helping us live smarter and plan better for the future. Through pioneering companies such as Randox, new technologies are revolutionising diagnostics, offering predictive and preventative health management, while data streams from wearable technologies are being analysed in ever more complex ways. They are providing real-time actionable metrics that can contribute to shaping the ultimate quantified self. The beneficial impact of emerging technologies such as these is far-reaching. For this event, we are going to look at how their application can have a positive impact on extreme sporting excellence, from monitoring stress and emotional responses to training for focus, mental strength and well-being. Welcome to the future of advanced performance analytics.
So what we do at Sensum, starting with regular people, we take them into a driving simulator like this behind me. We strap them up to all kinds of sensors, measuring heart rate, breathing rates, facial expression from the camera, voice analysis from a microphone, and then we put them through various sort of emotional states. We try to stimulate those, particularly stress. And we use all of that data together to try to understand how they're feeling while they're in a simulated driving context. And bringing that forward into a racing environment, we can use things like this. This is our Synthesis empathic AI engine running on a microcomputer that you can plug straight into your car. And then from that, we can then get this empathic feedback loop, which is basically where the vehicle is able to sense how you're feeling and then respond in an appropriate way. This is empathic technology. Now, while a vehicle such as a racing car has a huge amount of data that we can collect from it, there's not a lot we know about what's actually going on in the mind of the performer in that moment. And if we can understand that, then we can help them to get that optimal state where they get those marginal gains. It could be a fraction of a second here, so it makes a difference to the environment. We don't yet know what the optimal user experience is yet, but ultimately, with Synthesis empathic AI running inside the vehicle, we can use that human data from the occupants to provide an experience that is real-time, personalized, and reactive.
Whilst wearable technologies and their data analysis provide immediate and actionable insights, long-term elite athletic performance is determined by a healthy and injury-free career. Dr. Danielle Vance from Randox Laboratories explains the science behind their leading-edge predictive and preventative health diagnostics.
Almost 40 years of research and development
has culminated in the creation of our disruptive and revolutionary biochip array technology. A unique property of the biochip array technology is that with just one single patient sample, you can receive up to hundreds of biomarker results simultaneously, allowing for a rapid and accurate diagnosis of disease. A vast amount of data is generated at one time from that single patient sample, and that combined with our complex algorithms allows you to help prevent and predict the onset of illness even before symptoms arise. And a good example of this is our Alzheimer's disease risk test. Not only does this technology enable the rapid and accurate diagnosis of disease, but it is also used for the prevention and prediction of injury and illness. And if you think of the biochip really as a window into the status of one's health at that particular time point, you're receiving multiple biomarker results of that patient. You ready? It's important not to look at those biomarkers individually, but to analyse the relationship of those biomarkers and how that relationship changes over the duration of a person's life, or for example, over the duration of an athlete's career or different time points in their career, for example, pre and post-race. The World Health Organization estimates that 80% of all heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and up to 50% of cancers could be prevented. By routinely tracking the relationship of biomarkers in the blood, it allows you to predict future illness. This way, you can stay in control and take action when appropriate to prevent or delay the onset of the illness.
Dr. Tony Steffert is a specialist in EEG interpretation and neurofeedback and has a degree in design engineering.
Basically have a look at your brainwaves.
Today, he is going to help us monitor and decode the brainwaves of Mark Webber. Does being a highly trained racing driver lead to different physiological and psychological performance metrics?
What we're interested in today in measuring is the electrical activity of the brain, EEG, the brainwaves. You've got somewhere in the region of 86 billion neurons in your brain. One of the things we're interested in is where Mark's brain is on the arousal curve. So what we're trying to do is find this sweet spot of arousal where your performance is best and your arousal matches the task performance. What we might actually see is although Mark is really aroused, his cortex, particularly his frontal cortex, is actually less aroused than usual. I think we'll find an expert racer will really be able to control his prefrontal cortex and decide what he needs to focus on and what he needs to exclude.
Wow, the body is a truly complex machine. And in fact, we're about to see some more incredibly complex machines out on the track. It's the Supercar Run.
It's the V8 Vantage.
Yeah, nice big wing on the back of that for some very special downforce.
Is that an option? I haven't seen that before, have we? I haven't been paying attention. There's the Monza we were talking about earlier on, the Monza SP2. It's a very limited variety. It's an 8112 is what it's based on, which is in itself it's a slow car, but then it does have the benefit of a windscreen. This obviously, you're at the mercy of the elements if you suddenly decide to do 170 miles an hour, and you may get hit in the face.
And there's the F8 Tributo, mid-rear engine, 3.9 litre twin turbo V8 again, kind of the more user-friendly 488 Pista, would you say?
Well, yeah, but that's quite nutty in itself, because the 488 Pista comes from that great line of mid-engine Ferraris like the 458 Stradale, which, you know, they're the sort of hardcore ones, and they've taken some of that hardcoreness, made it more user-friendly, but it's pretty incredible, 710 horsepower. Now that is the 812 GTS. The hazard's going on there because he's braking so hard with a safety system that sort of makes you look like a bit of a tool on the track, but very good if you're on a motor, I suppose.
Most powerful series production car from Maranello. 0 to 62 in 2.9 seconds, 789 brake horsepower on board there.
Where does the horsepower war end, Erin?
Well, I'd like to say it ended with my Austin Metro back in about 1986.
The top end rather than the bottom. I mean, it is, the outputs just seem to keep going up, and I suppose with electric cars, you know, Baja from Lotus, and it's got 2,000 horsepower, so we're not going to be short of power even in the electrically powered future.
No, it's about putting it down.
Oh, Jag.
Oh, Now this, the F-Type R, I was locked down with this and locked down for many weeks and did my essential trips for essential products in a black one. And it's deceptive. People see it on the road and think, oh, well, it's an F-Type. But this is super rapid, price tag with 6 figures. Feels proper supercar-ish.
Yeah, and that colour inspired by the custard in the Jaguar Canteen, I believe. Now, this is the McLaren Elva, which is another one of these cars where a windscreen is very much not included. Another limited car. They were going to do 299, is that right, or 399, and then they decided fewer cars, more exclusive. You can see that sort of grille on the bonnet is part of this active windscreen or faux windscreen thing where it shoots the air over the occupants.
Lisa, I think you'll find 249 will be made with prices starting at 1.4 million.
But they were going to make more, I think, and then they decided that in fact people would like it. Those who'd got one of the 249 would like it if there were fewer cars because then they were more exclusive. Their investment would be safe.
I'll buy an 815 horsepower turbocharged engine. Oh, crikey, here comes something. This is the Ford Mustang Mach 1, isn't it?
This is, yes, so this is a new limited edition. You can see the colour of the custard in Ford's Canteen is slightly different to that in Jaguar's. And this is going to be coming to this country next year. This one's an early left-hand drive one from the US. A V8, of course, because it's all stuff.
And
you can have Fords.
It's a hell of, sorry, Richard, it's a hell of a lot of car for the money. I mean, they're thinking it will start around 50 grand.
Which is, yeah, because you're getting a lot there. Now, Italian custard. This is a Lamborghini Urus, which is an SUV, obviously. It's what can you say about the Urus?
Oh, well,
it's doing very well for them.
I took my kids to school in it and they loved it.
Did they?
Yeah.
What did they like about it?
The noise.
Aha.
The M5. Yesterday we had the M440i. But anyway, it's a BMW M car, as you can see from all the packaging on it, and it's rapid. BMW has just unveiled the new 5 Series. This is obviously the flagship, top of the range. They've unveiled new specifications for it in the UK in touring and saloon form.
Now, this is your post-office, whatever it was, Rolls-Royce Ghost.
My post-opulence.
Post-opulence, that's it, sorry.
Rolls-Royce, thank you.
It's a nice-looking car, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think actually the less is more approach is not a bad thing. Here comes that Polestar that we were talking about in a similar shade.
Polestar too, yeah.
Which is yet to drive. But yeah, I mean, for me, that car is all about connectivity. It's the first one to really use Google and everything that Google's got to offer in a car, in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's pure electric as well, we should have said. It's an all-electric car. It can get a shift on, as we can see here. But yes, if you suddenly want to look up who played the lead in a lower low, it's got full Google connectivity as well.
It's Brembo brakes, 292 mile range on that thing, 0 to 60 in 4.7 seconds, so it doesn't hang around.
And it was Gordon Kay playing Rennie Artois. We've got a whole gaggle of things, a couple of DBXs there, a good measure, and then the Polestar is hunting them down. I
do feel with that DBX, Matt Becker has just come up with gold once again. It unbelievably, that 2.2 ton SUV does handle a little bit like a Vantage does.
Matt Becker being ex-Lotus chassis engineer.
Yes,
that's underselling him. I can't remember what his job title is.
Chief engineer.
Chief engineer. Very clever man when it comes to tuning suspension. Lexus LC convertible. Oh, and the new Supra, not so new now, been around for a while.
I love that. The LC 500, you know, that naturally aspirated V8 is really smooth, premium, just lovely, 465 brake horsepower. The Toyota Supra slightly less, shares a lot of its stuff with the BMW Z4, of course.
It does, yeah, and has a BMW straight 6. I assume it does. There is a 4-cylinder Supra, isn't there? But I don't think this is it. This has got the 6, got a turbocharged 6 in it, and it's a very nice car to drive, I thought. Oh, now, this is another Lexus, the RCF Track Edition.
That's going to have quite a bit of carbon fibre on board, isn't it?
Of course it is. Carbon fibre, something about aerodynamics and downforce, and I'm sure it's great because it's got a very nice engine for a start.
And 4 seats.
4 seats, you see. Watch and learn Ferrari Monza SP2. You could get kids in the back of that, and indeed in this, which is the Bentley Bentayga.
Yeah, that's quite a monster, that Bentayga. That's Bentayga Speed, isn't it? Now, is that the one? No, that's not my champagne bottle Bentley, is it? Oh, we've got to wait a bit for that.
You told me yesterday you could get a magnum of champagne in the optional chiller in that.
Well, I was making it up.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm sure it has some kind of fridge on board, and you could put something in it, maybe a yoghurt or some Sunny Delight. I don't know, but
the flying spur, if we see that shortly, which is also on track here, the V8, that's got a rear fridge that can hold 2 full-size champagne bottles.
Blessed relief, because they often roll around the footwells otherwise, don't they?
Jaguar here with its revised XF.
Yeah, really nice interior on that now, and that's got that tricksy grille. The grille inserts are based on the vintage Jaguar logo, which they've started using all over the place. It's on the pedals of some of their cars as well. It's quite a neat detail that you don't sort of notice is there until someone boring like me points it out, but it is a very nice detail on the grille of that car. People aren't that interested in saloons anymore, which is a shame, because I think that's quite nice looking.
It is a shame. I love a saloon. Plenty of space, practicality tick, handling tick.
Jaguar F-Pace. This is the plug-in hybrid one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you and I are both fans of the plug-in hybrid as a concept, aren't we? Because, as you said yesterday, as long as owners do charge their beasts up overnight, you've probably got something like 30 miles electric range, which is good for most people's daily needs.
Yeah, you live in a city or a town, you're probably not doing more than that, and it's all low speed. Don't add to localised pollution, just tootle about on electric power, but then suddenly you need to go to Inverness for some reason and you live in Exeter. Well, you've got a petrol engine to get you there with a bit of electric power. It's a little boost.
Here comes the first of the 2 mad as a box of frogs bright green Lamborghinis this weekend on track. This is the Huracan Evo rear-wheel drive. I've been singing the praises of this car, astonishing. I had it in pale blue with a red roof and a tan interior in convertible form. But design aside, rear-wheel drive and Lamborghini, yes please, a little bit lighter, a little bit more agile on its feet.
And this is the Land Rover Defender 90, the 2-door, 3-door, take your pick. It's got a side hinge tailgate like an original Defender. And it's being chased down by its sister car, the 110, which is the 5-door, 4-door, again, don't write in. It's very, very good off-road if people are going to use it for that, but it's also really nice to drive on-road. And I think now they've put some new 6-cylinder engines in it. It only came out last week, and already they've replaced the engines with something which actually sounds, I've not tried it, like it might be really nice, because they're straight 6s, and straight 6s are always lovely, smooth kind of engines.
Also, look at that, the packaging on these 2 things. Jerry McGovern is indeed a genius, the chief designer at Land Rover. Look at that panel on the 110. That's because on the inside of that, you've got space to, it's a bit of a magazine rack type affair going on. You can slot your laptop in, there's even a charging point, your copy of Hello, whatever you take, Richard.
The only thing that annoys me more than champagne bottles rolling around in the car unsecured is my magazine collection being loose during G-forces. And old Jerry McGovern has thought of that. Last time I saw him doing something, he seemed to be wearing purple trousers, so it's amazing that he can yet oversee the design of something as good looking as these 2 Defenders.
They are quite something. They've really split opinion, as it always does when you take what is an icon, not much overused word, but I think we can fairly apply it to the Defender, and bring out a new one. The purists among us might say, oh, it's not what it was. I think it's a great reimagining.
I know. Why do people get so obsessed with the past? You don't get nostalgic for having scurvy, do you? And I have an old Defender. I own one of the last Defender 90s. And I mean, I love it to death, but I don't want the new one to be like it, because in so many ways it's awful. Doesn't mean I don't love it to death. I absolutely adore it. I'd never get rid of it. But these need to be modern cars for the modern world, and they are. And they've got lots of the kind of tech that people want now. Good.
Oh, well, that seems to be it. They've all disappeared.
That's it then. I can see, speaking as we were about old Land Rovers, there's a small collection of them just parked there ready to go to the track. I don't know what that is.
Some nice blue ones. But anyway, that's it for the Michelin Supercar Run and First Glance batch. Thank you very much, Richard, for your company.
Thank you, Erin, for your champagne-based facts.
I don't know.
Open on a kitchen table, Cobble Hill. There's a kid. His mother says you always have to be 10 times better. So he keeps writing and does not stop. He writes about the heat, about the game, about the block and home. And it keeps writing and writing and writing until it all cuts to black. Title appears. This is a story of the storyteller from Brooklyn.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
Down in the paddock here, I have found Nick Swift, better known as Swifty, and his Mini. Great to see you, Nick. How has today been so far?
That was a really fantastic race just now, you know, being that sort of underdog, and we were really pushing as hard as we possibly could to just try and hang on the back of the quicker Cortinas and stuff.
Oh, we were really enjoying that on board. You look so focused, so concentrated against those massive. How much of a disadvantage are you at?
Oh, in straight line speed, massive disadvantage. You know, we're giving away against the V8 cars, the big American muscle. We're probably giving away, God, I don't know, 300 horsepower or something. You know, but they're a big old battleship. But where we can make up is in the corners. That's our territory. So, and if we can just hustle it along through the corners, then we can keep up with them for as long as we can.
And it's incredibly entertaining to watch. Could you give us a little tour of the Mini here?
Yeah, so this is my beloved Willow 2. So I don't know if you look there is originally Willow 1, that was my original car, and then we replaced her with Willow 2. So based on a 1965 Cooper S, built to the homologated regs. Under there we have the Swift Tune engine. You see we have to use the standard 12.5-inch carburetors. It's 1293cc. We have to use standard original cooling, radiator, etc. They produce about 134 horsepower. They rev to 8,000 to 8,500 revs. Just a little buzz box, really. You just keep it buzzing away. So that's the powerhouse. We'll come round, we have to run standard brakes. You see we're not allowed any wheel arches or anything like that. So these are the control tyres, the Dunlop CR65. Everybody's on the same tyres, just come in different size. We come on the inside. You'll see You know, we tried to keep some of the original dash. You see the switches, the key, that all still works. That's how you can't reach it, obviously, so I have to control it on the steering wheel. You see the little squirrely thing. The roll cage is an integral part of that, you know, keeping that strength and the structure of the car as stiff as possible. And we come round, we're allowed to run plastic windows in the sides. We have to run a glass window in the front. Fuel tanks we can replace to a one single fuel tank in the back. So you can see we try to keep as sparse as possible on the inside, so we do get as much as we can in the boot.
Now you're headed out on the Jerry Marshall sprint.
Yes.
15 minutes. Does that play into your hands a bit? It's quick.
No. It's a similar thing, you know, we have the same trouble with the Mini and the quicker cars out there. Yesterday, unfortunately, we had a bit of a traumatic day. Was it yesterday? I've lost track now. Friday, we had a tooth come off of a gearbox and it punched a hole in the bottom of the gearbox and all the oil came out and that was the end of the problem. So we've replaced that over yesterday. We've got another gearbox in it. To be honest, fingers crossed, I'm not sure if it's going to last. You know, it's a bit of a hodgepodge if we put three gearboxes all into one.
Wow.
So it's got 15 minutes, let's hope. But I have to start at the back, so we've got to try and push through as much as we can.
That's fun though.
Oh, that's the fun bit. I love all that, you know. So looking forward to that. And now straight after this race, you can probably tell I'm a little bit pumped, you know. So I'm really ready for it.
Just final question, Nick. Goodwood SpeedWeek. What does it mean that it all came together and being here racing?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I know how much of an effort the Goodwood team put together to get this to actually happen. Honoured, really honoured to be part of it. And it's great just to be back and just be racing here again. You know, we come here testing quite a lot, but there's nothing like a proper race meeting. And this is lovely, you know, and truth be known, maybe it's quite nice without the crowds. But fantastic. We do miss them, you know, because the people, especially now after that race, all the spectators and fans will be literally all over the cars. So we miss that a little bit, really.
Thanks so much, Nick. Best of luck in the sprint. Fingers crossed.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Drift Corner is about to kick off, and right on cue we have the Ford Mustang Mach-E 1400 going crazy. Becky, for those that don't know, what exactly is Drift Corner?
Well, Drift Corner is an all-new segment for Goodwood SpeedWeek. As you can see behind us, it's all about fun. Now, normally we'd have so many spectators here, they'd be walking all over the pristine lawns, but now we've got Drift Corner because we can now use that space to have some fun on the motor circuit. Now, all I want you to remember is the 3 S's: speed, style, and sensors. So obviously this is how our competitors are going to be marked. We have speed, you're going to have to get from start to finish as quick as you can. We have style, you're going to be marked on your style. If you're more flamboyant, you're more precise, then you're going to get time taken off. But if you don't get your sensors, you're going to get time added on. So you might not be the fastest competitor, but you'll definitely be able to win. Now, we have the Mach-E 1400 behind us. Now this is the brainchild of Vaughan Gittin Jr. sat in the driving seat here. It's Ford Performance RTR. And it's just something to show how much electric can really be capable. This is incredible. It's 1,400 horsepower, 1,500 foot-pounds of torque. And oh my goodness, as you can see here, you might not have heard it so much, but it's got so much more power. We just get some of that smoke out the way there.
So the car's actually based on the normal Ford Mustang Mach-E SUV, but with some heavy upgrades to it. 7 electric motors, 3 at the front, 4 at the back.
Correct.
And they can actually move the power around from front to back. So it can be all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, or front-wheel drive, or any combination of that, basically.
Absolutely. I mean, Vaughan can use it as using it for all-wheel drive on the rally, and also 2-wheel drive on the Gymkhana as well. So he's using it all over the weekend and just really showing the capabilities of the car. I mean, Rory, this thing is an absolute monster. It weighs over 5,000 pounds, and it's just so good. Like, you can't believe how quick it is.
Can we take a look at the back as well? So
yes, of course.
It'll do amazing things in a straight line and sideways as well, but the downforce levels on this car are incredible. This wing, plus all the other aerodynamic aids on this car, can generate around 1,000 pounds of downforce at up to 160 miles an hour. So it's not just built for showing off, it's actually great for things like drifting, drag racing, and also circuit racing, if that's what you want. It's it's all things to all people.
Now, when I first saw this car, they did a segment which was called Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Electric. And he went up against, you know, his 1,200 horsepower teammate with a Ford Mustang, and then also a couple of other really prominent Ford performance drivers. And this thing just blew them out the water, which means, you know what, the capabilities are endless with the electric motors.
Can we have a look inside? I really want to have a look inside this thing because I haven't had a proper look yet. How's it going? How fun is this car?
It's unbelievable. It is, every time I drive it, it literally blows my mind. It's just insane.
Incredible. And the amazing thing is that even though we can't experience as punters the Mackie 1400, you can in the forthcoming road car, all right? Becky, should we head over to Drift Car now?
Yes, because we have a lineup of cars about to get noisy. We have all of our drift car drivers and then a few of our electric rally car drivers. It's going to be fantastic. I'm going to pass you over to our commentators. Guys, take it away.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we are ready to kick off a Drift Corner Heat 3 here at Goodwood SpeedWeek 2020. You can see the crowds now starting to form along the top of the pit wall, and these guys are ready to see some action. Vaughan Gittin Jr. positions his car back on the beginning of the grid. I do believe he will be the first car to lead us out. Currently last in the points at the moment, or in the times. And Vaughan Gittin Jr. saying, just here for some extra time, having some fun, as well as Rhys Yates and Manfred Stroll in that ERX and that R5 Fiesta. And there we go, you can just see electric cars maybe aren't our future. Well, maybe they are. Axel Hildbrand there in a Nissan 200SX S14. Driving that Sunoco Race Fuels Nissan. Looks like Vaughan Gittin Jr. He's getting the all clear from our start line marshal. As soon as he gets the drop from the Union Jack, he will be off the line and ready to go. So in gear it goes, and full rear-wheel drive engaged through the time sensors goes Vaughan Gittin Jr. Now this looks a little bit more controlled than what it did yesterday. They've been working on that car overnight, trying to get it dialed for drifting. As we all know, Vaughan Gittin Jr. not a stranger to a rear-wheel drive Mustang, piloting one in the Formula Drift Championship in America. This is very tidy from Gittin Jr. at the moment. It comes down, looks for the narrow gate, and that big Mustang, an absolute armful. Now you can see at the bottom of your screen, proximity sector lights. As soon as they get fulfilled, they will be illuminated. And there they go. Green means that he has fulfilled the 1 meter zone, and that will be 1 second each light off of his time. Vaughan Gittin Jr. makes his way around the barrels, nice flick through, and this is a very tidy job from Vaughan Gittin Jr. in the Mustang. There's him just pulling on the handbrake there, locks up the rear wheels, slows himself down. An incredible amount of power, 1,400 horsepower from electric motors into quick change differentials bolted front and rear of that car. And the front drive shaft's not engaged for this part of the weekend, as Vaughan Gittin Jr. just misses one and misses the hay bales as he flicks that car towards the fence and across the line. And Vaughan Gittin Jr. with a 108, just dropping one proximity sensor, the tidiest run he's done so far on the weekend. Well, from me, that is a very nice run. So I'm going to score him a minus 15 seconds off his overall combined time. There we go. Let's see where he ends up after his final run of Drift Corner here, 54.797. He jumps onto the back of the grid, and we start making our way down into the first of our real competitive drift cars. It is Kevin Quinn, Nissan 200SX S15, 3-litre straight 6 turbo engine underneath the bonnet of this S15, prepared by himself and his own company, Quinn's Ensport in Northern Ireland. And Kevin Quinn, bringing the show yesterday, said he wasn't too worried about a time. He just really, really wanted to put on a show for everybody at home watching. You can hear him getting himself worked up, ready to go. Union Jack is shown and dropped. And here comes Kevin Quinn. He's going to go for a show time here as Kevin Quinn gets some heat in those rear tyres. That means he's going to put on a real smoke show now as Kevin Quinn flicks that car across the circuit. Tidy job on the rev limiter goes Kevin Quinn. Nicely done into the chicane. You can see him using that handbrake to slow the car down. Big clutch kick, gets the power going, gets the rear wheel spinning once again as Quinn makes his way back down the chicane, looks for the exit. Tidily done from Kevin Quinn. Keeps the throttle pinned to the floor as he disposes of the rear bumper. Kevin Quinn not messing around this time. little stall up there as he gets himself into the wall ride. Kevin Quinn just missing out on a few of those proximity sensors. Oh, he's going to tap him. Gets too close onto the inside there. As Kevin Quinn takes a few of them down. Does he pick them all up, though, on the board? He certainly does. Manages to pick them all up, even though he destroyed half of the circuit. Through he goes into that barrel in the gateway to the motor circuit. Nicely done from Kevin Quinn. And that man, using every inch of power and the rev limiter at his disposal, gets very close to that front drum. And the oil drums here taking a beating over the weekend on our drift corner track. Kevin Quinn picks up all 20 barrels, all 20 proximity sensors, looks for the exit. Nicely done from Kevin Quinn as he finishes up a very tidy run. And Kevin Quinn puts on a show as he finishes up that run and goes back to the pit lane. So here we go, 112 on the board, missed sensors, none. But the first one of the weekend, 20 style points from myself. I've really enjoyed that one from Kevin Quinn. He drops himself in with a 52.751. Kevin Quinn on the back of the grid, very tidy job there. Up next, we have this young man, Steve Bagsy Biagioni, in this incredible Nissan Skyline, it's a Nissan R35 GTR, powered by a Chevrolet 7.4 litre V8 with a huge truck turbo strapped to the front, making 1,000 horsepower to the rear wheels. And Bagsy, a regular here at Foz and Goodwood Motor Circuit. Been heavily involved in the planning of the track and some pre-filming here for the show. Bagsy spins up 20-inch wheels on the back of this GTR and smokes out the pit lane. And here comes the showman right to the edge of the track as Bagsy fires down into the chicane on the handbrake for a very long time, gets that front bumper almost into the wall there of the chicane. Nicely done from Bagsy. His flames are up from the front bumper once again. You can see him on the foot brake there. That's controlling the front wheel, slowing the car down, allowing him to do a rolling burnout as he comes through the little by road and that tight gate. Now, gets it too close, gets the front bumper caught under the front wheels. Now, will he continue? He does. The front headlight drops down into the wing as Bagsy, the showman, keeps the foot planted. He's going to try and still put a complete run in. Got himself way too close to that hay bale. Destroys that Liberty Walk front bumper on that GTR. And he's going to keep going, though, on the foot brake nearly the whole way is Bagsy. Blows up the hay bales. Trying to set them fire with that exhaust in the front bumper. Headlight drops down even more. This could be a problem with Bagsy. The front wheel's very close to that headlight. Inside the wing now, makes his way through the second by road into the proximity sector 2. He's still going to go for it. Is Bagsy, parts of the car absolutely flying everywhere as the front wheel is almost locked dead solid by the headlight. Makes his way for the exit. Still on the foot brake, still picks up 20 sensors. And you know what? For the show, Bagsy destroys his car and drags the headlight wedged underneath the lower arm across the line. So there we go. 122 overall, 2 missed sensors. But again, 20 style points removed because, well, why not? That young man just absolutely destroyed that car, all in the name of entertainment. Bagsy jumps himself into third place. Let's take a look back at Bagsy's run. Where did it all go wrong? You can see here, look how close that splitter is to the floor. And watch how he positions the front bumper to the hay bale. You can see how bumpy it is there. This is where it all went wrong, though. Caught the front bumper, and a GoPro, I do believe, goes flying off the car. Rest of it gets spat underneath and out the back end. There's a pit crew down there, and Kevin Quinn just trying to jump in and remove the headlight from what is left of the front end of Bagsy's car. Moving on, Manfred Stroll now in the all-electric ERX. Manfred Stroll had a terrible first session. Said, you know what, I'm just going to come out and have some fun and throw this car around. Manfred Stroll gets into it, a little bit of understeer there as he makes his way down the bottom end of the chicane. Back into it again, though, there's Manfred Stroll. And Manfred Stroll piloting this all-electric ERX in, of course, the World Rallycross Championship. Manfred Stroll makes his way into the wall ride. struggling with drifting along these. It's the only problem with these four-wheel drive cars. Unless you overinflate the front tyres, the front axle wants to grip up and pull the car straight. Obviously, that is going to hurt his score in the proximity sensor section. This bit's not too hard, though. Four-wheel drive, you can see him lighten up all four tyres. Makes his way around that barrel into the second sector now. Does Manfred Stroll. Nice flick, almost does a Bagsy and catches the front bumper on the hay bale there as Manfred Stroll works himself into the groove. Very tidily done from Stroll as he looks for the finish line. Manfred Stroll throwing in some donuts for the crowd, and the show almost smokes himself out there. 100% electric. 55.3, very quick run. 9 sensors missed though, and only 10 style points. Brings him into a 54.3. Manfred Stroll jumps into second place at the moment. So we jump back to the beginning of the grid, and there's now Paul Smith in the Jap Speed Maxxis tyre Toyota GT86, powered by a 3-litre straight-six turbo Toyota JZ engine. On the handbrake for a long time. As you can see, Smith slowing that car down at the bottom end of the chicane, gets himself back into it once again. Paul Smith saying that the bump down here through the gate really upsets the balance of his car. You can see the car dip there. This is the big bit, and he straightens this time for it, doesn't drift for it, gets himself straight, sets himself up, gets too deep into the wall, destroys the proximity sensors on the outside of the wall ride, gets himself back into the drums though, now looks for the exit, just loses one there on the handbrake, perfectly timed donut around the barrel, and Smith now fires that GT86 through the by road down and goes the opposite way. Tactics, him and Martin Richards talking tactics earlier on today and last night, saying that going the opposite way around the barrel, set yourself up for a nicer exit out of that second sector. And just 1 sensor drop there, and you can see you're not on the hay bale, you're actually on the opposite side of the track. Very nicely done from Paul Smokey Smith. So 104 overall, 2 sensors missed, takes him to a 106. Style points though, on a minus 15 from me, takes him to a 51.227. So Paul Smith currently leading the points. We move it back to the start line to this young man, Rhys Yates. He said to me, I've had so much fun doing this drift car, and of course in this car. He is unsure why more of the rally guys didn't stay to enjoy this weekend. As we can see, a little highlight from Paul Smith's run. Takes out the barriers, makes a mess of the wall ride. You can see him there on the foot brake, just trying to slow that car down. He realised he was going too deep on the handbrake. You can see his hand inside the car, just pulling on that handbrake, trying to slow the car down and drag the car away from the wall. Unfortunately, by that point, it was too late for Paul Smith. So we want to have a break in the action for a few seconds while we get our guys down there to repair that wall. So it looks like the team have got this into a full swing now after 2 days of these reckless drivers destroying our wall ride and our proximity sensors. They've got it down to an absolute fine art of repairing it. I'm sure it won't be the last time that we'll have that issue either in the rebel motorsport, that we like to call it, of Driftcarna. You can see George Barkley there on the line in that Walton Freight Services Nissan 206 S13. Another vehicle powered by a Chevrolet V8, 6.2 litre LS3 underneath the bonnet, naturally aspirated, 550 horsepower. And George Barkley driving in Drift Cup, the feeder series for the National Championship here in the UK. So George Barkley gets the Union Jack. And Barkley said to me, well, this one's for the show. This is the last time I'm going to get to do this at Goodwood this year. And maybe ever, as Barkley throws big anger at it. Is he going to throw it a 360? Manges flicks the car left to right all the way up the straight there on the handbrake, nice and early, goes very wide once again onto the dirt. You can see him working the car inside as Barkley throws up a smoke screen, almost catches the front end there, very close. Barkley pops that car on 3 wheels. There's a wheel on the grass now. He chooses the Bagsy option, almost does the same thing that Steve did there. Gets himself very deep, goes the opposite way round, not as close to the wall. You can see proximity sensors not picked up and they're not lit up. That means Barkley didn't get within 1 metre of those sensors. Nevertheless, he gets very tightly and close into those oil drums. Perfect exit for Jules Barkley as he flicks the car left to right through into the front barrel. And well timed for George Barkley here. And a very nice run. Oh, he's opted for 2. No limit on how many times these guys can go round the drums or round the barrels. This is part of the show, and no real route of direction. Oh, wow, what an incredible transition into that second sector from George Barkley on full lot through the entrance. And I'm going to tell you now, if this is for the show, George Barkley gets it wrong and parks himself onto the drums. Flicks the car from left to right, now looks for the exit. He says, I'm done, the tyres are cooked, and across the line goes Barkley. All 20 sensors illuminated. And you know what? 20 style points from myself as well. As Barkley makes his way back to the pit lane. Very nicely done there from George Barkley. A 1:19 on the clock. No missed sensors. And 20 seconds off his time takes him down to a 59.185. Drops him into 5th place at the moment. We go back to the line. Rhys Yates. Well, he said he's having lots of fun. He's had the team on the car. They've overinflated the tyres to try and lose as much grip as they can in that front axle. Let's see if it works. Rhys Yates said, this is so much fun, such a good weekend, you know, a way to end your weekend after the rally stage on the first and second nights. And Rhys Yates sits on there. We're just going to get the crew to move those oil drums back out after George Barkley just pushed them out of shape ever so slightly. And then Rhys Yates will be making his way off the start line. I can already tell you now that Rhys Yates will be putting on a show. The guys down there having a chat between themselves, having fun, talking about pushing to the limit. And one man who definitely pushed to the limit and beyond was George Barkley. Rhys Yates, though, gets the drop of the flag. Anti-lag starts and launch control off from Rhys Yates as he flicks that car through the circuit. He goes for a 360. Rhys Yates absolutely flying and on form as this young man gets himself into the chicane. Oh, and he grips up. Makes a small mistake there. Just Rhys Yates, once again, he's on the handbrake, bounces the car left to right through the top end of the chicane. Now down, looking for the gate. Is Rhys Yates incredibly close to the wall? Was Rhys Yates. Now, did the losing of the grip work? It certainly did. Oh, he just drops a couple of sensors there. As Rhys Yates now makes his way into those barrels, you can see not all of those proximity sensors illuminated, just 8 of them. As he makes his way into the donut. And Rhys Yates looks for the final proximity sector, number 2. Very fast through that road. On throttle once again, all 4 wheels. Throw up a smoke screen and the lights flicker as Rhys Yates, oh, hits the tyre, hits the bail and across the line. Unfazed is that young man, though, as Rhys Yates throws in some donuts and finishes up a run. Incredible stuff. What a show. So there we go, a 54.8 up to a 59 from 5 missed proximity sensors, but back down to a 54.856 with 15 style points taken away from his overall time. Incredible job there from Rhys Yates, putting that car on the line. Look at this from Yates. Very nicely done in proximity sector number 2. Stalls the car ever so slightly, grips up, gets into that hay bale, but unfazed is Yates as he finishes up his run. Axel Hildebrand now sits on the line. Driven Racing Oil, Valino tyres, Sunoco Racing Fuels plastered on the car. And another driver from Drift Cup, the feeder series to the National Series here in the UK, gets the drop with the checkered flag, and another guy who is going to go for the show element, warms up the tyres on the back of the car. Nissan Skyline, 2.5 litre straight 6 turbo underneath the bonnet. This 200SX S14. Very nicely done there from Axel. Almost gets himself a little bit caught up there on the bottom end of the chicane. Back into it, foot hammered to the floor, rear wheels screaming. Oh, as Axel gets very close to the gate post. Oh, goes for a flick. I think he got a little bit lost there on what direction he was going to take. Gets himself back into it now as Axel missed out on a few of those rear proximity sensors. Jumps into the front ones. And again, missed just one of those as he finishes through that section into the donut. He goes. And Axel going for a good time yesterday. Said that he had a little cut-off problem with the car when he got into the second proximity sector. And that was the reason the car shut down. No issues this time for Axel as he gets the front bumper plastered all over those oil drums. Looks for the exit, no mistakes this time, and across the line he goes. So 16 sensors illuminated. What does that do to his overall time? So there we go, a 102 overall. 4 missed sensors take him to a 106, but 15 style points back down to a 51.4. Third place at the moment, Axel Hildbrand. That means we have just 2 more drivers to go. Up first, second place at the moment, Martin Richards in the Nissan Skyline R32. Oh, he's going for a time, this one. Richards in stiff competition at the moment with James Dean. We've got 2 onboard cameras, you can see 1 on board inside the car. You can see Richards working away, and 1 on that front wheel can see how much steering angle he throws at it. Big flick for Richards. He's going to go for a fast one. He sets himself up nicely for that wall ride. You can see him correcting the steering, back on lock, counter steering at that car as he gets himself in and out. Now tightens up onto the barrels as Richards completely fulfills all of those proximity sensors. Very nicely done. Richards now into the front drum. He's going for a fast one. Almost gets it too wrong there. Richards has to stall up ever so slightly, working his way now down the by road into proximity sector 2. We want to fulfill all of these. Again, another driver taking that different route round the barrels. And there we go, the lights ping up, 1 more to go, and he's done it across the line. This is going to be fast from Richards. And he does it with style as well. I like that run from Martin Richards. Wow, that's a serious contender for James Dean. Can Richards knock the Irishman off the top spot? Gets the thumbs up from everybody all round, even the drivers enjoying that. 54.8, no missed sensors, 20 style points gone. He takes him to a 34.878, an incredible time for Martin Richards, puts him in first place at the moment. But off the line it is the Irish superstar, undefeated drift champion multiple times, James the Machine Dean. Almost catches that front bumper so close to the chicane there as he looks now to make his way back up. He's going for a fast time as well. He's watched Richards, he knows what he's done. Can he make it look stylish and fast? That's what we're looking for right now. Complete commitment from James Dean, left to right. Makes his way now into the wall ride. Very nicely done from Dean. He rearranges the wall though. Misses, no sensors on that part. Can he pick them all up there? Oh, yes, he just illuminated it at the last second as he gets himself into the front barrel. He's absolutely flying right now. As Dean tags the barrel, comes down into proximity sector 2. Rest of the drivers look on in eager. Oh, wow, Dean almost takes the rear wheel off the car on the hay bale as he puts the front bumper of that E92 BMW glued to the barrels. Through the timing mark he goes, and incredible stuff. A 57.464. Is it enough to take Richards off the top spot? Well, I know what I've awarded. What does the overall score say? Can Martin Richards pick James Dean to the top spot, or will James Dean take all 3 rounds? Well, it's a 57.4. No missed sensors, 20 style points off, a 37.464. Doesn't take Martin Richards off the top spot. He stays where he is in second place. Richards wins Heat 3 of the Drift Corner event here at Goodwood SpeedWeek 2020. And Richard gets out and applauds James Dean. Incredible driving from both those guys. What a day, what some action. As guys there standing discussing their scores, asking what they got between them. Axel jumps out of the car, looking to see if he was a contender in the show. So here we go. Let's take a look at our session results for the third and final heat of Drift Corner here at Goodwood SpeedWeek. Well, here we are. Round 3 results. Martin Richards takes the top spot in first place, followed by James Dean. Third place goes to Rhys Yates in the Ford Fiesta R5. Paul Smith finishes 4th. Axel Hildbrand in 5th. Kevin Quinn in 6th. Manfred Stroll in 7th. Vaughan Gittin Jr. in 8th. George Barkley in 9th place. Steve Bagsy Biagioni in 10th place.
Well, that was intense. I think I've gone ever so slightly deaf from the noise and a bit blind from the smoke, so we're going to let the dust settle for a moment and throw to a commercial break. But while we do, have a go at this cheeky little brain teaser.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and could be the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. Then dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
Style, elegance, passion, actually. Something that makes my head turn, that makes me dream. That sounds all very airy-fairy and esoteric, but I love cars with character. Any kind of character, actually. I quite like ugly cars, as long as they have that integrity of design. I mean, if you're really going to go for it, go for it. Don't hold back. That came undoubtedly from my father, who was very passionate about cars and engineering. He studied motor engineering, actually, as well as being a photographer. He loved cars. He was an exceptionally good driver. We used to drive to Tehran in Iran, and, you know, I never once can remember my father looking at a map. He had the most incredible sense of direction. And from the earliest age, I was sat in front of the TV watching motor racing. I mean, my Saturdays were watching saloon car racing, watched any kind of Formula One I could with my father. We shared a passion for it. So, you know, I transferred it to my children, whether they liked it or not. It was thrust upon them. I think the one that got away would be the Lancia Aurelia, the B24 Spider. I think Charles knows about that. It's just a car I've been looking at again recently and just think is so beautiful. It's so understated, it's so elegant. It just looks like it has this little raciness underneath. A really gorgeous car. I mean, there are obvious ones like the Fagoni flashy-bodied Talbot Lago. Yeah, you know, the dream list just goes on and on and on, really. I remember one really incredibly butt-clenching kind of moment, driving someone else's gull-wing Mercedes, which, you know, is always something special when you're driving someone else's pride and joy, in a Swiss rally. And my co-pilot for this particular stage was this wonderful journalist who just wanted to interview me, but really his job was meant to be map reading. And I did keep saying to him, are you reading the map? Are you reading the map? I don't know where I'm going. We ended up really lost, properly lost. Car had already broken down once, then we're lost again, and then a huge thunderstorm, rain. I mean, it was a torrent was coming down. I'm in someone else's pride and joy, a gull-wing Mercedes, knowing I have to bring this car home, basically. And we're driving through what seems like rivers, honestly, to get there. And I was beside myself, apart from the fact I couldn't actually see anything at all. Just rivers running over the car. Finally, somehow we managed to get it back. And the owner was so gracious. He made me feel so good. And I really thought about that. And next time I would definitely check the weather reports before driving anyone else's car. Yep, I think that's the moral to that story.
There's always so much going off at Goodwood, and SpeedWeek is no different. But sometimes it's weird, sometimes it's wonderful. I never know what I'm doing. They just give me instructions. They said to me, Sian, come to the supercar paddock, stand beside a black car, and then go inside it, and something incredible will happen. I think the only thing I can do is get in it, and we'll see. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Sian, who are you?
Hi, I'm Andreas. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. So what am I doing here, Andreas?
Well, we'd like to give you the ultimate audio experience for an in-car entertainment system.
Wow.
And for that, we changed the system that was installed, put some logic to it, some technology, some magic, some sound tuning. Let's have a listen.
Okay.
It's the sight of the road stretching far ahead of you into the distance. It's the feeling of the pedal under your foot and the grip of the wheel in your hands. And it's the sound of your journey on the road. Combining unique patented Ambio immersive audio technology with Continental's speakerless actuated sound system.
That was incredible.
Great, you loved it.
Andreas, my first question is, how do I get that in my car?
It's actually not that difficult. So we use our audio expertise in sound tuning here. And at the same time, we use all the software that we have developed over a lot of time to then place virtual sound objects at any possible space.
It was incredible that depending on where you sat in the car, you did have a different experience.
Yes, because in the future, when we will have self-driving cars and all electric, there's no natural sound around. So we want to curate the sound. Maybe if somebody wants to have a phone call, the other one wants to listen to music, or maybe kids in the rear, they want to listen to and watch a video, and they don't want to disturb each other. So with these different zones, we can curate the sound in whichever way.
So what are the possibilities for this technology? Where can it go?
So with more and more content being streamed distantly, be it movies or be it as live events, people can experience that at home through their headphones as if they were there.
Andreas, you've got us all feeling very, very excited, so thank you so much. And once again, just another mind-blowing thing that happens at Goodwood SpeedWeek. And actually, while I'm saying that, I may have one more little surprise for you, but it will require some headphones. Go and pop them on and check this out. Okay, have you got your headphones in? I am so excited to do this. I really hope you have got them on, because this will be one of the most surreal experiences you have all weekend, and you'll be telling everybody about it when you go back to work. Right. So, behind me is what they like to call in the industry a binaural head, but that feels just a little bit unfamiliar, so I think we'll call him Dermot. So this is Dermot, and Dermot is going to represent you. So whatever I do to Dermot right now, you should be able to hear it as well. So as I walk round Dermot, you might be able to hear me round this side, then I'm at the back. Hello! Can you hear me from behind here? You should be able to. Then I'm going to come round, and I might just get a little bit too close and have a little whisper in his ear. Can you hear this? I know it's a little bit creepy, isn't it? It's kind of cool though. And then also, I'm just going to come around here and I'm going to go down. I'm going to crouch behind Dermot and just check. Hello! It's behind you! It's very handy if he's going to do panto on you, who knows? And then I'm going to come around here and just tell him he's doing a great job here at Goodwood. Dermot, you just keep going. I believe in you. So there we go. How cool was that? It's so surreal, and this is just one of the many weird and wonderful things that you will experience at Goodwood SpeedWeek. So all I'm going to say is keep watching, because there's plenty more.
Jaguars, they're absolutely everywhere here at SpeedWeek, as they always are at Goodwood. And there are 3 very special Jags out on track right now with 3 equally special guests.
Since the dawn of motoring, racing has been a testbed for road car technology, making the cars we drive not just quicker, but safer and more efficient. Jaguar themselves have pioneered the use of disc brakes, helping them win Le Mans. But as a company, it is also famed for doing the opposite, taking road car technology and using it to achieve success on the racetrack. It started with the XK120. Its straight-six engine made it the fastest car in the world in 1948 and a popular racer. And when the XK was transformed into a full competition machine, the C-Type, it won Le Mans on its first go, and then again 2 years later. It was replaced by the D-Type, still using the same straight-six. It won Le Mans 3 times. 30 years later, the Tom Walkinshaw Racing Jaguar team used the V12 from the XJS, enlarged to a whopping 7 litres to win both Le Mans and Daytona 24-hour races, twice. Today that transfer continues. With the rise of electrified racing, Jaguar shared battery management technology between Formula E and the I-Pace, which had its own race series using the same power plant as the road car. Electric power today that is twice as powerful as those 6-cylinder race winners from the 50s. But what does that really look like on the famous Goodwood circuit?
Here we are, Goodwood SpeedWeek. We've got a cool activity coming up. So we've got David Gandy's XK120. Karun Chandhok's going to be in our Jaguar I-Pace, and I'm going to be driving the I-Type 2. So we're going to have like a speed comparison, chase actually. So David's going to go first, then Karun, and then I'm going to try and chase him down in the I-Type.
I met Mitch quite a few years ago now, when he was newly into Formula E. He's tutored me up in the ice facility with Jaguar for the racing and the testing. It's been nice to have been taught by an incredible professional, and I finally get to race him.
We're in business then. Our Jaguar head-to-head challenge gets underway. The XK120 away first, David Gandy at the wheel of it. Karun Chandhok in the I-Pace, away he goes. And of course Mitch Evans, blimey, he's going to have to really work hard, because David Gandy's almost at the end of his lap, isn't he? Because Mitch Evans has been released yet. I don't think he has. He has now. Away he goes.
That was an absolute blast. My first time at Goodwood, actually. My first time driving the circuit.
Where is Mitch Evans in all of this? Bearing in mind he's never raced at Goodwood. He's learning about the circuit. He is absolutely flying.
Such a historical, old-school circuit. So to bring a car like the I-Type around here was quite special. It's quite unique.
Karun is coming though. There's the I-Pace in the background. Actually, Karun has really hustled this along very impressively, given the head start that the XK120 and David Gandy.
To learn it in one lap was quite tricky as well. At one stage, I was a bit worried I was not going to catch him.
Evans is getting closer. Now, David Gandy coming into the chicane. Then it's going to be the drag race up towards the line. I think Karun Chandhok's going to get past, but Mitch Evans has caught them. Up to the outside of the XK120 comes Karun Chandhok. Mitch Evans lines up as well. They've all managed to get together, but a virtual photo finish.
I don't think I did too badly. I didn't think he was going to catch in the end, but he slowly did, and then whizzed past me in like a like the silent nightmare he is.
So earlier, Mark and myself, we somehow got accosted and somebody asked us to strap some EEG brain measuring devices around our heads and ask us to drive around the racetrack in a Porsche Taycan Turbo S. Sounds like fun, but there was an element of stress involved, and the idea was to see exactly how stressed or aroused we got behind the wheel of that car, to discover whether there were any differences between a normal driver like myself and a professional such as Mark Webber. And yeah, Mark, I don't know how you felt about that. Were you totally chilled behind the wheel?
Well, it was quite interesting, I think, some of the findings that we come across there, mate, because obviously it's a pretty stressful circuit. It's a really quick car. It's the fastest electric car, the only electric car that Porsche do, but it's a bit of a weapon, isn't it, in terms of speed and sort of G-forces that you can generate in the car. Acceleration is very, very aggressive. So, look, I thoroughly enjoyed, first of all, driving the car around there, but also then having this instrumentation and measuring, as you say, all the sort of emotions that we go through in terms of what's in your cognitive function, what's easy to the decision-making process, and what's quite, difficult in the underlying process of that.
Absolutely. So we're going to bring in Tony now, who is the brain scientist involved with all of this. Tony, I mean, you were looking for some kind of brain activity in both of us. I hope you found some.
Yes, we did find some brain activity in both of you.
And what were the findings behind this?
Well, interestingly, with Mark, there wasn't such a difference between the baseline when you were just recording relaxed compared to when you were racing. And he remained quite on the positive side of arousal. With yourself, you were a bit more anxious, and it actually increased a lot more whilst you were doing the racing, which is kind of obvious, really.
So you were saying I was terrified behind the wheel?
I didn't want to put it that way.
So we've got some images behind us right now. We got the racing mind, basically, and the idea is that, that sportsmen and women can use this data that you generate in order to discover what it is that makes them feel more stressed out, and then perhaps to work with those feelings rather than against them to perform better.
Exactly. It's about matching your arousal with the demand of the task. If you've got a really difficult task, you don't want to be too excited, you'll miss lots of detail. Equally, if it's a boring task, you don't want to be too under-aroused, and then you're just going to make silly mistakes.
So, Mark, behind you now on the screen, there's me in the Turbo S.
Looking good, mate, looking good.
Fully in panic mode right now. These are my brain cells going out of control. You can see the interleukin-6 and the vascular nebula going crazy. And this is you, just relaxed, just chilled out behind the wheel, probably doing your taxes.
Getting some groceries, mate. I'm also fascinated about, when we take orders, right? Because when we race cars, we have demands from the pits about, key strategy decisions. So what about hearing when it comes to, making decisions, but also in the background having,
Exactly.
use your
hearing. We've got a very narrow attention span, so actually hearing other instructions whilst you're trying to drive will distract you. So potentially in the future, if you can measure EEG in real time, then the pit crew could see when they could give you instructions and not give you instructions, and kind of control things that way.
I mean, it was fascinating. I always thought that I was quite relaxed behind the wheel, because in my job, I kind of have to talk to the camera and communicate with the viewer to let them know what the car's like. But I guess when you're elite like Mark, you're on another level entirely, because when you're in F1, Mark, you're thinking about things like your diff settings and communicating back to the pits to let them know what's happening with the car, strategy and all those things.
Yeah.
How difficult is that?
Well, naturally, you stay very present still, Rory. You've got to stay with the job at hand. Obviously, we have this holistic approach of strategy and outright performance, but in general, we still have to stay very, very current with our own task at hand, which is generally the next corner or the scenario. Of course, you've got tyre wear, you've got managing the car and all those types of things. But it's an interesting point that, having radio communication on the straights, for example, like you can see where the stress is moving up and down in the corners, the brain is so, in essence, in its moment there that you don't want anyone opening the radio and look at you, mate. You look like you've just done a bank job there. You're leaving the scene of the crime there,
that's
mate.
That's why I'm so stressed. Look at my stress levels. That's like 2/3, but you're like
flying.
literally below a quarter there. So there is actually a notable difference. The G-forces and the grip of the car literally make no difference to you whatsoever. You've been in this situation a million times. So yeah, incredible that you can actually discover all of this simply from your head movements, what's going on in your mind, and also your pulse.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the interesting thing, the difference between what the body was showing. So you were both showing reactivity and kind of arousal, but you controlled your breathing, Mark, and kind of kept your brain level, where obviously...
Look, Tony, what can I learn from this? Looking at all this data, how can I take that away and improve myself as a driver?
There's a few things. In the moment, you can learn what good about how to make good decisions, but also what's the preparation coming up to it. You know, should you arouse yourself beforehand? Some people play loud music or drink lots of coffee. Other people will know to calm themselves down beforehand. So it's over the day, but also in the moment. Those are the kind of measurements we can get.
And also in the corporate world, I imagine you could put this in a corporate setting or also, you know, other sports. So what are your other findings, and where do you think this technology will play its role?
I mean, just general peak performance training. I mean, sports people are using it a lot, obviously, but corporates are now starting to realize public speaking or just attention, maintaining attention on a task. If you've got a critical task, like shift workers, night shift workers, most industrial accidents are done when people are not in their right circadian phase.
When my wife talks to me as well, I should wear one and see how the attention span is, mate.
Hi there, I'm Idris Elba. The thing I love most about driving is being out on the open road, you know, the sense of freedom. I'm guessing anyone watching Speed Week knows what I'm talking about. You drive along and, you know, people around you are getting on with their business, but it's you and your car, the music's on, and that feeling you get in your heart when the perfect song comes on. The scenery changes, the sun comes out. I love that. I know you know what I'm talking about. It can change your day.
Open on a kitchen table, Cobble Hill. There's a kid. His mother says you always have to be 10 times better. So he keeps writing and does not stop. He writes about the heat, about the game, about the block and home. And it keeps writing and writing and writing until it all cuts to black. Title appears. This is a story of the storyteller from Brooklyn.
and welcome to Goodwood SpeedWeek. Now, I'm going to let you into a little TV secret because there's all smoke and mirrors going on. And actually, we all have a producer who tells us presenters what we have to do. And somehow, I always seem to be on the wrong end of things. So, should we take a little look at my latest escapade? Roll the tape. Right, this is starting to feel like an absolute stitch-up. They said to me, come to the woods, wear a harness, and bring ear defenders. Now, I know it gets loud, it's Speed Week, it's Goodwood, but there's something fishy going on. And unfortunately, I'm about to find out what it is.
My name is Richard Browning. I'm the founder and chief test pilot from Gravity. The inspiration behind the jet suit really was a mixture of a family background in aviation and engineering and actually quite a bit of time in the Royal Marines. I really learnt in that environment about just the potential of the mind and body and stuck the two together and had a go at reinventing how humans fly. I think what extreme sports and my time with the Royal Marines really taught me was that the minds and bodies of human beings are pretty amazing at being able to adapt to everything from skiing, snowboarding to being a brain surgeon. You name it, we can adapt ourselves. So that gave me, I suppose, the inspiration and confidence to imagine that you could repurpose the human balance part of the brain to control the thrust of a bunch of engines and fly in a completely new way. So fundamentally, you've got two little engines on each arm and you've got one round the back. The reason you've got two on each arm is the resulting thrust feels like one engine going right up your arm. So you've really got three legs of a kind of supportive tripod, two arms and the back. And as you bring those arms down with thrust coming out of them, that propels you upwards. And if you flare them back out, you come down again. And all the rest of the balance and maneuverability comes from that natural human, almost bicycle riding type intuitive feel. It's hard to describe, but people learn this often within a morning. The Mark II suit we're flying here, it's got 144 kilos of thrust. That's roughly speaking about 1,050 horsepower. The suit without fuel weighs 23 kilos. When you fly that thing, it just feels obviously entirely weightless. We set our world record for the fastest speed in one of these jet suits, which was about 135 kilometers an hour or 85 miles an hour down at Brighton. That's only the beginning, I think. We can go a lot faster. So it's pretty hard to describe what it's like when you fly, but it's not far off that dream that we have, certainly as kids and even when you're an adult. That feeling of actually coming off the ground, you getting lighter and being completely free to go wherever you like. It is a pretty outrageous feeling. It is unlike anything else I've tried. I developed this really just for the pure joy of the challenge. However, we've now done 108 events in 31 countries and we're scaling towards a race series. So if you imagine guys and girls all racing safely over water, but in a sort of real life Iron Man, Iron Women kind of Red Bull Air Race mashup. That's one of our focuses. But also we've developed a paramedic capability as well, which we're exploring, and there's quite a bit of military activity going on as well. Overall, one of the most rewarding things about this journey has been taking an idea that even to me sounded probably impossible and then seeing it end up working so well and then being able to share that with millions of people. How are you?
I'm very well. That was quite the entrance.
Yeah, it beats walking.
It was like seeing a real-life superhero. I feel like I'm in some sort of Marvel movie. The thing that I'm terrified about is I have a feeling I'm supposed to be learning this.
Yes, this is why we're standing here. This is our training rig. We've taught about 70 people to fly, and often it takes only a morning's practice to kind of get your brain to dial into that kind of balance, believe it or not.
Are you sure?
I am.
You made it look very easy.
Yes, you maybe not doing that straight away, but it doesn't take very long to feel that balance and control.
OK, so that explains this harness then that I'm wearing.
Yes, that's how you get clipped into this.
Oh, wow. OK.
You going to give it a go?
Suit me up then.
Let's go.
That was insane. I can't really, it's so hard to explain and describe it, but it is the closest thing to feeling like a superhero. And you know that if you had you just want longer now to get good, because obviously I wasn't the smoothest at times. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing experience, and I would recommend anyone giving it a go if they could. Just maybe spend a few more hours in the gym, sorting out the old muscles, because, oh, these are gonna ache tomorrow. That was one of the most surreal things I have ever done. I mean, I'm kind of hoping I can now put superhero on my CV because I was practically Iron Woman. Anyway, we're going to head to the track now and meet some people that are probably just as adrenaline fueled as I was.
So the 11 Trophy, 11 Cup grid is all set. Do we have a gap on the outside of the third row? We do, which is where Martin Brundle's car is not. Now, that I suspect is possibly because Martin is still having to hot-foot it from the previous demonstration, and he'll get there, one hopes, in due course, but probably so enjoying talking about the silk-cut Jaguar he's just been driving that the timetable has slipped away slightly. James Cottingham, who's going to leap from this car to his Dallara LMP1 ready for the shootout, shows the versatility of people in historic racing. Goodwood, always a circuit that was very kind to Aston Martins in period. And there is the DB3S, the ex-Tony Gaze car, with Emanuele Pirro at the wheel of it on the 7th row of the grid. Also a gap, I think, on the 6th row. Richard Wilson got there. Ah, yes, his Maserati did stop, did it not, in the qualifying session this morning, so that's possibly why that car is missing from the grid as well. So Marino Franchitti set, ready for start of the race. And they're looking down onto a fabulous grid of 1950s sports racing cars, ready for the Lavant Cup. Drivers awaiting the start. Once the indication is given, once everything is good with broadcasters and race control, and then 20 minutes for these delectable cars, and it promises to be a very fierce race indeed. The Lavant Cup for sports racing cars of 1952 to 1960 is a 20-minute race, and this promises to be a great battle. Maserati, Jaguar and Lola on the front row of the grid as the green flag is waved. The cars blast away then onto their final formation lap. Not the start of the race, but a chance to get a bit of warmth into the tyres, and there are all sorts of highlights to look forward to in this race, be it drivers or be it cars. So, for example, there you've got the Lotuses, you've got the Aston Martin DB3Ss as well, Jaguar C-types, Jaguar D-types, with there the Ecuria Cost, Stefan Ziegler owned, Sam Hancock driven, Jaguar C-type, very much one of the original cars and a very important part of the Ecuria Cost history. On pole position will be the Maserati Birdcage here, driven by Marino Franchitti. James Cottingham's Tajiro Jaguar lines up on the middle of the front row of the grid. Going to be a real battle between Marino Franchitti and James Cottingham this race. So the cars make their way round this final formation lap. And the grid, based on qualifying this morning, has Marino Franchitti in father-in-law Nick Mason's Maserati Birdcage on pole position. James Cottingham's Tajiro Jaguar with him at the front, and then Ben Adams in the little Lola Mark 1. Fred Wakeman and Martin Stratton share row 2, ahead of Phil Quay for Lucas Halusa, and a gap where Martin Brundle sadly is not in the Jaguar D-type, but Ian Dalgleish is there with John Young's C-type Jaguar alongside him on row 4. Row 5 is Julian Majoub with the Sadler Chevrolet alongside Joe Macari and Richard Woolmer. Sam Hancock's C-type Jaguar is on the 6th row. Richard Wilson sadly missing, but Emanuele Pirro, Le Mans winner, is alongside Gregor Fiskin, and then Tarek Mahmoud on the next row ahead of Carsten LeBlanc and Paul Griffin. 21st on the grid is Katerina Kivlova, with John Burton lining up alongside in the Alton Jaguar Sports. Paul Woolmer with the Healy next, and then Rick Wilmot and David Cottingham round out the grid. So in the sunshine, the cars make their way from Woodcote Corner up towards the grid, and the drivers now will stop on their marks. It'll be a flag start, so Goodwood faithful to how things were run in this era, with the flag rather than lights starting the race. And their Marino Franchitti, who would dearly love to score a race win here. James Cottingham had a win yesterday in the two-driver sports car race for Pre-63 sports cars, the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy, after a really good fight yesterday evening. James doing the second stint and just hanging on to the advantage up to the end. Ben Adams on the outside of row 1 slotting into place. Martin Stretton's going to be a man to watch on row 2. Number 27, Jaguar D-Type, another of Stefan Ziegler's cars. And the last car, the Ferrari 500 from the Écurie Nationale Belge team in the national colours. That car from 1957, when Lucien Bianchi and George Harris took it to 7th at Le Mans. So the grid formed up. You've got a look there of number 22, Julian Majoub, with the Sadler Chevrolet engine car that won the 1957 Brighton Speed Trials with its constructor, Bill Sadler, driving. The background then being negotiated, and Martin Stretton tries to seize upon that to get up the inside, but to no avail. Phil Quaife fends him off. Leaders have gone through, incidentally, with the gap widening with 2 minutes and change on the clock. Number 77, another of the Coopers being negotiated there, Tarek Mahmoud. Down in 14th place he is. And now the Jaguars come up against the Alton Jaguar Sports to try to go either side of it. In the end, they both dive up the inside there to go ahead of the Mike Barker designed and raced car. There it is, the red one in the background that's just got a lap down. That's John Burton at the wheel. Phil Quaife keeping Martin Stretton at bay as they come into and out of the chicane, almost as one here. So the race leading cars, the Maserati and Tagiro Jaguar respectively, about half a lap up the road. Such is their pace. A flying lap at the moment for the leaders is a 1:26. This battle is on for third place though. Phil Quaife keeping at bay. Martin Stretton out of Madgwick Corner they come. Martin is almost running out of ideas now, because Phil Quaife just seems to have the answer to most things that Martin has tried thus far. What's up his sleeve? Out of Ford Water, up towards St Mary's. Martin Stretton has a cheeky look on the inside, trying to unsettle Phil Quaife, but that's not on. Phil defends beautifully, turns right, heads left now through the second element to St Mary's. You see the way that the front wheels twitch left and right as the driver makes the input to keep the car in exactly the direction it's needed to be. Nose to tail under braking here for Lavant Corner. Stretton turns right. Tails wag as the power kicks in. Onto Lavant Straight they come. And that is where, seemingly, Phil Quaife has the advantage then in the Lister Jaguar flat iron, getting away. So the Lister Jaguar, slightly a younger car, only by a year or two, than the D-Type pulls clear. We've got 42 seconds on the clock and counting. Marino Franchitti leads the way. So can he squeeze one more lap out of this, or will it be the checkered flag this time? It's probably going to be the last lap, looking at his track position relative to the clock. There are back markers ahead, and Marino has done everything right in this. When the gap came down to be a concern, he was able to up his pace. He's done the fastest lap, and so he's on target for a race win. James Cottingham, though, has thrown everything at this in second place, and he's not done yet. Those back markers up the road. If Marino Franchitti is delayed, then James Cottingham will try to take full advantage of that. Negotiates Richard Woolmer in an ex-Sterling Moss car. So many here this weekend Sterling Moss had an association with. But the race leader comes down towards Woodcote. Marino Franchitti with the checkered flag at the ready. The clock has hit 0. He is on target to win the Lavant Cup. Lots of traffic ahead. He's got no time to admire the machinery, though. The HWM Jaguar there, the ex-Duncan Hamilton car, just ahead of him in the hands of Gregor Fiskin, with whom he is sharing cars in other races. But Marino Franchitti powers across the line, takes the checkered flag, and Marino Franchitti wins the Lavant Cup for the 1952 to 1960 sports racing cars. Second across the line, James Cottingham. And what about third? Here they are. They're not done yet. Martin Stretton still not really quite close enough to make a proper move against Phil Quaife, but not for the want of trying. Blasting down now towards the right-hander of Woodcote, then in turn towards the chicane. Stratton brakes late, but I think Phil Quaife has just done enough there. The first element of Woodcote drifts the second apex, straightens the car, more or less, and up towards the chicane. And then you've got that long run up towards the timing line. The checkered flag is at the ready, and third place goes the way of Phil Quaife. Up from the third row of the grid, Martin Stratton comes through to take fourth. But there in the Nick Mason-owned Maserati Tipo 61, the so-called birdcage, a delighted Marino Franchitti takes a race win. He was on the podium last night, the notional podium for third in the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. But a race win here, that means a lot. Massively experienced driver, Marino, from GT cars to sports prototypes, be it in Europe or in America, and very accomplished in historic racing as well. But a great win, great drive to win the Lavant Cup here at Goodwood. The gap at the flag, 9/10 of a second. That was all that separated Marino Franchitti from James Cottingham, but it was partly to do with the traffic, Marino being delayed in those last couple of corners, but he did enough to make sure that was a win that he was never going to have taken away from him. James Cottingham second, and then Phil Quaife in third position. So out of the chicane and then towards the post-race Parc Ferme area they will come. And for Marino Franchitti, after qualifying on pole position and the win and the fastest lap, the perfect result. The Lavant Cup here at Goodwood is won by Marino Franchitti in the Maserati Tipo 61, ahead of James Cottingham's Tajiro Jaguar and Phil Quaife's Lister Jaguar in third. Martin Stratton, the best of the D-Type pilots, in fourth, ahead of Joe Macari and then Lucas Halusa, with Fred Wakeman dropping down to 7th, 8th. Gregor Fiskin ahead of Richard Walmer, and Sam Hancock rounding out the top 10 ahead of Emanuele Pirro and Carsten LeBlanc, with John Burton 13th from Tarek Mahmoud, Paul Griffin and Katerina Kivlova in 16th.
Once upon a time in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and could be the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James, well beloved.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. giving someone a helping hand, or beating the commute, and putting your feet up after a long day.
Welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. Now, you know, with any Goodwood event, there's going to be some great racing. I mean, that's a given. But you're also going to get to see some great things happening off the track as well. So let's see what happened when we brought together some of the leading minds in the design world.
Today, we're looking at the technical masterpieces, landmark designs that were so ahead of their time. We have shortlisted 4 of the most revolutionary designs: the Benz Patent Motorwagen, the Buckminster Fuller Dymaxion, the Citroën Traction Avant, and the Mini. Your task, gentlemen, is to explore the impact of these designs. And at the end of the chat, I'll invite you to decide which was the most revolutionary. Let's start with the Benz Patent Motorwagen. This is the first car with a combustion engine. What a revolution.
This was truly a first. And I think it has an extraordinary heritage. I mean, the wife of Benz, Bertha, without his knowledge, took the third version with her 2 sons and went off on an epic journey of 106 kilometers in 1888. Oof. So it was not only the first automobile, it was the first long automobile journey in history.
But it's also the birth of the internal combustion engine as we know it now. And as we also know, it could have gone either way. It could have been internal combustion or it could have been electric.
Mark, there were more electric vehicles at the turn of the century in America than internal combustion engines.
Absolutely. That's probably a little known fact that, it really, I think it was a momentous period, in terms of, automotive technology evolved from that period onwards.
I still am, slightly in awe of how every single design decision, how every single problem was not, there just wasn't precedent to try and understand, what a solution could be. And so you realize just how many units of energy it would take to make this, because how to adhere like the solid rubber to the wheels. I mean, so very often what you find in these sorts of cases is it can be the development of a glue or a particular jig on a production line that can actually enable so many of these substantial innovations. There's clearly lots of problems that are being thought about and addressed.
Let's move on to the Buckminster Fuller Dymaxion. Lord Foster, I mean, this is your baby. Tell us all about Bucky.
Well, I worked with Bucky for the last 12 years of his life, and Bucky conceived this vehicle as a kind of interim phase. In a way, it kind of anticipated the Harrier jump jet. So in a sense, it was symbolically ahead of its time. But it is a total head turner. I mean, its performance is absolutely remarkable. You can turn it on itself. I mean, it's like aerobatics in an aircraft. When you spin it, the horizon blurs. It is as radical and eye-catching today as it was in the 1930s.
So it's basically daring to be very different. I heard, Lord Foster, that your Gherkin was inspired by this car. Is that true?
I can't say that it's true, but I like the idea that it might be true.
Okay, great answer. So Shall we move on to the Citroën Traction Avant? It's the ultimate gangster criminal car. What do you think of this very low-slung styling and the proportions, Johnny?
Well, I mean, the reason it's low-slung was because they were trying to solve a bunch of other problems. I mean, the goal wasn't to make it low-slung. So they wanted to make it lighter, which meant they went to this sort of unitary monocoque, which meant that you got rid of the chassis, which meant then the body was lower. I mean, it was a remarkable achievement that all of these sort of different innovations were being brought to the mainstream. I think that's what is so very impressive, so conspicuous.
You know, the concept is just so brilliantly radical and simple. And it's just stunning.
Yeah, I mean, and manufactured in vast volumes, you know, popular in places like North Africa because of its efficiency, front-wheel drive, you know, innovations in the chassis design. I mean, André Citroën really was an extraordinary innovator. And, you know, perhaps it's one of the first times we see the personality of the car displayed on the grille.
So let's move quickly to, I don't know, I mean, everybody loves this car, right? The Mini. But why do we love this car so much?
It's an extraordinary period. I mean, it's the same period as the E-Type. It's the Mini and the Mini Skirt, it's Mary Quant, it's the Beatles. You know, this has proved the most popular British car of all time. It's pure innovation. And this ability to think something creatively, totally from scratch, without any preconceptions. Turn the engine through 90 degrees, no problem. I mean, you know, lateral thinking, wonderful.
It's an extraordinary object, isn't it? There is a point when certain products somehow achieve a momentum or a cultural significance where they cross into this sort of rarefied place of becoming icons. They were very, very clearly focused on how do we make it as small as possible on the outside, but provide the most space for the lovely passengers.
And it's time to decide which of these designs was the most revolutionary. Johnny?
Oh, I was really hoping you were going to ask Norman or Mark.
I know.
I just find that the Mini somehow reconciles extraordinary vision, but it wasn't a pompous, self-serving one. It was in service of trying to make a wonderful product for people. I think this is a really tough category, but I really just, my vote would be for the Mini.
Mark?
I think I'm really torn between the Mini, like Johnny, but also the Citroën. I suppose I'll defer to the Mini, which is, you know, an unbelievably profound and influential design.
The Benz patent automobile is number one. It made the automobile possible, so it is in a class of itself. So if you take that out, there's no question, it's the Mini.
Thank you so much for this legendary call. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Oh, one day I hope to be as eloquent as Sir Norman Foster. An incredible lineup of guests there who have all influenced our daily lives in more ways than we could even imagine. And talking of influential lineups, I got another one for you, but this time in the form of the 70th anniversary of Formula One. Enjoy.
70 years of Formula One. So many cars, mate, so little time, and we are a bit rushed for time today too to go through it, but there's an amazing array of cars here, isn't there, mate? We'll nip across here to see Damon first of all. Yesterday he was in his father's BRM. Today, Sir Sterling Moss is Monaco winner from 1960. Look at this baby, mate. You got air conditioning this morning?
Just what you want, isn't it? This is as old as me. 1960, won Monaco in 61, and the Nürburgring 61 as well.
That's amazing. I mean, David, you can see even the little details. The gate has got the numbers engraved on it, as if Sterling would forget what gear to use as he's going around.
You can even get in that way as well, Karen, if you wanted to. I mean, this is extraordinary, isn't it? Because he got hot, and in Monaco, you don't need the aerodynamics, so they took all the panels off.
And so Jackie's in the BRM you drove yesterday, chatting with Adam Tyrrell, who's driving a Tyrrell, which his grandfather started the team, of course.
Quite fitting, yeah. And this is the car that used to wave at all the women, mate, wasn't it, during the race?
Yeah, he was one of those, wasn't he, Sterling? He'd like to kind of, you know, bit of a wink, a wave.
Twinkle in the eye.
We'll leave you with those thoughts. Let's wander on
mate.
before you get in trouble, Hill.
Enjoy it.
Let's go across here. We've got modern cars. Esteban Gutierrez getting in the Merc. Marc Gené's in this Ferrari.
Martin.
MB's in the Brawn. Let's see if we can
MB.
Go and say hello.
I hated this car.
I love it.
I hated it. Hey guys, it wasn't too bad.
Don't you think the livery looks better than ever every time you see it?
Spectacular. It's simple but effective, mate, isn't it? I just saw the back end of this car quite often.
I know. Yeah, you did, didn't you? You know what's really annoying is journalists coming up to you on the grid when you try to focus.
I had very good grid walks with you, mate. So you've driven lots of good stuff here this weekend, buddy. But this is can you have a bit of a crack, or it's a bit of a sort of a formation flying?
He's got tyre warmers on. He doesn't go slowly, does he?
Yeah, they're not even on. They're broken.
No, we go around, I think, quite quickly behind a safety car, pace car, and then drop back, and all these young bandits around me, I think they'll give it some beat.
But everything's just so smooth in these modern cars, mate, isn't it? The upshift, the downlight, the electronics. So it's amazing how quickly the tech just moves on.
Yeah, well, I was used to one button for a drink and then one button for a radio. Yeah. And I even got those confused, so I'm not going to touch anything.
Well, enjoy, champ. We've got to get this fella in the car.
Mate,
all the best.
Wait, before we look at this, baby.
Oh, yes.
The Senna McLaren. I mean, you can't get a more iconic livery, could you? Incredible.
That's absolutely sensational. The MP4 6, I led to believe, the Honda V12 on the back of that. Senna and Gerhard Berger did the business in that bad boy.
Pedro Piquet in the big BMW.
You're quite tall there, champ.
Yeah.
A bit taller than his father, but again, that's a very iconic.
Yeah, the BT52.
Livery. Hey, mate, this is you. You better get ready.
I've got to get going. Yeah, I'll give you that. No, I can't give you that.
You can.
I'll put it down there.
Put it down there, mate. Apparently, the COVID rules, but enjoy the drive.
Yeah, Keke Rosberg, championship winning car, won at Dijon. It's mega. It was 179 mile an hour yesterday.
One race, but he won the championship, didn't he?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Give us that, mate. I'll grab the bottom of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sanitised. There you go.
Get ready. Yeah, mate. Don't do a Grosjean, will you?
No.
No Grosjeans, please. Yeah. We'll move along here, and I think we've got Emerson Fittipaldi. Look at these. This is Lotus heaven here. Absolute Lotus heaven. Good morning, Emerson.
Morning, Mark. How are you?
Your Lotus 72 here, the car that you won the championship in. Must be incredible memories for you to still drive the car you had so much success in.
You know, Mark, what's impressive is exactly 50 years ago, I won my first Grand Prix, Watkins Glen, New York.
Wow.
And drive back again only in Goodwood to have this. It's a commemoration of 50 years of the Lotus 72. I was lucky to work with Colin Chapman, who was a genius of racing. I mean, the car was so advanced at that time.
Phenomenal. And any of the mechanics are still, you recognize some of the boys? Or
yes.
Some of the guys are still here that you worked with back in the day?
Bob Dance, who was Jim Clark's mechanic, still restoring the cars. Clive Chapman is here. But anyway, it's owned by the Chapman family, the cars.
Sure.
This beautiful Lotus.
One of the best of their time, for sure, mate. So we'll let you get ready. I think you've got to put your dancing shoes on. Well, you got your shoes on, but get your helmet on. Go safe.
Yes. The nose still fits on the helmet.
Yeah, good, mate.
I'm ready.
Nice slow upshifts for you there. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Mark.
We're going to jump across here. Oh, look at this. Jorgen's filming me as well. This was the MP42, I'm led to believe. This was the Lauda Prost car. One of my earliest memories, actually, watching this car on TV. It was around 86. So I was around 10 years old. And I watched this car at the Adelaide Grand Prix when I was a young lad. And lots of tremendous memories with that. And Senna, the 97T, he won 2 races in 86 in this car, won the Portuguese Grand Prix in unbelievable conditions. And that's really what made him, you know, spring to everyone's mind. He dominated that Grand Prix in extremely challenging conditions. Huge amount of power, you know, a very compact car. Beautiful livery. The JPS livery was so iconic. And this car was the 86 Williams that Nigel Mansell lost the World Championship. He had a left rear tyre failure at the Adelaide Grand Prix, the last race of the year, fighting for the World Championship. Alain Prost won the championship that year. So so many memories for me here, and this is just typical Goodwood, how they managed to get all of these type of cars here and the legends. I mean, I'm not sure, I don't know, it's static, I don't know. Maybe Nige can't fit in it anymore, but it was certainly very, very special. And here we are, we've got, who's driving this bad boy?
Hi, my name's Alex.
Alex, well, this looks very, we've got Jochen Mass's McLaren here, and look at that beautiful Marlboro livery as well. It's the journey they went on. Look at the engine is actually part of, you know, the sort of the structural rigidity of the car. Look, you know, it's all bolted in, and they really look at the size of the gearbox. I mean, that wouldn't look out of place on a tractor on a farm these days, but it certainly was a very, very special era of these amazing cars. We'll keep rolling down here. Let's have a look at the Ferrari. We've got Marc Genet in this bad boy. I actually raced a lot against this car when I was competing as well. They've got the wets on it, the wet tyres to get temperature this morning because it's very cold here today in Goodwood. But that is again, here he is, yeah. One of the friendliest guys in motorsport is Marc Genet. He's a really, really top guy. And that car did the business as well. Look how narrow they were back in the day. The packaging got really tight around the rear end next to the Brawn as well. And then we'll finish off on the current Silver Arrows. Esteban Gutierrez driving this car. Now look at the details. We've just come from Jochen's McLaren, which was pretty straightforward, and this is aerodynamically just an absolute piece of jewellery. So I think we're...
Thanks, Mark. Great good walk. So stay where you are, because actually we've got loads more coming, but for now we're going to have a little break. I will see you in a minute.
Talking reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey.
Once upon a time in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and could be the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
and welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. I hope you're enjoying it from the comfort of your own home, sat on the sofa. Oh, what a pleasure. I've been doing a lot of walking today. My step count is very high. But look, when you're here, it's pretty much a cert that you can see any car your heart desires. But how would you go about making your own? Let's find out.
Supercars, fantastic machines, and when you buy one, it's all about performance and looks. But at the end of the day, you always want to customize your own supercar, don't you? And today, we have the ultimate McLaren supercar, the 765 LT, finished in this fantastic chicane effect. Looks a bit gray. I like the wheels, but for me, I want to customize it. So what we have here is MARC, the McLaren Automotive Real-Time Configurator, and I'm joined by Rob Melville. How are you, mate?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, and it's great to be here.
So this thing is actually built using Unreal Engine, the same technology used to power video games, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. The cutting-edge video games all use this technology because it really allows them to get the most immersive experience and for us to give customers the best view of their car.
So the idea behind this is that you could actually take this machine into a customer's home if they want to, or they could come to a dealership and then spec their ideal McLaren.
Yeah, exactly. We can go to them or they go into the dealership and really give them that the most real version of their car before they commit and order the spec.
Okay, so as cool as this chicane effect is, should we get into the process of customizing this lovely 765? So on the left-hand side, we've got, obviously this is all sanitized, by the way. We've sanitized our hands. We'll go into the paint section here and see what we can choose from.
What are you thinking? Do you go for normally bright colors or?
Do you know what? I think when you got a 765, you got to go a bit gnarly, don't you? Something bright and outrageous. Let's see what purple looks like. I'm calling it purple, but it's actually called Burton Blue. No, too tame. We're going to go for papaya. Very classic McLaren color.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Now, what else can you do? Wheels?
You can do the wheels. You can go, wheels.
I'll tell you what. Why don't I fire it over to you?
Yep. Let me do it.
And then you can.
There you go. Okay. So if we work with the papaya, let's jump into wheels. Style, we've got the one wheel style in here, so then you can dive into the wheel finish. You're going to try something different. I think like the silver wheels for me look too calm for let's go. Do you want to go full gloss black?
Got to be dark wheels.
Cool. And then let's upgrade the brake. Track brake upgrade. We'll do the calipers. So zoom around, zoom on the calipers. I think with the orange, probably again. Any preference there?
We're talking about the brakes for just a second. Are these the discs from the Senna?
From the Senna,
updated brakes.
Yeah. Okay. Slightly heavier as a brake and disc package and caliper package, but worth the weight penalty because they stop you blink of an eye.
£15,000 extra that is, but worth every penny, I think, especially if you're on track.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think about the exterior finish here? Do you think the paint? Do you want to stick with that orange?
I quite like the orange, and actually what's really cool about this mark system is that when you zoom in, you do see a lot of the detail in the paintwork. There's actually quite subtle variations in the way the light bounces off it, so you can actually get a real sense for it. Look at that, how it's like brightly lit just there because of the reflection, and then the darker areas gives you a real sense of what the car actually looks like.
Then as well, you can also dive into the interior as well.
We open the door.
Yeah.
Nice.
Get a view inside. And here, I mean, again, the car behind us has got the hot orange interior pack, but here we can go. There's a lot to choose from. So
I want to go a bit lighter, I think. Can you go a bit?
Got a lot carbon black, carbon black, carbon black.
That's nice.
As long as you like black. Whoops.
Every colour as long as it's black.
Yeah, dark, mean, moody.
It is that kind of car, though, really. But I did like the sort of contrasting elements, sort of marry up with the exterior colour.
Yeah, it's cool. And I think in terms of the seats there as well, got the regular race seats.
Should we actually jump inside it as well?
Go seat type, get this changed. If that seat type, there we go.
So you've got the choice between standard racing seats and the seats from the actual Senna as well.
That's right, yeah. What do you fancy?
I'll go Senna all day long.
Lightweight.
There you go. They look amazing too, don't they?
Incredible.
I actually drove this car at Silverstone, and it had all the Senna seats, the Senna brake upgrade, and it was actually a really, really cool place to sit. You had the actual track pack upgrade with the 4-point harness as well, so you feel like you're in a proper racing car.
But no, the amount of support you get given through the shoulders, you're literally held in place. You really do need that in this car. And the seats weigh just under 3.5 kilos per piece, which is insane for a race seat. Seat size, touring or regular?
Let's go touring, because it's
after lockdown.
Exactly. Need a bit more room.
Or baking. Yeah. And then you can set the seat positions, so custom seat fit, seat belts. Again, during go, you've got the carbon black, McLaren orange, yellow, red. You spin round. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah. Now you're on the passenger side. So there we go. Pretty crazy combos though. You can stick with the orange.
And within the configurator, obviously you've got so much choice, but if, for example, you didn't want to go for any of this and you had your own idea in your head about what particular style of McLaren 765 LT you wanted, could you then go completely nuts and have like a pink polka dot version? I mean, that's extreme, but can you customize?
No, absolutely. In theory, you could, through McLaren Special Operations, or MSO as we call it, you can literally do anything you like. You can come in, make a subtle exterior colour tweak, unique caliper colours. Essentially, but you can design your own livery, work hand in hand with a design team, create your perfect vision of what you want.
Cool. All right. Well, this is the exact vision that I want. I like what you've done here. So I'll take one of these. If I order it now, will it be ready by what, tomorrow?
Yeah, for you. Yeah.
All right, dude. Thanks a lot. So, yep, there you go. McLaren 765 LT. Custom Rory edition. Cheers.
Thanks.
Out of the two, I think I'd take Rory's one with all the bells and whistles. Bit of me, that. Anyway, we are getting to the business end of things here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and we're about to witness something that could legitimately be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I am beyond psyched for this. Come on! It's time for the shootout.
Nick Padmore blasts away in the Toyota Camry from the Euro NASCAR Series. Dario Franchitti gets away with lots of wheel spin then in the Brooklyn Ford liveried Ford Sierra. You're back to 1989 and the British Touring Car Championship with that, when the Sierra RS 500s ruled the roost. This, the car of Chris Hodgetts, who'd already been a double champion in Toyotas. And that takes you to Tom Ingram in the current Toyota touring car. This, the Toyota Corolla, run by Speedworks for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with Ginsters. 4 times a winner this year is Tom Ingram, championship runner-up 2 years back. Now Nick Padmore hustling on this really, really physical car.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? You see the whole chassis, the whole body wafting up and down as he clipped the curve there at St Mary's, but the mechanical grip and the huge slicks is enormous. Look at the negative camber on the inside front there, leaning right over as Padster gets the power down out of Lavin to now on the long stretch up towards Woodcote. I can't begin to imagine what it's like trying to slow one of these tanks down from the massive top speeds that they're capable of. Nick Padmore doing a good job though, hustling the car out of Woodcote through the chicane. Nice direction change for such a big heavy machine. Full power over the line and having to haul the brakes on very quickly so as not to wipe out the marshals, guiding them back into the pit lane.
So 1:29.493 Nick Padmore. Here is Dario Franchitti, who will do a 27, even better, 27.596 in the ex-Chris Hodgetts Sierra in period livery. Looks great. And what about Tom Ingram then? He flings the car into the chicane. He did an absolute best of anybody in sector 3, and he goes across the line to do a 26.7 and go fastest. Well done, Tom Ingram. The modern-day touring car, the Toyota Corolla, fastest so far. Great stuff.
Just goes to show it's not all about horsepower, is it? Great lap there from Tom Ingram, and we were saying earlier on how poised that car looks around Goodwood, and actually I think the way it behaves around this quite unusual circuit seems to really suit it. I'd love to see a British touring car around here, wouldn't you?
Oh, now you're talking. Yes. Alan Gow, you're listening. That would be something special, would it not? Right, Richard Westbrook is going to be the next man to go in the Ford GT. And behind is the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. So 2 very different types of Fords. Richard Westbrook has started a long way back from the little grid box there, but he blasts away, lights up the tyres. Westy means business.
Well, I think that's a deliberate strategy on Westy's part. He knows that if he can just start a few feet further back, he'll have not much, a touch more rolling speed as he trips the timing beacon and the stopwatch starts ticking. So keep an eye on Westy, because that car was exceptional in the last session. Meanwhile, behind him, all manner of things happening.
Well, that was Vaughan Gittin, who's track map for Goodwood differs from everybody else's. He's been in the Drift Kana competition where going sideways is all de rigueur, but when he's been in this element, it's been a little bit touch and go as well. So hopefully he's sorted himself out. Look at the rear wing on the Ford GT flicking up and down then as Richard Westbrook applies the throttle or the brake accordingly. Into Lavant now. Keep an eye on the back of the car here as the wing dips again.
Yeah, very helpful, obviously, in the braking zone, but I wonder what it must feel like from the driver's seat as you get power down, as he just did out of Lavant, but previously out of St Mary's with the wing up, only to get toward the exit, not yet finished the corner, and it suddenly halves its angle of attack and bleeds away the downforce.
A 126.7 to beat, and it looks like it is going to be the quickest car thus far. Richard Westbrook then now drops down through the double right at Woodcote, 26 to beat. 20 seconds now into the chicane, so this is going to be good for Richard Westbrook. He's on the power, and a 24 maybe. 24.502. Richard Westbrook goes top then. Really good time.
Yeah, he's really got the hang of that car. Here we go. Huge rear wing on the back of this as well.
Now Vaughan Gittin Jr. here has been doing donuts. He's been throwing the car sideways just like that. The time is going to be irrelevant. You might need a calendar really rather than a stopwatch, because this has been for the gallery rather than anything else. Vaughan Gittin Jr. gets it as sideways as possible. Wow. Brilliant control into the chicane. Fantastic stuff.
Well, he's definitely not going to be going to the top of the time sheets, but he's definitely gone to the top of the style sheets with that one.
Absolutely. I wrote down one, ready to record his time as 1 minute something. I was a bit optimistic. It was a 1:56.178, but it was only just the right side of 2 minutes. So this is a car in the colours of the Holden Racing team, carried by Garth Tander, who incidentally has today won Bathurst once more, the great Australian 1,000-kilometre supercar touring car race. It is the HSV built car. Rick Kelly raced it. Rick Wood is the man behind the wheel now, incidentally, but it was a Rick Kelly car for 2008. Never actually raced in these colours, but it's a period car with the Holden Racing team livery to adorn it. And David Reynolds drove the car, Andy Prio drove it in the co-driver endurance races, then Andrew Thompson in the Thunderbird colours as well. Away it blasts, and Rick Wood, who loves big, powerful cars, he specialises in building them and in engines for them, like Ford Caprice, for example. You never find him behind the wheel of a car with a small engine. And Ollie Bryant here in another really charismatic car, this Trans Am championship-winning Ford Mustang, rockets away, and that makes a brilliant noise.
Oh, it's just so unique, isn't it? Stunning noise from the Trans Am car. Now, Ollie Bryant, outstanding driver, also very good here at Goodwood. Very familiar. Not all of the drivers in the shootout are familiar with this circuit. Ollie is not one of those. He knows his way around here better than anyone.
So Rick Wood, masquerading as Garth Tander, then comes up towards Lavant, pushing on really nicely this. The Holden Racing team colours adorning the car, and Rick Wood, who's raced earlier Holden Commodores in the UK over time, accelerates now again with a car that makes a wonderful noise. Grids full of these cars were really something to savour, especially around Mount Panorama. And Rick Wood drops now down towards Woodcote, and he's looking good because the third sector was an absolute best. So he's got to try and beat a 124.5 here. What can he do? 10 more seconds before he gets up to the timing line if he's going to go top. Rick Wood brakes late, flicks the car right, left. Is he done it? Let's see. He's going to do it. Yes, over the timing line. 23.084. Rick Wood goes fastest. Great stuff.
And that was achieved in a very neat and tidy fashion, actually, as we watch Ollie Bryant down through the chicane, also neat and tidy, gauging the width of that huge Trans Am car very, very accurately as he guided it through the quite intimidating walls of the chicane. He was saying how hard it is when you're sat on the left-hand side of the car to pick out the right-hand wall and get the car nice and close to it. Such a wide car, it's hard to gauge the distance.
Well, he's gone the fastest. However, look at this. Tom Christensen in a car with which he won Le Mans. Does it get any better?
No, and also you can tell by the way Tom is accelerating and braking, trying to warm both tyres and brakes, that he means business. This is no run for show of this museum piece run by Lee Maxted Page's equipe.
Carlos Monteverde, the owner, and they're behind another great sports car, Richard Mines, in the Silk Cat Jaguar XJR9, coming into position as well. So that's our next pair out of the holding area onto the line. Tom Christensen will be the first to go, and off he blasts.
keep a close eye on Tom, because you can tell from the sort of body language of the car in the previous run that he had found some sort of confidence and a bit of familiarity perhaps coming back to him with that car.
Away goes Richard Mines with the Jaguar. So the XJR9 from 1987, which was when TWR was still pushing forward, still gaining race wins, but missed out on the Le Mans victory. That would be a year later. Same colours, but the reliability didn't hold out in 87 for them. So now, 2 more quick cars, and the time to beat is a 1:19.8, and Tom Christensen lighting up the timing screen, quickest in sectors 1 and 2 here.
Wow, I did not expect that. I thought he might push on a little bit, but to really go as fast as he is so far on this lap, using all the road out of Lavant there, Christensen flat out, probably at about 170 odd miles an hour. In fact, I might be able to tell you, nope, a little bit less, 150 odd miles an hour on the run down to Lavant.
It's quick enough, isn't it?
Quick enough.
But he's going to go top, isn't he? Look, purple, purple, purple. Better than anybody in Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. Flag at the ready. The time to beat is a 1:19, and that is an 18.711 to go fastest. The lap record stands around here at 1:18.217. The fastest recorded lap was yesterday at 1:09.914, both by Nick Padmore, and this is Richard Mines in the Jaguar.
Richard Mines just a little bit wide through the first part of the chicane, connects with the apex, but a bit tight on the exit. He was given up just a few tenths there, but playing it safe, Richard Mines still manages to leap up to 3rd place with a 1:22.3.
Now, we're going to have a small pause, I think, because the next car but one is going to be Tom Christensen again, so we need to get him out of one, across the track and strapped into another, especially with ITV joining us for the final 10 in the shootout. So we might have a little pause now, just while things are made ready for the last 10 to go, which will include the Nissan Skyline of Jake Hill, the Audi R8 GT2, which Tom Christensen will drive, the Dallara for James Cottingham. Greg Thornton's Lotus should be in that mix, so too Gordon Shedden's Audi GT3, Harry King's Porsche, Lucas Halusa with the McLaren M23, Marco Werner aboard the Lotus 77, and Nick Padmore in the Arrows A11, which is the one that everybody wants to see. Can he go quicker than a 1:09.914 from yesterday? No pressure, Nick. He's in down there listening to us, so he's got the message. He knows exactly what's expected. So look to the top left, you'll see the Nissan Skyline there, which will be heading onto the circuit shortly. Another Rick Wood owned car, but Jake Hill is going to be the driver of that. And Jake has been very, very rapid indeed over the course of the earlier runs. Having an up and down kind of a season in the British Touring Car Championship. Struggling initially with reliability problems in his Honda, but with those cured, he's been a podium regular, and it's been pleasing to see up at the pointy end of the grid for the bulk of the season, really.
Yeah, Jake Hill seemed to just explode onto the scene, didn't he? Yeah, very much, well, not quite out of nowhere, but my memories of Jake are of him making the tea down at Jota in the workshop. I turned my back for what felt like 5 minutes. Next thing I know, he's winning races in the British Touring Car Championship. Fantastic.
in the shape of the Nissan Skyline. The fastest cars in the shootout are set to come to the grid here at Goodwood. The shootout presented by Mastercard. This is the finale. We have had some great machinery on track, whether it's been in the shootout or in racing, and there's plenty more to come. Let's have a very quick look at what we have had so far. For example, Dario Franchitti aboard the ex-Chris Hodgett Sierra RS500, Richard Westbrook in the Ford GT, Rick Wood in the V8 Supercar spec Holden Commodore, and Tom Christensen, fastest so far in his Le Mans winning Porsche. And Tom has got another car at his disposal. He will be out on track again very shortly indeed. The last 10 are set to go here at Goodwood. Jake Hill makes his way up towards the line. David Addison and Sam Hancock trackside. Sam, this is going to be one to savour, isn't it? The Nissan Skyline in the hands of one of the British Touring Car Championship's hottest properties.
Yeah, and Jake even making the 50-yard dash to the start line. Spectacular. Whoa. As he weaves and jinks the car left and right, on and off the brakes, desperate to generate a little bit of tyre temperature and brake temperature.
So the flag drops, away he goes. The Goodwood lap broken up into 4 sectors. It's a very simple premise, this. You've got to do one lap as fast as you can. And the lap record, 1 minute 18.217. The fastest recorded lap was yesterday, 1 minute 9.914 seconds. Both of those times set by Nick Padmore in very differing machines. Jake Hill then on track. The time to beat at the moment is a 1:18.711 from Tom Christensen, and Jake Hill in the Nissan is absolutely flying.
Full commitment from Hill through Ford water, using every inch of the road, and he's gone purple in the first sector. He's going to be absolutely on a mission. You can see the front wheels twitching left, twitching right, long power slide, laying down the rubber, on throttle out of St Mary's. The nose dips on the heavy braking down into the 90-degree right-hander at Lavant. The exhaust puffing as he downshifts. Now hard on power, another big four-wheel drift. Great stuff from Jake Hill. Flat out on the run to Woodcote.
Now have a look at the graphic. Green means a personal best in a sector, but it's purple that you're really looking for, because purple dots mean you've gone faster than anybody thus far. And Jake Hill has got one of those to his name as he comes now through Woodcote. Remember, he's trying to beat a 1:18.7 to go fastest thus far. Is he going to do it? Jake Hill up towards the checkered flag. It's going to be close. He has done it. 1:18.694. Jake Hill, fastest so far. Great lap.
Fantastic performance from Jake Hill. Wow, really wringing the neck of the Calsonic Nissan. Particularly enjoyed the long four-wheel drifts, hard on throttle out of St Mary's and out of Lavant. Great stuff.
Now, Tom Christensen, he's already been out once and is now second fastest, but he's going again for Audi here, and you can see the level of competition has really been ramped up today. Everybody weaving as they come up towards the line, getting the warmth into the tyres. They are taking this very seriously indeed. Remember, as you watch the sectors come up on the graphics, purple is good. Ideally, you want 4 purple dots. Flag will fall. Tom Christensen will launch away.
Little bit of a stutter start. Look, Tom's left hand on the dial, probably playing with the traction control. He would have wanted assistance from that off the line. Now he'll dial it down, give him a little bit more rear rotation. You can hear the brakes squealing down to 4 through the first apex. A snap of oversteer over the crest in the middle of Badwick. Christensen on a charge.
So is he going to set purple sectors on this lap through Ford water? Feathers the throttle, straightens it up into St Mary's now. You go right, then you turn left. The second sector completion, but no, he is not as fast as he would like to be. The estimated position on the times thus far would put him third, look. So through St Mary's now towards Lavant, over the brow here, Sam.
Keep an eye on his left foot. If we go back to that onboard shot, there it is. Look, you can see his left foot braking Off it now as he feeds the power in out of Lavin. Personal best for Tom, but not best overall. Quite stiffly sprung, this GT2, customer-orientated Audi R8. You can see it just hopping over the bumps.
So down to Woodcote, time to beat is a 1:18.694. And equally, can Tom Christensen go quicker than Tom Christensen? He's already got one time in his Le Mans winning Porsche at 18.7, but this does look good into the chicane. Brake late, brake hard, turn right, turn left, up towards the line. Clock ticks on down into the 17s, the 18s, and it's a 1:19.273 for Tom Christensen. So that puts him third behind Jake Hill and behind himself, because he was quicker in the Porsche than the Audi. So there's a double Christensen at the moment on the timing display.
Only Tom Christensen is skillful enough to take up 2 of the top 3 places in any competition.
He's like a franchise, there's more of him. Now, what about this for a car? James Cottingham, race winner this weekend, runner-up earlier on this afternoon in the Lavant Cup, driving the Dallara. This is a Pucker Le Mans car, the SP1 LMP. It is from 2001. It has got the Judd V10 engine, which just makes the best noise.
Oh, a little bit slow, slipping the clutch. I wonder if he had actually found first gear there. James Cottingham slightly slow off the line.
But it screams down to Madrick, doesn't it? Brilliant noise.
Just spectacular. This is one of the few cars that not only sounds great through our headphones, but will shortly rattle the windows on our commentary booth. James
You're in heaven, aren't you? It's
really
brilliant. The headlights are on, the noise is there, and it's an absolute full chat. James Cottingham up to the end of the second sector. So, of course, it will be green because it's his run, but a purple is what counts, and he gets a purple sector in sector 2.
Oh, yeah, he carried huge speed through the right-hander of St Mary's there, not leaving anything on the table. He can keep it neat and tidy on the brakes, down into Lavin, down 2 gears. Make sure you connect with the apex, otherwise it's going to impede your exit. He nails it, just a little flick of opposite lock on throttle out of Lavin. He's at the end of the straight already.
It's a very short lap at this speed, isn't it now? In fairness, it's a little unfair to really expect Jake Hill to stay top after this, because here's a car that's much, much newer, different type of car, much more aero, more downforce, more speed. And James Cottingham is absolutely flying as he comes into the chicane, skims the wall up to the line. He's going to go quickest. He does a 1:11.573. Wow, that was travelling.
Well, that was absolutely sensational. James Cottingham giving Nick Padmore, and it all gets a little wrong, but again, nice stylish way of getting back into the pits.
Show off. Now, that puts him fastest at the moment. And what about this? It's a Le Mans car from 1970, and it's another glorious sounding car. Gary Pearson in the Ferrari 512M that ran for the Spanish Scuderia Moshweek team. Carlos Monteverde owns this car. Gary, part of the preparation team, and just wallow in the sights and sounds of what, if you like, Le Mans and sports car racing would have been in 1970. Fabulous noise.
It's just absolutely spectacular. I have been privileged enough to drive one of these cars, and I can tell you they have so much horsepower, so quick, particularly down the straights, that by the time you've gone from 0 throttle to full throttle, it's time to brake again.
Well, Gary Pearson, of course, very, very committed racer, great preparer as well, so versatile. No matter what he is put in from the historic racing world, he makes it go very quickly indeed. Of course, with a much older car, you can't really anticipate that he's going to be quicker than James Cottingham, but he should well be up in the overall classification. This is going to be good.
That burble on the overrun as he just gets out of the throttle is just sensational, so evocative, such an iconic shape. Gary Pearson into Lavin now, on and off the throttle, trying to just tweak the back end of the car, get it nice and straight so he can boot the right pedal on the run down toward Woodcote now. Where's he going to brake? Probably about 160 meters or so. Yep, down a couple of gears. Neat and tidy, it tightens up ever sharper through the radius of Woodcote.
And now into the chicane, so the clock ticks down. He won't be top, but where will this put Gary Pearson in the fabulous Ferrari? Over the line, and he will be 6th provisionally then, because that was a 1:20.566. Gary Pearson slots into 6th in the times.
Just fantastic seeing these cars on this circuit. We always enjoy the cars that race here traditionally, but something that feels wonderfully wrong about this.
Now, go back to 1982. Elio De Angelis won the Austrian Grand Prix in the Lotus 91. Greg Thornton is the owner of this car, and Greg was really feisty this morning, putting a lot of effort, a lot of commitment in. He's been another busy man this weekend, leaping from car to car. And so Cosworth DFE engine, Formula One car, period colour scheme, looked brilliant, sounds great. How is it going to be driven? Let's find out.
God, well, that was a hell of a start. If that was the start of a Grand Prix, he'd have absolutely nailed it. Lightning reactions to the falling Union Jack, just a little bit of wheel spin, but good propulsion off the line. He'll have good rear grip right now because of that, but the fronts will still be coming up to temperature. Now this is where the aero really kicks in. Look under the side pods, those huge underfloor tunnels, exiting the air out of the large diffusers at the tail of the car, giving a lot of downforce, sucking it down into the ground, and it's through these corners where he will feel the benefit of that downforce.
So the clock ticks down, and does he have a problem? Because yes, the car just seemed to slow, didn't it, coming out of St Mary's? So Greg Thornton, I fear, midway around the lap has hit a problem. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's still going, but the pace slightly reduced. Maybe he was fishing for gear, because it looks like it's picked up pace again now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The engine sounds fine. The car, the chassis, the suspension and tyres, that all looks fine. And now it sounds fine. So yeah, I think you're right. Just couldn't get the gear that he wanted at the time that he wanted it. Great shame for Greg Thornton, because I think that could have been a strong lap.
Absolutely right. So he will drop away in the times accordingly, and again struggling there coming out of Woodcote. So clearly there is a problem for the Lotus. He's going to get it to the line, but yeah, a shake of the head of all the times to have a gremlin. But Greg Thornton has done us proud by bringing that car, and yes, exasperation as he comes across the line, but it was good while it lasted, and Greg Thornton will at least complete the lap. It won't be the quickest, it won't be the slowest either, actually, but frustrated that something has gone wrong. Now, how about this for something rather different compared to a Formula One car? The very latest type of GT3 race car. This is Gordon Shedden, Triple British Touring Car champion at the wheel of the R8 LMS GT3. Now this is a really serious bit of kit. It's got the aero and it's very rapid indeed. This carrying the colours from the recent Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yeah, again, not so quick off the line. The rev's dropping just a little bit. Gordon maybe having to dip the clutch again, but this is going to be a highly capable car, not as powerful as some of the others we're going to be seeing, but huge aerodynamic and mechanical grip, and of course it's blessed with gizmos like ABS, which will really help him into the heavy braking zone at Lavant, into the heavy braking zone at Woodcote. For now, though, he's going to be absolutely flat out. No lift at all, I don't think, through Fordwater for Flash. How's he looking on the run into St Mary's?
Well, he's done an absolute best in the first sector, so quicker than Tom Christensen off the line through the initial burst. Not quite so quick as Tom Christensen in Sector 2. So where is this going to put him relative to the R8 GT2 Audi, the sort of inter-Nissan Audi contest building up here? Gordon Shedden pressing on, isn't he? Of course, he drove for Audi on the World Touring Car stage, having left the BTCC. Accelerates now down towards Woodcote. It's looking good.
Really is. You just heard that little cackle of traction control as he fed in the throttle out of Lavant. This is where this car will excel under heavy braking into Woodcote. Takes a slightly tighter line, which you can do with cars graced with so much downforce. All over the curb, though, that tighter line paying dividends a little bit through the entry, but not so much through the exit. Neat and tidy out of the chicane. Shedden goes second overall on a 1:17.3.
Top Audi goes ahead of Tom Christensen then. That's bragging rights, isn't it? Well done, Sheds. So Gordon Shedden, Flash is second fastest, 5.8 seconds behind James Cottingham's Dallara, but you can't really compare apples and pears in that sense, can you? The LMP style Le Mans car to a GT car. Now, next to go will be this McLaren M23 in the hands of Lucas Halusa. You're going back to 1976 here, the ex-Jochen Mass Formula One car, but bear in mind, even given its age, this is still, we've seen it over the last 3 days, Sam, a really quick car. And just a quick word about the tyres on which it runs here.
Yep, just to explain, you'll see some, not all of the cars on wet tyres. That's driver choice. The wet compound just coming up to temperature a lot faster than the harder slick tyres. That gives these drivers who, as you can see, have such a short run from the assembly area to the start line just to get a little bit of temperature. Now, normally, if you run wet tyres in the dry, they're just going to overheat, the tread block will start moving, then it'll just peel away and the grip will fall away with it. You've only got one lap though, so this works. This is a good strategy. It does make sense. And Lucas Halusa has been looking very racy indeed at the wheel of the McLaren in the sessions we've seen thus far.
Now, don't forget, the fastest race lap is a 1 minute 18.217. The fastest recorded lap this weekend, 1 minute 9.914. That's what they're all aiming to try to beat. Maybe it's asking a bit too much of a car from 1976, but look at that, looking across the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Lucas Halusa is really charging.
I just love this long shot. How evocative is that? Wow, it reminds me of those long camera shots that used to pan the cars at Silverstone down the Hanger Straight and in through Stowe Corner. Wonderful, Lucas really working the steering wheel there, trying to get some front grip through Lavant. The rear will be up to speed, no problem at all, under all that horsepower.
So he's aiming for a 1:11 or better. Can he do it? The clock ticks on down. I don't think he can, looking at this, but let's see where it's going to put Lucas Halusa then in this very historic McLaren. Look at the effort being put in there. The front wheels fighting for grip. Stabs the throttle into the chicane, sets it up, brakes, flick right, flick left, hustle it out of the corner, correction applied. Where's the time going to put him? It will put him second fastest, 1:15.890. A lot of commitment went into that lap.
Very much so. Most of the lap time came from his commitment into the quicker corners. Just got a little bit too cautious through the chicane, connected with the right-hand apex well, not so much the left.
Now, let's try and catch a quick word with James Cottingham. He's the fastest so far. He's with Molly.
James, quickest so far with a 1:11.5. What was that lap like?
It was great. You know, this morning was my first time out in the car because my co-owner Max has been driving the last 2 days. So every time I go out, I just go a bit quicker and I just want to have another go. But no, it was brilliant. And I was a little bit apprehensive about going around here in this because it is quite daunting, quite fast. But it's amazing because it's just very fast and flowing. So once you've got it slowed down, you turn in, it's just the most amazing feeling. So yeah, it's been great. And you know, the Dallara is always such a trusty tool. So yeah, really pleased.
To give everyone at home an idea of what you're talking about, what sort of speeds are we doing?
I haven't looked yet, but I'd imagine down the back straight we're probably doing 180, something like that. I don't know, I didn't really have time to look.
Impressive, thank you.
Now, if you have seen any of Carrera Cup GB on ITV4 this year, you'll know the name of Harry King. He is the Porsche Great Britain Junior, which has given him 2 fully funded seasons in the British Porsche One-Make Championship. He is a proper little star. Away he blasts in this 485 brake horsepower, 3.8 litre Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and he's quicker than anybody away from the line, and he has been throwing total commitment at his time at Goodwood this weekend.
Yeah, he really has. He's, for me, one of the stars of the weekend, and actually, I sat down for a moment before this run, and as soon as I saw Harry King pull up to the start line, I'm right back up on my feet because he has been spectacular. And you can see why. Look, he's just kicking up the grass on the exit of Fordwater. This guy has not got very much experience here at all. I had a chat with him yesterday. He said, yeah, I think I've done maybe 8 laps of Goodwood. Meanwhile, lighting up the sector times because of his commitment in this fabulous Cup car.
So where is this going to put him? Can we realistically expect this car to beat the Dallara? It's going to be a big ask, but Harry King, championship leader of Carrera Cup GB, very modest young guy, very, very good race driver, came out of the Ginetta Junior Championship into the Ginetta Senior Championship. His career masterminded by Chris Hodgetts, himself a double British Touring Car champion. Harry King, absolute standout in Carrera Cup GB, driving for Stuart Parker's Team Parker Racing Squad. So here he comes with the back over the curb and the dirt being kicked into the air. He fights the car into the chicane. He's not going to be the fastest. Where will Harry King slot in as he takes the checkered flag? He goes 4th fastest on a 1:17.443, and just as when he goes racing for half an hour of Carrera Cup GB, he's exciting to watch over just 1 lap of Goodwood.
Absolutely sensational, a definite star of the future. That was full commitment, wasn't it? And spectacular out of Woodcote, dropping a wheel on the dirt though. You saw that lost a bit of rear end adhesion as he tried to break into the chicane, the tail of the car snapping sideways. He gathered it up nicely, managed to get power down out of the chicane for a cracking lap, 4th overall for Harry King.
We have 2 cars to go. They are both Formula One cars. There they are. Lotus versus Arrows. The Lotus is going to be driven by triple Le Mans winner. Here it comes, Marco Werner. It is a car from 1976, the Lotus 77, and behind it will be the Arrows A11 from 1989, the ex-Derek Warwick car in the hands of Nick Padmore. Nick Padmore, remember, has the lap record. He's got the fastest recorded lap round here as well. Can Marco Werner take that honour away?
I think that was a slightly bigger snap of oversteer than he expected as he tried to warm the rear tyres. Off he goes, slip of the clutch, looking for maximum traction, gets the power down cleanly, and it's not a bad getaway for Werner. Now, a run up to Madgwick.
Purple sector, quicker than anybody to that point. Remember, you're aiming really around here now for a 1 minute 9.8 to be better than what Nick Padmore did yesterday.
The car getting really loose as it goes light over the little rise in the middle of Madgwick. Corrected it quickly, recomposed, now flat out through forward water, flat out up toward the right-hander at St Mary's.
You're looking for purples, not greens. Marco Werner drops a little bit of time in the second sector, so there's going to have to be a huge amount of bravery in sectors 3 and 4 to claw back that ground. This is Lavin corner.
Yeah, and he's really hustling the car. Look at the work rate at the steering wheel, bullying the front end, catching the rear end, which in turn is bullying him. Fantastic job, Marco Werner, not leaving anything on the table, is he?
Indeed not. 1:11.5 to beat. How will he do? Drops a little bit of time in sector 3, so the clock ticks down. A 1:11.5 for James Cottingham. 6, 7, into the chicane. I don't think Marco Werner will go quicker. He will not, because as he comes up to the line, it's a 14, is it? Yes, 14.324. Marco Werner will be second to James Cottingham. But now, everybody at Goodwood is about to focus on Nick Padmore. He's the lap record holder. He has done the fastest lap around here, the fastest recorded lap around here. That came earlier on. Nick, no pressure. Everybody's watching.
If he could hear you, he will hate you as well. So this for me is the most exciting car and driver combination in the lineup.
Yeah.
First of all, just what a beautiful Formula One car. This era, the late 80s, early 90s, very wide track, fantastic proportions, clean aerodynamics, lovely minimalist liveries, particularly in the USF and G of the Arrows. Just a fantastic car. And unlike me, Nick is the perfect height to sit in one of these things. His helmet looks at just the right height, the airbox is clear, and this is going to be exciting.
I mean, this weekend he's been racing in Minis, he's been racing in BMW saloon cars, he's been racing in early Can-Am cars. We've already seen him out, remember, in the NASCAR, and here he is, dropped into a Grand Prix car and told, just go out and try and break the lap record. 1 minute 9.914 is the time to beat. Can Nick Padmore do the fastest ever officially recorded lap around Goodwood? Remember, when this car does the lap, and it will start it very shortly, you're looking for purple dots. Those purple sectors mean faster than anybody else in that portion of the lap. Purple is good, green is okay, but it's purples that we're looking for. This is the man who in race trim, as James Cottingham, fastest so far, watches on, this is the man that in race trim has the Goodwood lap record. Is he about to be the man with the fastest ever recorded lap to his name? We're about to find out. The last car in the shootout, the Arrows A11 of Nick Padmore, blast off the line. Remember, we're looking for purple sectors with a 69.9 second lap to beat.
Doesn't get purple sector 1, but he is mighty quick into Madgwick. The car just skipping over the bumps in the braking zone. Nice tight line, that's the aerodynamics, and those enormous tyres with their huge mechanical grip advantage. Listen to that, not a hint of a lift through forward water. Sparks flying from the under tray, heading up toward the right hand of St Mary's, just a breath into the brake. Now braking hard, downshift.
2 purple sectors, this is good. Remember, we're looking to try to beat a 69.914 second lap. Everybody that has been out in the shootout is glued to the timing screen and to the pictures. Everybody from the other races now drawn to the pit wall to see whether this is going to be the ultimate Goodwood lap. It's fast, it's tidy, it's neat, it is absolutely full of commitment. Nick Padmore, down he comes into Woodcote Corner. It's looking very strong indeed. He's going to be the fastest, but is it going to be quicker than 69.9 seconds? That's the big question. Is it going to be the quickest ever lap? 68, 69.97. 11.3. Not quite as quick as he went yesterday, but it's the fastest lap of the shootout, and Nick Padmore has risen to the occasion. Applause from his rivals. Nick Padmore, yet again, is a standout driver. Sam Hancock, what a lap that was.
Fantastic from the Padster. All hail Nick Padmore, the king reigns supreme.
Wow, what is it about Nick Padmore and Goodwood? I mean, yes, you could argue it was the quickest car, but even so, it doesn't matter what you put him in, he just flies around here.
Yeah, he's just having fun, and it's a huge testimony not only to his ability but to his versatility, that he can so quickly and seemingly effortlessly hop between such a wide variety of cars and extract everything that they've got to offer.
Whoa, after all that, he missed out on his ultimate best lap of yesterday by 6/100ths of a second. But before we sit down, let's have a quick look at the times then. Nick Padmore in the genuine Formula One Arrows A11, fastest in the shootout presented by Mastercard Finale, 1 minute 9.973 ahead of James Cottingham and then Marco Werner. Lucas Alusa fourth, with Gordon Shedden fifth ahead of Harry King and Jake Hill. Tom Christensen was eighth. Tom Christensen was ninth because he was out again in the Audi, not quite as quick as in the Porsche. Ollie Bryant 10th ahead of Gary Pearson and Richard Mines. Rick Woods, Holden Commodore 13th. The Ford GT of Richard Westbrook 14th, and with his gear problems we think Greg Thornton had 15th. He ended up with Tom Ingram's Toyota Corolla next in the order, ahead of Gavin Kershaw and Dario Franchitti. Abby Eaton's Lexus ahead of the NASCAR, also in the hands of Nick Padmore. Pat Blakeney-Edwards won the little touring car 70s battle ahead of Richard Kent, and Vaughan Gittin Jr. didn't really worry about a time, but he took about 4 inches of rubber off the tyres with some very sideways motoring in the all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E. So then, the drivers at the end of the shootout, I think everybody who's watched that will be impressed by Nick Padmore's absolute commitment, and there, the top three will make their way towards their individual presentation areas. So Nick Padmore, James Cottingham and Marco Werner should be the top three from the times. There is Nick Padmore walking in, being applauded, quite rightly so. Where do I go, he said. Well, well done, that's from the opposition. Really, really impressive drive that, and lots of applause. Quite right to Nick Padmore, with Gordon Shedden there saying well done. All the drivers appreciate all that commitment put in. So Nick, helmet on, mask on in these current times. Time we heard from the fastest man round Goodwood, Nick Padmore, is with Molly.
Nick Padmore, what a spectacle that was. What a lap it was.
Yeah.
What was it like?
I can't remember it was that fast. I think it was amazing, you know, literally off the line. That's the biggest worry is getting off the line. Deep breath. And once you're into Madgwick, then it was getting on the throttle and then getting out. So it was an amazing opportunity. Jean-Louis Rion, you know, gave me the opportunity. And yeah, that's really, really good.
From being here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, what would you like to say to everyone watching at home who hasn't had the opportunity to be with us this year?
Well, you know, it's been a good show. It's been busy, you know, there are lots of races going on. Hopefully it's good entertainment for the TV and the internet and everything. Yeah, just let's get back to normal.
Thank you very much.
So Nick Padmore, the fastest driver around Goodwood, and
Open on a kitchen table, Cobble Hill. There's a kid. His mother says you always have to be 10 times better. So he keeps writing and does not stop. He writes about the heat, about the game, about the block and home. And it keeps riding and riding and riding until it all cuts to black. Title appears. This is a story of the storyteller from Brooklyn.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Seek me. I am your new desire. Yours. Ghost.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Wellbeloved.
would take the motorcycle 2 hours every morning to go prep to get the jumps in, because I would just ride the bike there, because with traffic outside of LA, it was a nightmare. So I just whip through, jump all day, do 10 to 15 jumps, and each jump you get almost terminal, so you're almost at 120, and then you have a minute of that. You know, obviously you start slow, but you speed up, and then, you know, so the repetition of practicing jumping out of an airplane over and over kind of reminded me of riding the motorcycle, which was so fun. I have a deck of cards, as you can see. Do you want to take out the picture cards or the number cards? The numbers or the pictures? Take out which?
Pictures.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Of the pictures, you have jacks, queens, or kings. Which one do you want? The jack, the queen, or the king? And you can change your mind. The jack? You're sure?
Yep.
Okay. Now for the jacks, you have the reds or the blacks. Which one do you want? The red or the black?
Black.
Are you sure? You can change.
No, I'm good.
Nobody ever changes, but I'm saying you can.
Yeah.
Of the black jacks, do you want the spade or the club?
Club.
Now, nobody ever changes, ever. But if you want to change it, you can. It's up to you.
Okay, I'll go for spade then.
Are you sure?
Yep.
This deck of cards has been sitting here the whole time, correct? So look, inside, you're going to see there's a card that's different to all of the others. And the reason it's different here, you'll see as I pour these out. So what's different about it here is one card in the deck. Look, can you see the one card is upside down? See that card? And it's the Jack of Spades.
Yeah, cool.
But the one thing that I want to say is maybe you think that I did some fast move and turned it over really quickly while you weren't paying attention because of the cameras and the direction. But that's not the case, because look, this card is the only red card in the deck. Now, the other thing is maybe you think, oh, well, he made me think of this card. But look, in the whole deck, There is no other card. That's the only card that you could have chosen. Every other card in the deck is blank.
That's amazing.
Hello and welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. Now, as you may know, Goodwood is always about the newest, most exciting, most scintillating cars in the world. So yesterday we sent our crack team in at the deep end to find out what's going on.
We're back here at the Bottoms auction. It's actually happening right now, but there's no people here. It's all happening remotely, COVID safe. We're going to talk about a few more of the interesting cars that are here in the hall, starting with this Land Rover. They called these Pink Panthers. It used to belong to the SAS.
It used to belong to the SAS.
Which is fantastic in itself. The reason they're pink is because they found that was the best camouflage colour for the desert, weirdly, in the Middle East when they were doing operations there. Don't know what operations, they don't really say.
Well, no, this is what I love about their catalogue. 1962 SAS retains most of its original equipment apart from the weapons.
What?
I know, shame. And although details of this Land Rover's military career are not known, the SAS did use it in service, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Do some things that we're not going to talk about. This, not ex-SAS, but just a whole bucket of loveliness. It's a Bentley Continental T.
Yeah.
T's important because this is the shorter wheelbase one with the flared arches, the wider track.
Big two-door.
It's basically a Bentley hot rod, isn't it, from the 90s. They're lovely. And what I love about these particularly is the proper old-school handmade Bentleys. I'm not supposed to touch them, but the door's locked.
Well, you're not allowed to touch
I can imagine what the door sounds like when you open and then slam it. Sort of like an industrial fridge, but I mean that in a good way. Beautiful.
These were £250,000 when they were new.
Yes.
27,000 miles from new, and it's up for 60 to 80 grand. I really like them. They're a big slab.
Yeah. I'm going to skirt quickly past that Cadillac Alante. I don't know what that's doing there. Most bonkers assembly system in the world. They sent floor pans and wiring looms from Detroit to Pininfarina in Italy, who added the body and the interior, and then Pininfarina sent them back to Detroit, where the engine and the suspension was added. So technically the production line for that car was about 9,000 miles long.
I'm a big fan of retro American cars, as you know, but I'm afraid that comes under the category of rare, but nobody cares. However, we are at lot 234, and this we do care about, actually.
Yes.
We really do care. This is a recreation of the XJ13 Jag.
The XJ13 Jaguar, because there's only one, and it belongs to Jaguar. So this is a recreation which...
6-litre V12. I mean, this thing, weirdly, finished last year, 2019. Has never been driven. It's a brand new car that never really existed.
I mean, normally I would be a bit sort of like, well, why are you just copying something that's already exists? But when there's only one of them, and it belongs to the people who make it, and they're not going to sell it...
Yes.
And I feel like there's a little bit more leeway in this, and that's sort of okay. And it is a lovely looking thing. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful cars, I think, in history. So, fair play. It is quite expensive, though, that, isn't it? That's
300 to 400,000.
Yeah, okay.
But it's an incredible build. It's probably built better than the original.
Well, the original was crashed and rebuilt, and on the plus side, that's brand new. So in a way, you're up on the deal. We're into a little fast forward area here because we've got this lovely sapphire Cosworth, and
race car
over there.
Mark 1 Fiesta.
Mark 1 Fiesta saloon car racer, which is actually, that's a replica of a real racing car. That one has been made, it's a looky-likey.
Yeah.
Still quite expensive, 30 to 40 grand.
Yeah.
Pretty little thing.
But they've dated so well.
Yes.
You think that's a late 70s car, or mid-70s car almost.
The design of those is very crisp.
Yeah.
Porsches.
911s, lovely. 356 Outlaw there, 1965, so one of the last of them.
Yeah, my mum always said to me, if you can't think of anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So, moving on. This is a 964. It's not a 70s 911. This is what you sort of resto mod jobby, made to look like an older car, but it's a 964 from the 90s. And personally, I really like 964s from the 90s. I would leave them as, because I think they just look of their period, which is equally valid.
I mean, it's all very tempting. Back there's a 1965 911, so the first year of production.
Nice, yes.
That's made me twinkle a little bit. But this, how often do you see a rough CTR3 Club Sport Coupe?
Never.
They're a rare groove as it is, but this is believed to be the only right-hand drive example. But better still, it's done 46 miles from new.
Why would you buy it and then?
I mean, it's a car built to shred, so it's 2013 car that's built to shred.
Yeah.
These blokes over here are talking about a car that I'm very, very attracted to. I've got to be careful. Alpha Montreals I have a special connection with. I've never owned one, and I think they're the most pretty Alpha out there. I actually think it's more attractive than a Lambo Miura. Controversial. Look at it.
Look, it is beautiful. I love these. I love this is in a period colour as well. Fantastic. I love that Yasmin Le Bon used to drive one. Also fantastic. But not the prettiest Alpha ever because of the Tipo 33 Stradale, I would say.
Look, eyelashes, knacker duct, seats, louvers. It's just so sexual. I love it.
You can have your knacker duct in your sexual car. But,
move on.
Let's move on. I would have one of those because I think it would be great in my collection of cars named after French-speaking cities, along with my Renault Kinshasa. Down here, it's my sad news to report that the cars are not the coolest thing in the room because Sir Roger Moore is here.
COVID spec. He's a sweet cutout, that man.
And there's more treats than you can shake a stick at in here. There's a Clio V6 over there.
Yeah,
I'm sure it was the other way around when we walked in before. But you know what they're like.
F1,
as soon as you look
you
at
just walk past, which is almost offensive. We haven't got time to talk about it. Behind the cameraman, one of my favourite Maseratis, the Ghibli SS, and factory right-hand drive. Gosh, what an attractive thing.
2 Dinos, both right-hand drive, chairs and flares. Absolutely fantastic. We talked about the 330 Ferrari yesterday, but forgot also this 356 here, sorry, 365, beg your pardon, coupe, which is just glorious.
Really, really gorgeous.
That's all we've got time for from here. There are treats aplenty. Obviously, the cars are quite expensive. If you are on a slightly tighter budget, I would remind you there's also automobilia, including over there, a fiberglass replica of a Cosworth DFV engine. So if you're on a budget and you want to end your marriage, why not buy that?
I'm so bidding on it.
We've seen a lot of racing here at SpeedWeek, some featuring cars from the present, some featuring cars from the past. But right now, let's look at some racing from the future.
Welcome Goodwood SpeedWeek to Alauda Aeronautics here in Adelaide, South Australia, where we're going to give you a preview, the first sneak peek of our full-size speeders. Here at Alauda Aeronautics, we're working on the world's first flying racing car. We're in the middle of a mobility revolution right now. What we're doing is creating a racing series to catalyze that industry. Airspeeder is the race to create the ultimate flying car. When we look back at pioneers like Ford and Rolls and Renault, Marcel Renault was a racing driver. Charles Rolls was a racing driver. Henry Ford was a racing driver and used his winnings from racing to start the Ford Motor Company. The first Fiats were racing cars. The first Bentleys were racing cars. The first Mercedes was a racing car. So it stands to reason that in this century, the first flying cars that truly change the world will be racing cars. The future of mobility is obviously electric. We're getting electric planes, we're getting electric multicopters, and those same trends that are driving electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles are going to be driving air taxis and electric mobility in the sky. We believe that racing is going to be the great catalyst to propel the industry forward. The Airspeeder mission is to be the race that creates the ultimate flying car. That race, we want it to be motorsport in the sky. Multiple vehicles starting together in the air at the same time. This is not a new air race. This is motorsport in the sky. Over the last few months, we've been hard at work putting together our Mark III prototypes. The Mark III is our first full-scale design, and we're incredibly excited to show the world its first look at the Mark III and what Airspeeder is going to look like.
This is our Mark III. It's our first full-scale unmanned vehicle. So we're using this to really test the performance and push the envelope of what we want to achieve in the race series. So we're going to be testing the maneuverability of the vehicle, figuring out the performance. So we're going to be looking at introducing LiDAR, radar, and machine vision to form a collision avoidance systems where we're going to create a virtual force field over the vehicle to keep the pilot safe, but also allow really close quarter motorsport action.
One of the key things I've been looking at is one of the hardest points is the ESCs, so the electronic speed controllers. one of the biggest challenges with where we're at right now is that nobody's designing those parts, so we kind of have to match the system as best we can and then go, all right, now can we create something custom that's going to be better than this? The other thing that I'm doing is redesigning the battery. That really started as a safety factor. That was one of the main focuses, and then also increasing the power. So this new battery should have 95% increase in available capacity with only a 50% increase in weight. So what you have to do is really design how much power do you need, how long do you need to be flying, what performance do you need, so that you can have as little battery as possible to get you that distance and to get you the performance that you need to make it there as quickly as possible. So you'd actually have different designs of batteries depending on what kind of section of race you're looking at. If you're looking at something where you've got a bunch of dynamic high performance moves, but it's really short, you want a small battery in there just to get you through that section. Keeps your vehicle light, keeps you agile, similar to Formula One, where it's not just a race. There's other systems, there's other things involved. It's not just about how fast you can fly.
So to give everyone context for what kind of power is in a Mark III, these battery packs have 560 kilowatts max available power. That's the same max power as the battery pack that's in a Porsche Taycan Turbo S. So 560 kilowatts is an enormous amount of power to be able to deliver instantaneously.
Yeah, instantaneous power is what you need to make those quick adjustments in the air. So
exactly. And if we compare that to that Porsche weighs 2.3 tons, this weighs under 100 kilos without anything in it. So enormous amount of power in a very, very light package. And hey, it's a mobility revolution. We don't just have to build taxis.
So I'm here with Karun Chandhok, and Karun, I know you've got a very varied history in motor racing, whether it's Formula E, Formula 1, GP2, the works, but today is quite an unusual challenge, isn't it?
It is. So I'm in the Formula E car today, racing against that electric drone and this electric Harley Davidson. So we're on 3 different tracks, which is going to be a bit complicated, but should be fun.
How do you fancy your chances?
Ask me in a couple of hours, because we're on, as I said, on 3 different tracks. We haven't actually seen each other practice.
Okay.
So we have no idea how good we're going to be.
Well, all I'm going to say is best of luck. You might need it. And let's have a look how your competitors shape up. The Envision Virgin Racing Formula E car is an all-electric carbon fibre beast designed to tear up the streets of city centres around the world. It's got a massive top speed of 280 kilometres per hour thanks to the 250 kilowatt motor, but its 900 kilo weight could be a sticking point. The Harley-Davidson Livewire is much more consumer-focused, but that doesn't mean it's any less special. An electric Harley-Davidson is a massive statement on its own, but with that 78 kilowatt motor taking it to 100 kilometres per hour in 3 seconds, there's a lot to be excited about. Finally, the Drone Champions League racing drone is a small, lightweight machine with less than a kilowatt of power between its 4 electric motors. Don't be deceived though, as it's fantastically agile and explosively fast. The Formula E car has the highest top speed, but the drone is by far the winner on acceleration and manoeuvrability. The Harley-Davidson Livewire is right in the middle. It's not the most powerful, but it's definitely no slouch. And at only 251 kilos, it can hold it together in the corners too.
So Karun Chandhok will be driving the Envision Virgin Racing Gen 2 car. It'll be Chris Northover on the Harley-Davidson Livewire, and Luke Bannister will be in the Drone Champions League drone. 3 electric vehicles do battle at Goodwood. A lot of tyre smoke from Karun Chandhok. He's going to be racing around the regular Goodwood circuit as he comes down towards the first corner, whereas the Harley-Davidson's going to be doing a separate circuit, doing a bit of off-road, and the drone is going to have aerial obstacles to try and deal with. Chandhok makes his way now down the back straight, raced in Formula E for a couple of years, raced in Formula 1 as well. As you see the drone coming through, the bike now, the Harley-Davidson, onto the middle part of the course. Look how nimble and agile the drone is. It's absolutely astonishing. The lowest top speed, but it can do 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in just half a second. Luke Bannister flying the drone, the 5 times world champion, the 19-year-old. As Chandhok now is coming towards the final couple of corners. Looks like it's going to be pretty close, actually, between the car and the drone. The bike's still in the fight as well. As
Chanduk makes his way down towards the final turns. The drone still looking pretty strong, going through those gates that are synonymous with drone racing. And the Harley-Davidson not out of the fight yet either. Chanduk towards the chicane. The drone is just coming up towards its final sequence of turns as well. This is going to be really tight. Here comes the Envision Virgin racing car out across the line. Is it going to get to the checkered flag ahead of the drone? Yes! Whoa, but only just. Look at that, the drone straight through after great piloting from Luke Bannister, and the Harley-Davidson just behind in the end in third spot. But it's Karun Chanduk in the Envision Virgin racing car that comes out on top in a fantastic battle at Goodwood between these three electric-powered machines.
David, we're in a room full of Ferraris. Again, it's getting embarrassing, isn't it?
Not a bad place to be, I have to say.
And I think it's interesting because Ferrari are probably the only manufacturer who've always made their own F1 engines as well as road car engines. And we're in the fortunate position right now of being surrounded by a few great examples of that. Should we ignore that for a second and start with the road cars?
Let's go to the road car, and it's a fine-looking one as well. The first front-engine V12 convertible since the Daytona as a production model. There's a few special editions through the years, but fantastic car, the 812. And now
812
in
GTS, yeah. The fastest drop-top car in the world, I believe.
Well, it could well be 211 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, I believe. It's a very quick car. And what is incredible about it, it does everything it says on the tin. It's super fast, it really is. I mean, it's just immense. This engine revs to about 8,900 revs. It's a fantastic V12 engine, and it goes so well, this car.
I mean, 800 horsepower in a car with no roof. That's got to be terrifying,
And it looks good, those
frankly.
big buttresses as well on the back. I just think it's a fantastic-looking car.
Yeah, we'll move across to a car with even less of a roof.
Absolutely. I mean,
the
this
Monza
is
SP2.
actually almost an evolution of that car. It's got the same underpinnings, but this is the first of the Icona line that Ferrari have made. Only 499 versions of this car be made, and it's the Monza. And this one's the SP2 with the 2 seats. You can order it with just the 1 seat if you want to be really selfish.
Yeah.
But it's a gorgeous looking car, all carbon fiber bodywork, sort of modelled on the old 750 Monza, which took part in the Mille Miglia back in the 50s. It's a fantastic looking car.
If you want to make a statement, but also feel like you're really connected to that driving experience, and I think this is definitely the Ferrari, in this room certainly, that you want to be driving.
And it's got this air management system here, which is kind of a sort of air curtain that comes over your head. That's the theory anyway, so you don't
I noticed
feel...
there's none of that for the passenger, though. We don't care about them.
No, you know, it's all about the driving seat in this car. It's got to be.
All right, well, let's move on to a more accessible Ferrari then. The Roma, here finished in this lovely metallic grey colour. This is the entry-level Ferrari, shall we say,
Well,
even though it costs, what, 170,000 pounds?
It doesn't feel right saying entry-level Ferrari, does it? But of course, this is a new design concept for Ferrari, I would say. It's kind of looking back to those old elegant 50s front-engined, you know, GT cars, and it's got underneath this bonnet is probably, some would say, the best engine in the world. It's that
3.9 litre.
3.9 twin turbo, such a glorious engine. And now we see it in the mid in an F8, but in the front of this car, and it's just a great car. 2+2, if you're little in the back. And it's kind of a practical Ferrari. Ferrari think they're going to attract a whole new range of buyers with this car, and you can see why, really, because it's kind of got some practical elements.
Well, they're saying it's going to be designed to appeal to people who don't necessarily want to show off the fact that they have a Ferrari. It's slightly more understated, and yet it still has that performance. So 611 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 in circa 3 seconds. It's still a high-performance car, but...
And you and I both drove this car, and it's actually a little bit leery when you want it to be. It's still got that side slip control. It's got the new 8-speed gearbox that we saw first in the SF90, and it's a very elegant-looking car. I think they've done some very clever work on the aerodynamics, so no ugly aerodynamic appendages on the outside. It's all done underneath with some very clever diffusers, front splitter, and you've got this rear wing that's sort of hidden into the rear screen here that comes up at different speeds. Very elegant looking car.
Absolutely
Fantastic.
gorgeous thing. Let's move across to some of their racers now. Now this is the, and this is where my knowledge falls down.
Well, Ferrari are all about racing. As we know, Enzo used to just sell the road cars just so he could go and have fun in the race cars. And that's what you see time and time again. I mean, you talked about engines in Maranello. Ferrari even has its own foundry, which is fantastic. Everything's in that little footprint in Maranello, and they can build almost every single part of this car. And for Ferrari, it's all about going out racing. And this car, the Challenge car, is, you know, in the development of that 488 Pista, and which is incredible road car.
So there's two ways to go about becoming a professional racing driver in a Ferrari. One is to be at the very pinnacle of your game, the likes of, you know, Sebastian Vettel. The second is to buy one of these and actually take it racing yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, and now we have this series actually in the UK now, the Challenge Series. There's a Challenge Series all around the world, but you can actually race in the UK alone in this car now. And we've seen, I don't know how many of these are on the road, but they're very successful race cars. I've driven this one, and it's immensely quick, immensely quick. Lots of fun. But, you know, you can take the Ferrari driving experience on the track all the way up from something like this, which again sounds silly to say, it's the entry level, and then you take it to more an extreme there, which is the GT3 version of this car with a little bit more aero, as you can see, a little bit more
aggression, quite frankly.
Exactly, yeah, and it's a great looking car.
Well, let's move on from these then to what perhaps people know Ferrari best for, and that is their Formula One cars. This was their 2009 model, and this was famous because this was actually the car, the generation of car where Felipe Massa had that very unfortunate incident with the spring falling off another car and hitting him in the helmet. So it'll stay in my mind for that reason. But again, even though this is perhaps not one of Ferrari's most successful generation of cars, this demonstrates the fact that if you want to drive a Ferrari F1 car, you can actually call Ferrari up and say, hey, I want my own F1 car. They'll sell one to you and then support you while you go racing.
Well, of course, with that heritage and all of that, those years of experience, and because they build everything in the car, they can still run it through their Clienti services. And you can actually, if you've got the money, have an F1 car, send it all around the world and race it in a track. I mean, what better way to enjoy your Ferrari if you've got the time and the wallet, let's say.
Absolutely. Fantastic lineup, as we've just seen. Everything from the 812 GTS all the way up to this 2009 Formula One machine. Yeah, spectacular.
You got to love Ferrari.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and kaboom, the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
seen a load of concept cars here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, and one of the big themes right now is autonomy. So right now, let's take a look at yet another driverless car that's just around the corner. We've all been paying a lot of attention to self-driving cars over the past few years. Several have now navigated the famous Goodwood Hill, but many of us question how comfortable we would be riding in a driverless car. But cars, of course, are only one of the areas where transport will need an overhaul to meet a zero-emissions future. Haulage vehicles make up just 10% of traffic, but consume well over a quarter of all fuel. It might not grab the headlines like flying cars, but there is a race going on to produce an all-electric, emissions-free and driverless tracking network. The leader in Europe is Einride, which is, in typically Swedish fashion, quietly and confidently pushing ahead with what it calls intelligent technologies for movement.
Being a truck driver is one of the most dangerous jobs out there. And with this technology, we can put them in a very safe environment. This has the potential to make us reach zero death in traffic.
Less than 5 years ago, the company's first vehicle was called T-Pod, a small but mighty short-haul freight truck relying solely on battery power. Einride followed this up with T-Log, an even heavier-duty autonomous truck designed for logging camps. Debuting at the 2018 Festival of Speed presented by Mastercard, this was not only battery-powered, but capable of driverless, all-terrain operation. Battery power makes a lot of sense for freight, at least on shorter routes with current electric-only ranges. Electric motors provide monster torque for moving heavy loads, and on pre-planned routes, charging times can be built into shipping schedules. Doing so is the job of Einride's freight mobility platform, developed with help from German supermarket giant Lidl. And food producer Oatly will soon see fleets of Einride electric trucks making deliveries, lowering CO2 on those routes by nearly 90%. These next-gen Einride pods are able to operate in different environments according to the needs of the shipper. The simplest operate fully autonomously on closed sites. The next levels up also include local roads, country lanes, and then long-distance deliveries using motorways. 5G technology is crucial to autonomous driving and connected vehicles in order for them to perform safely. Fast data networks also let humans step in and take control remotely, with one person acting like an air traffic controller, assisting many different trucks at once. Intelligent routing to optimize delivery time, battery life, and energy consumption mean all-electric, driverless trucks could replace 60% of the freight on our roads. But can they keep up with the traffic? Einride have brought their latest pod to SpeedWeek to try out a lap of the famous circuit. After mapping the circuit using a LiDAR laser imaging radar, that data is taken away and an image of the track created so the truck can see where it's going.
It tries to generate a full 3D map of the environment to say, okay, this is everything around me. This is a person, this is the edge of the track, and this is pavement, this is grass. We have like 2 centimeters of precision in the GPSs. And we use all of that to calculate the best possible track to drive.
Then the truck slowly learns the circuit. Gradually increasing its speed as it gets to a certain level, the truck automatically takes to the racing line. But how will it fare when the pressure's on?
Welcome to our final PG Tips tea break of the weekend. Oh, I've had so many cups of tea, I can't believe it. And I can't believe how fast it's gone as well. We've seen so much action, both on and off the track. And most importantly, we've been hearing so much from you guys at home about how you're making Speed Week your own and joining in. It's been brilliant. It's been so lovely to hear from you all. I'm well impressed. Keep those posts coming in with the hashtag GWSpeedWeek. Now, it's been so full on for us here on the ground at Goodwood. I think it's like the first time I've actually had a chance to sit down. Now, we're going to have a look at what we've been up to, and I also have some very special guests with me now. I have the wonderful Karun Chandhok. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks. Nice to be here.
Great to have you. And of course, Howard, lovely to see you as well.
Lovely to see you too.
Popped in earlier and I didn't expect to see you at all.
Yeah, and you said
you've only just sat down. When I came in, you were already sat down.
Don't tell them that. Now, we've actually both been all over the place this weekend, Karun, and getting involved in all different things. What has been your highlight?
Well, I've been coming to Goodwood and it's here now for 10 years, but it's the first time I got to drive an F1 car around the circuit. We've been normally on the hill, but Charles has managed to finally get the F1 demo on the circuit, which I was talking to him last night. He was so emotional. The Duke of Richmond and his family were there watching Formula One cars on the track. Again, you know, current and contemporary cars. So I was in World Championship winner from '82 at Keke Rosberg. And it was just amazing, you know, 180 mile an hour down the back straight. It was amazing.
180 mile an hour?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Were you not terrified?
No, because, you know, fortunately, this is what I do for a living. So I've been lucky to drive lots of cars. Yeah, but I've been in 5 different cars, Formula E and road cars and all sorts of weird and wonderful things, as you do at Goodwood.
And Howard, I know you'll be jumping in a Porsche later, won't you?
Yes, I will. Straight after this, I'm doing the the celebration of Porsche at Le Mans in a 3-litre Porsche RSR. So I've been lucky to drive that on Friday, whereas this gentleman's been lucky to drive 5.
Yeah. It's funny because every time I see you, I feel like you have a new hobby, whether it's yoga, DJing, and I didn't know you were racing cars around tracks.
I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
Brilliant, aren't we all? What's been your favourite moment this weekend, Karun?
I think the fact, first of all, that we're all here, you know, I genuinely am amazed at how well Goodwood managed to put events on. You know, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and yet, you know, with all the precautions in place, they've managed to get this event off the ground. We've seen some incredible cars, you know, celebration of Porsches at Le Mans, celebration of Jaguar at Le Mans, F1 cars. Great racing. I think the St. Mary's race is always entertaining. I was in a little Mini in amongst this pack of cars.
Wow.
And
the shootout has been amazing as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, great.
Incredible.
Yeah, and you know, I think having the rally stage, you know, it's a shame we can't have the spectators here. But they've made use of the space by running rally cars through the spectator grandstands. I mean, they do an amazing job, I think, of thinking outside the box and making use of the space.
100%. I think actually it's been unusual circumstances, but in cases like the shootout and other moments, they've been able to do things this weekend that have actually never been done before, which is pretty cool. I think one of the best things that's been about SpeedWeek is just the variety of motorsport that we've seen. I saw up close for the first time the drift corner. Like the guys drifting around. It was incredible. It was so good. Was there anything new that either of you have ever seen before? Howard, have you managed to see much today?
Yes, I have. And again, like the rally, like this gentleman said, the rally stages has been amazing. I mean, it's one, for me, I have ultimate respect for any kind of person that's a professional racing driver, but rally especially, people that can drive on different surfaces. That's one thing, if I was young enough, I would love to have been able to learn from an early age, because I think that's just like so much respect for any racing driver, but rally driving for me is like the ultimate, I think.
Oh, I don't know. We might be able to get you involved at some point, if you dare.
I can't hear that car's so noisy.
Well, that's pretty good you couldn't hear, because I was trying to sign you up to do it next year.
All right, okay, yes, please.
Okay, good. And what about you, Karun? Have you seen anything unusual this weekend? Or
I think you always see weird and wonderful things here, don't you? I mean, I was standing in the paddock earlier, and this enormous Bentley concept car sort of came up behind me. And I saw it kept coming, and then it stopped and it moved, and I kept wondering what's going on. There's no driver in it, and it was an autonomous concept, and it just seemed to be meandering around the paddock on its own. So, you know, you see the future, perhaps. Who knows? I don't know. But also you obviously see amazing things in the past. You know, there's a Maserati 250F here, which is, you know, a car driven by Fangio. Arguably one of the 10 most important cars in Formula One or motor racing history. You can't put a price tag on that sort of stuff, and there's people driving it absolutely flat out around the circuit. You know, they're mad. So yeah, I mean, this is part of the fun of coming here.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, it's been so great to be able to share all this incredible motorsport with everyone at home. And obviously we're going through quite a difficult year, but as you say, somehow it's just managed to kind of work, and we've still managed to do stuff. Any favourite looking car of the week? Have you seen anything, apart from that Bentley that was very impressive, that you really, really loved?
I mean, I think the fact that we had a Senna McLaren here, that to me, I grew up watching, you know, Mansell, Senna, Prost, that era of Formula One. That's what drew me to the sport. That's what I fell in love with. To see a Senna McLaren going around the Goodwood circuit was pretty magical. But I think the collection of Porsche Le Mans cars, there was a really impressive lineup. I mean, you must have seen it.
I was going to say one of those. I was going to say the 917, the 1970 winning Porsche 917 is probably one of my favourites. I wouldn't like to drive one because apparently your feet are actually in front of the front axle.
Oh, really?
How those drivers drove those cars back in the day without any fear of losing their legs.
That's what my Williams was like. My feet were about, I don't know, half a foot in front of the front wheels.
Wow.
Yeah, they were brave boys back then.
Brave, very brave.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, it's just been fantastic to see all these different things. And it's actually been great as well to see what you've been up to. If you want to check out what everyone's been up to, we've had a lot of Speed Week at Home posts, and we're going to finish on a high. Now, there's a big screen behind you, lads. I don't know if you can see this. This is about as close to Goodwood as we're getting this year, but loving seeing GW Speed Week nonetheless. So they're having a little, a nice little cup of tea, nice little brew with us. Oh, here we go. Proud to be part of the demonstration with Porsche Le Mans. Who's that? A good-looking chap.
I don't know.
I think we've got another one up here. Let's have a look. Who else has been tweeting? Oh, Philip, has been making a feature. So we've been doing quite a few competitions this weekend, and they've designed, made from shattered glass. It's very clever. Very nice. We're liking it. Now, lastly, I don't know if you've seen this yet. You might have noticed something interesting near us. We've had a competition running on goodwood.com where you can win a year's supply of M&Ms. Now, all you needed to do was guess the amount of M&Ms that are here in this Mini. Now, we want to make things quite tricky, so what we've been doing is slowly filling it up throughout the week, and I think it's time to add a finishing touch. Howard, Karoon, can you please give us the honour of loading up with these M&Ms?
Can I eat a couple?
You can eat a couple. They're very delicious.
Not this
Howard,
tea.
there you
Don't
go.
pour the tea in.
Don't pour the tea in. We'll drink that. So if you have a look there, there's like a little funnel.
It is literally up to the roof, isn't it?
It's almost full now.
That is incredible. I'm surprised the windows haven't come through, to be honest with you.
There we go. And then Howard, if you want to pop yours in. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. Now, remember, all you have to do is try and guess how many M&Ms are in our lovely Mini. What are you thinking, Howard? How many?
I have no idea. I'm just off the top of my head, 3 million.
3 million.
4 million.
It's a strong guess. Unfortunately, though, that is it. That's all we've got time for. Our last PG Tips tea break of the weekend. I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed just being able to sit down, share a cuppa with you, see how you've all been getting on and bringing the spirit of Speed Week into your home. So thank you so much for joining us. Now we're going to head to Dermot. Dermot, where are you out there?
Wow, this is a very exciting place to be. It's the final race of Speed Week, the TT Celebration. The cars are now starting to go out. Joined by the Duke of Richmond. Good Grace, tell us about this race. It looks like there's such an anticipation to it. This was the Blue Ribbon race, correct?
This is a fantastic race, yeah. This is the race that everybody really wants to win. This is the sort of Blue Ribbon race at Goodwood, the TT. It was always the big race in the 60s, and it's pretty noisy, as you can hear.
We were saying before as well, there's a great variety of cars here. You were saying the E-Types and the Cobras are super quick, but it's great to see so much variety and so many cars coming.
These are all the great GT cars of the period, and these guys these are super quick now around here.
Listen, so tell me, how's it been for you? Give me your impressions of Speed Week. Congratulations, I think everyone agrees it's been an incredible success, and it's obviously there's a hybrid nature to it, but speaking to some of the stewards here, they've said, if we're in a situation next year, then this is, the best way this could possibly be.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty intense, as you've just seen. With that lot going out. Yeah, now breathe. So it's been an amazing weekend. There's been some really, fantastic highlights for me. I mean, seeing 70s, 80s, 90s F1 cars going around here, which we've really never seen before.
Yeah, the celebration.
And seeing the great
F1
Lotuses going around, and the McLaren, I think, was V12 McLaren going around. I mean, that was really special.
And in terms of, from the estate's point of view, being this, having these people that rely on you, there must have been a sigh of relief last night when, over the first couple of days, you thought, well, hang on a second, I know that we've got a cross here between the Festival of Speed and Revival, but there does seem to be widely accepted that it's gone well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a particular energy, I think. I mean, to see the sort of Festival of Speed really entertaining bits of the festival speed dropped into between these races, and bringing the two events together has been fantastic. The broadcast trying to raise the whole level of the show, so to speak, has been really interesting for us, and I think been a real success. So we're very excited about it, and we're looking forward to next year.
So I was going to say, where do we go from here?
What do you think? To next year, I guess. We hope next year is going to be a little easier, a little less challenging. We're very keen to obviously do what we can. This year we were absolutely dead keen to get something done, and hopefully we've got it done.
Yeah.
And we hope the next year will be a bit easier.
Absolutely. Well, listen, congratulations on this weekend, and enjoy well and drink tonight. All right.
we will. Thanks,
right.
David. Thanks.
Let's hand over to the commentary team.
The Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration is our last race here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, presented by Mastercard. What a grid. Not just the cars, the drivers as well, and this promises to be a brilliant way to round out what has been a quite outstanding weekend of activity. The Goodwood team, the BARC, all the volunteer officials have done a wonderful job of putting on a race event with a difference, but this for sure is going to be a really tough battle. Picking a winner, very hard indeed. The grid is formed. It's a pit stop race. It is 1 hour in its duration. There is a pit window that will be between 20 and 40 minutes. Adrian Wilmot's Cobra there, getting rid of last-minute attention from the preparer and co-driver, 1A Jordan, crouched down by the side of it, just making sure that all is well. They will have one final formation lap, then the cars will be released to go racing. Up to the grid at the back comes number 24, Sean Lynn. Remember, new engine, gearbox and diff put into that car, so not for Sean, a shrug of the shoulders and oh dear, the car's broken, let's go home. All that effort from the team to get the car onto the grid. Now, the car's slotting into position, and just before the race gets underway, let's just have a look at one or two of the star cars set for this race. Number 76 will be started by Nicolas Menassian. That is the 5.3 litre Bizzarini with the Chevrolet engine, and the young, very rapid Dutchman Olivier Hart will take over that. So that's going to be a real possibility for a race win, no question about it. Another one to keep an eye on is going to be the E-Type lightweight, the low drag coupe, Lucas Alusa sharing with Emanuele Pirro, but it's 12th on the grid, so Emanuele will have a little bit of work to do. There's Bill Shepherd and Nick Padmore sharing this AC Cobra, and it starts on the third row of the grid. So again, when you put Nick Padmore in for the second stint, just watch that fly. And Bill Shepherd himself is no slouch, so that will be in there pitching for race honours as well. On pole position though is Fred Wakeman's Lister Jaguar Coupe, the space frame chassis, and Frank Costin design car will be shared by Andre Lotre, who was just electrifying in the qualifying session. And Andre Lotre, last year's winner of the RAC TT Celebration. So the grid is being cleared. We'll have a look at who starts where just in a couple of moments' time, as there you see number 72, Adrian Wilmot, being given the thumbs up. Brager Fiskin fires up the engine. Mike Whitaker is there.
1 minute to go now. This is when the drivers will start looking for first gear. They might have a little practice with the clutch just to teach their left foot about how much pressure they need to apply to keep it on the biting point for the race start proper. Just looking into Alex Brundle at the wheel of his E-Type. Now this is going to be a green flag lap, a warm-up lap. Gives them an opportunity now to do a practice start off the line, and we were saying earlier that some of them might in fact elect to use a few too many revs deliberately to lay a bit of rubber down, a bit of wheel spin off of their grid box that they will delicately park on top of when they finish this warm-up lap, in the hope of some extra traction to propel them off the start line. You'll just see the drivers weaving the cars left and right, but they need to do that with some load as well, either on the back end of the car with some throttle or on the front end of the car with some brake. There's no use just turning left and right. You've got to add a little bit of brake or throttle at the same time. You'll also see one or two dropping back as much as they can get away with on this green flag lap, so that they can then pick up their speed, carry closer toward racing speed through some of the corners, drift the car a little, just get a bit of heat into those tyres.
So let's have a look at the grid for this RAC TT Celebration. It is the Fred Wakeman Jaguar on pole position, Mike Whittaker's TVR and the Cobra of Adrian Wilmot alongside. Then you have Nicolas Menassian starting in the Pizzerini with Andrew Smith next to him. Bill Shepherd shares row 3 with Richard Mines and Pat Blakeney-Edwards. So that's Cobra, Jaguar, Cobra on row 3. The fourth row, Chris Bayton has John Spires alongside him in the E-Type Jaguar. The next row of the grid, Alex Brundle starts alongside the car of Lucas Halusa, and then Anthony Reid in Malcolm Young's Cobra will go first alongside. Next on the grid, Gregor Fiskin with single-seater Garnett Jones alongside them. Craig Davis alongside Ed Thurston. Marco Attard starts his Corvette Stingray ahead of David Clark, and the irrepressible Stig Blomqvist, the 1984 World Rally Champion, starting 20th on the grid. 21st, the Lotus Elan of Robin Ellis alongside Nick Ditting's E-Type Jaguar, then Ludovic Lindsay on the outside of that row. Next comes Nick Sleep's Cobra and Ashim Fateli the Porsche, with Richard Atwood and Sean Lynn completing this fantastic grid, which will take us to the end of racing activity here at the Goodwood SpeedWeek. The Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration. The Tourist Trophy was held at Goodwood 7 times from 1958 to 1964. Graham Hill had 2 wins, 4 were won by Sterling Moss, and this has always been a centrepiece of the Revival weekend, and it's a fitting way to round out Speed Week here in 2020. Looking back from Gregor Fiskin's 14th placed starting AC Cobra. So that comes now up to the grid, and Dario Franchitti looks on. So do all the other co-drivers, waiting to see what their car, as it were, does on the opening corners of the race.
Well, these opening laps are going to be tricky for the starting drivers. Remember, this is a long-distance race compared to the others on the billing. 1 hour, 2 drivers. That means they've got to make the cars last. They've got to make the tyres last. Means you're going to start with your tyre pressures just a little bit lower than normal, so that they don't go over their peak operating pressure and temperature halfway through the race. What that means is they're not yet up to the kind of pressures you would want them to be for the first lap, possibly even the first 2. Makes the handling a little bit unpredictable.
It also makes the racing very spectacular. This is going to be good. The last race of Goodwood SpeedWeek, presented by Mastercard, is the Royal Automobile Club TT Celebration. 60 minutes, pit window between 20 and 40. The flag falls now. Who makes the best start? The ground shakes, they blast off the line. Not a great start by Mike Whittaker, good start by Fred Wakeman. And look at Adrian Wilmot, a race winner this weekend, up on the outside line. Charging up on the inside, there goes Craig Davis to try to gain ground. Andrew Smith in the red and gold Cobra on the outside line as they round Madgwick corner for the first time. And now blast up to Ford Water. Look at Nicolas Menassian, the Pizzerini, he's up into second. It is Wilmot who leads from the outside of row 1, and up into second, Nicolas Menassian all over the back of the Cobra. Does he make a move? He has a look on the inside towards St Mary's. Not quite.
He had to get into the brake pedal there. Normally Ford Water is nearly flat, maybe a lift out of the throttle, but he had to hit the brakes because he was on the compromised inside line. Meanwhile, behind him, Fred Wakeman got off the line well initially, but then dropped back massively through the first few corners into, I think, 5th position.
So Menassian there tried the outside line going into 11th corner. That didn't work. Look back from Gregor Fiskin's car. He gets back ahead of Craig Davis there in the Chevrolet. The leaders are going to be side by side, and here comes Mike Whittaker into the mix as well.
Now Whittaker hoping that he can follow Menassian through, and he does. Has he got the brakes underneath him to get alongside the Cobra into Woodcourt? Oh, he's getting squeezed. It's a test of nerve between all 3 of them. Respectful driving, though, from all. Close, but no touching.
So Mike Whittaker to the inside line as they come into the chicane, can't do it. At the end of the lap, it is going to be Nicolas Menassian then that leads the way up towards the timing line. So Menassian, the French driver, based just down the road, very much a Goodwood local these days, is leading Adrian Wilmot. Here comes Mike Whittaker in the TVR up on the inside line. The blue TVR goes through, yet into second place.
Now keep a lookout for pressure on Whittaker, because that TVR is good in the tight to twistier corners, but the short wheelbase of the TVR make it a bit less stable. Now through this section of the circuit into Ford Water, very fast right-hander, down a little dip, over a little crest, the car goes light. You've got to tease the brake pedal into the right-hander at St Mary's, where we are right now, and as you can see, the Cobra getting close, not close enough to have a lunge up the inside into the left-hander.
bouncing around the road then as he tries to make a move here. They come over the brow, so Mike Whittaker doing a really good job, but look back, Andrew Smith there is getting on with the job as well in 4th place in the #1 red and gold Cobra as the cars blast now out of Lavin corner. So Nicolas Menassian is the race leader. He is trying to edge away. Whittaker second, and then the Cobra battle is developing for 3rd place. Andrew Smith there right on the back. Is he alongside Adrian Wilmot as they come down towards Woodcote? No, not this time. It is still just Wilmot ahead.
Yeah, Wilmot just covering the inside line there. Now these cars all waft around from one side of the road to another. It's difficult to accurately place them, particularly when you're trying to go side by side into a braking zone. So Andrew Smith quite rightly thinking that patience is the way forward, hanging back, taking his time. Great experience and extremely fast. Nicolas Menassian has to close the door aggressively on Mike Whittaker's TVR into Manchwick. A little TVR looking to sneak up the inside, but Menassian holds position, holds his line.
Yeah, Mike Whittaker has done the fastest lap of the race, and you can see exactly why, because he's pushing. He might feel that were he to get past Menassian, he'd be able to pull away as it is with a puff of smoke. The Cobra is there in 3rd place, closing up all the time. Adrian Wilmot there goes through, and then in 4th place, Andrew Smith. So it's still any one of those 4 that could come out on top, because that absolutely is one. In 5th place, it is Bill Shepherd, and then 6th, the next of the Cobras, is Anthony Reid going really strongly. As here now, look comes Wilmot trying to defend, but Smith looks to the inside. Brilliant battle.
Yeah, Smith just getting the front end chopped off there. He had to get out of it at the last minute. That'll compromise his exit. Meanwhile, up front, Nicolas Menassian in the Bizzarini will be hoping that 3 behind him get embroiled in a battle of their own and allow him to pull just a little bit of a cushion, because actually he is creating a little bit of a traffic jam behind him, and I think the others are looking a little more racy.
Yeah, and if he's not careful, they're going to be joined by Shepherd. They're looking at the green Cobra, and also by Anthony Reid, and then it is Alex Brundle's 7th, so we might yet get a train of 7 before the shuffling really starts. Whittaker is stuck, isn't he? Right now, Menassian is almost the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, very much so. Hard for him, great for us though. Mike Whittaker again, a 27.9 on that last lap.
Change for the lead, he's done it. Look on the inside line there, dives through. So that fastest lap for Bill Shepherd, bringing him closer to the new race leading order with Mike Whittaker at the head of the queue. And now that he's hit the front, Sam, can he get away?
Well, Nick Menassian fancies his chances of regaining that position, doesn't he? Had a little look on the run up toward Fordwater as we see some smoke puffing out of the back of Whittaker's Cobra behind. That's just the tyre rubbing on the inside of the rear wheel arch through the compression. No harm will be done there. Might make the car a little bit twitchy. Meanwhile, up front, Menassian can't quite hang on to the back of the TVR.
But not for the want of trying. He's being reeled in again, look, isn't he, by Adrian Wilmot, and then Andrew Smith right there as well behind. 5th is Bill Shepherd in the green Cobra, getting up towards the tail of this leading group. He's taking with him Anthony Reid and then also Alex Brundle, but Mike Whittaker now leading the way. Now, all of these cars over an hour are going to have to think about the brakes long term, aren't they? They're all big, they're all powerful, but they're all heavy.
Very much so, but I think when you're embroiled in the heat of battle like this, you just gotta go for it. As you see, Wilmot's Cobra picking up the inside front wheel as he navigates the apex at Woodcote, and I think in fact it was his car that has the tyre touching the inside of the rear wheel arch.
Safety car deployed. There's been a shunt out on the circuit and the safety car deployed. I was about to say that the Fred Wakeman Jaguar from pole position has fallen back into 8th place. It was losing time, but the safety car will bring it back into the mix. So, safety car on track. Another one we've lost into the pit lane, really sadly, Richard Mine's Jaguar E-Type. But there's been, as I say, an incident out on the circuit. So the safety car scrambled quite quickly. We'll get to the bottom of that in a moment or two as the cars all cycle through, and of course the gaps will come down now. So Mike Whittaker leads the way, and with 53 minutes on the clock, the safety car brought out onto the circuit. Time to catch our breath, really, after all that.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary opening few laps, not only for the drivers, but also for us here in the commentary booth. Fantastic action from front to back, but certainly this will give everybody a chance just to recompose their thoughts. No bad thing for the cars either, because they are pushed to their absolute limits over the duration of this 1 hour race. And there we have the reason for the safety car. Oof, huge shunt on the exit of the first part of St Mary's, but he's okay. Apparently, we're hearing back to
Stig Blomqvist, isn't it, in number 2? So Stig Blomqvist goes round the outside and runs out of road and hooks a wheel onto the grass, and not even the 1984 World Rally champion can save that. That's a big hit and a big, big spin out of the tyres, and so Stig Blomqvist, who we were saying early on has been one of the stars of the weekend, sadly ends it with a big off, clattering into the tyre barrier and the car flailing around as it bounces out. Stig is okay. Remember, he's in his early 70s, Stig Blomqvist, so for anybody that's quite a whack, but glad to see he's out of the car and okay.
Very much so. Always hate to see crashes like that, but very happy. There he is. Actually not looking too bad. I'm sure he's a little bit shaken. But there's a thick tyre wall there. There's not much runoff, admittedly, but there is a thick tyre wall, which, although it triggered that fairly spectacular sort of spin, multiple spins, at least they help shed the speed, but the tyre wall absorbing a lot of the energy there. Stig just getting a little bit wide. So easy to do, because actually if you go offline, you're carrying a huge head of steam into the first part of St Mary's, and the marbles are offline. It's a little bit dusty out there. If you go just a foot too wide, it's all over. The car just goes further and further to the left, and of course once you hit the grass you lose all directional control.
The drivers now planning what's going to happen in the second stint. Andre Loftra there with Marino Franchitti. Andre, you can tell, also gets Goodwood because he's got the regulation flat cap to wear now. So it's glad that he's, even though he's got his very corporate modern day overalls on, he's entering into the spirit, which is good to see. This is on board with Gregor Fiskin, so of course you can't overtake while the safety car is out. Were the pit window to be looming, it will be closed because we don't want people pitting while the safety car is on the circuit. But hopefully, it's not so much now actually moving the Corvette Stingray off the road. He's going to be looking after the barrier damage, isn't it? It might just take some time.
Yeah, it will do. Meanwhile, Fiskin loving the sound of his Cobra. If you thought that steering wheel looked particularly large, well, that is what is needed at the wheel of a Cobra. It's like driving a big monstrous tractor.
That's Richard Mines in the pit lane in Cut 7 with the Prothero E-Type. So Richard, who is a huge supporter of Goodwood, he's one of the governors, and he is...
There's no pressure issue. Oil pressure's okay. The oil pressure all right. You watch the gauge, as long as everything's all right. It might be the exhaust, just right there.
You can just hear the engine sounding a little bit gravelly as Richard Mines flips the throttle. He might be worried about some kind of internal engine damage, but Tom there from Valley Motorsport, hugely experienced, just saying that the oil pressure looks okay. He can't see any leaks or any problems under the bonnet, so it could just be a manifold issue, giving a false signal of distress to Richard Mines in the driver's seat.
Well, Richard has had so many cars here, be them the Group A XJS, and he's been demonstrating his Group C car, he's been in the Shootout, he's been in most touring car or GT races over the weekend. Really massive commitment to the event, so he deserves a better fortune than that. So the car's now a lap down, sadly, as he goes back into the race.
But a long time to go yet, 49 minutes, 25 seconds, and we're still under a safety car.
But it's going to be very unlikely that he gets his lap back, that's the problem. Yeah. Staying on the lead lap, always vital, but I'm sure when you get Rob Huff into that car, it's going to be worth watching as long as it's healthy. Although that said, Rob coped with a misfire yesterday, didn't he, to finish second to James Gottingham, so not much slows Huffy down.
Well, the TT is so fast-paced these days. The cars are pushed so hard that actually we normally see all kinds of unexpected upsets late in the race with various cars failing, people going off. So it's just one of those races, although it's only an hour long, never say never.
Yes, true enough. This to recreate the Tourist Trophy, the long-distance GT race that was held here. There, Richard Atwood, who won for Porsche Salzburg in the 917 Le Mans with Hans Hermann in 1970. He'd been a Grand Prix racer and has continued to be an active racer ever since. Not only at Goodwood, but also go back a couple of years within the historic sports car club's 70s Road Sports Championship with the Porsche 928. I mean, he's another irrepressible character, isn't he, Richard Atwood? Still works for Porsche, doesn't he, at the Silverstone-based driving experience, and you rock up for a day, and this terribly nice chap comes and greets you, and a lot of people have no idea of the wonderful heritage as well.
No, you're absolutely right, terribly nice chap is exactly the right phrase to describe him. I barely know the guy, hardly ever had the chance to say hello, and he overheard me whinging at a previous Revival meeting that I'd forgotten my lunch voucher and he offered me his. What a lovely
splendid man. Friends for life after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we always say hi. Just in case he's got a spare lunch voucher.
Exactly, yes. Lunch is on me, says Sam, yeah. Right, there, number 9, Craig Davis. He made a great start, up to 11th place with his Grunt & Go Corvette Stingray. That's the car that he shares with Jason Plato. Marco Attard in the other Corvette is a little bit further down, in 17th place, in fact. But that'll be another car, I think, coming through. You're going to get Jason Plato and Tom Ingram together in the second stint. However, let's just catch up with one or two of the drivers while the safety car is out. Marino Franchitti first. He's with Tom Clarkson.
Yeah, now Marino's AC Cobra had to be rebuilt overnight. So it's getting very noisy down there. We'll just let the cars come through. But it was rebuilt. Sean Lynn is currently in the car. Marino, just talk us through what work had to be done.
Yeah, the car split the block yesterday on the first lap of qualifying. The guys have put a new engine in, new gearbox, new diff, rebuilt the car really. It's running really well. We've got a bit of a transponder problem, so we'll fix that in the pits, but it's just nice to see it running well. I just can't wait to get out there.
And the Cobras are going well out there. You've made good progress.
Yeah, Sean's made a great start. It's quite interesting. He's got to spend all this money on this car, and then when he comes in, he's got to clean all the controls before I take over. So all this COVID stuff's quite interesting.
That's right. Sterilise. Good luck. Thanks, Marino.
Thank you.
Yeah, he has made good progress, Sean Lynn, because 19th he is, and of course the safety car bunching everybody out means that the gaps that had opened up now disappear.
Yeah, very much. And Marino just talking about the need for quick sterilisation of the car's cockpits before the driver change, and that is why the pit stop sort of process has changed this year. Rather than being get the driver out and the new driver in as fast as possible and hurdle off back onto the circuit, instead we have a rule mandating a minimum 2-minute pit stop that is timed from pit in to pit exit, which takes the pressure off the guys. They can now just take their time, strap in, get comfortable, and just give a little spritz around the cabin at the same time.
Just riding with Gregor Fiskin. What a noise that car makes, and that's not even trying, is it?
Absolutely lovely, and of course all of the drivers' eyes will be glued to those yellow flashing lights atop the Porsche at the head of the pack, because when they go out, that means the Porsche is about to pull in and racing will resume when they exit the chicane across the start-finish line. Now, we will see green flags littered down the start-finish straight and even into the chicane, but overtaking will not be allowed until they cross the start line.
Pit lane is closed as well, the window not yet open, but just in case anyone is thinking, oh, well, could I when the 20 minutes are up? No, you can't, because as long as the safety car is out, then the pit lane is closed, the pit window will not start. There'll still be a 20-minute window, but only when that window opens. Now, Gordon Shedden has been a busy man. He's in this race as well. Second stint, his car's 14th, and he's with Tom.
Thanks, David. One of the most versatile drivers here this weekend, Gordon Shedden. Quick word on the Cobra, first of all. You're making good progress, but what's it like to drive?
To be honest, it's a bit of an animal. So if I started the weekend with 9 lives, I think I've only got about 6.5 left after qualifying in the Cobra. So it's a little bit hard work, this one, but that's, I guess, what Cobras are. It's part of the fun.
Your talent needs no introduction to people, but how difficult is it for you to jump from one car to the other?
I guess this weekend I've gone from the sublime to ridiculous. Everything from a Mini to a GT40, obviously the Cobra in this, and also the Audi R8 GT3 for the Shootout. So my head's all over the place. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. It's very different.
But in a funny kind of way, does it make you a better driver, driving all these different things?
I just love it. You know, it's an event which I think is fantastic. It's back to motorsport in its purest form, where actually you can drive. And I've got to say, every lap I drive around Goodwood, I drive with a smile on my face, even though you can't see it under this mask. It's a joy to be here, and it's fantastic to drive these old cars hard, but to also think back to what it was like in period as well, and the respect that those drivers deserved.
Thanks, Gordon. Have a great time when you get out.
Perfect. Thank you.
So Gordon Shedden, yeah, he has been busy, leaping from car to car to car, and having to adapt from most recently the aero of that Audi GT3 car to now something very different when he gets into the Cobra. And of course, the second stint, you don't know what the car is going to feel like from what your co-driver has been doing in the earlier stint. So the field turning through now on the 10th lap of the race. We're still behind the safety car, of course, because we've got the barrier being repaired. We've got the car being collected. There is Craig Davis going through. And a little bit further back there, number 30, that is Marco Attard's Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. He shares that with touring car star Tom Ingram, who we saw out in the shootout. Lovely story about the early owner of this, Bruce Benninger, raced it in America, and it was given to him as a present from his parents for passing his dental exams. That was quite a good present to have, I suspect, after all the hard work. But
well, talk about dangling a carrot.
Yeah,
that would get my head into the books for sure. Now let's just use this opportunity whilst the cars are navigating their way up towards St Mary's to have a look at the progress of the repairs to the tyre barrier. It was a heavy wallop, and behind that sort of front banner that you can see behind that are bales of tyres which were heavily dislodged, and the marshals were working away the last time I had a chance to sneak a peek and see what kind of progress they're making. Get to see then. In the meantime, we saw whilst we were listening to Gordon Shedden that a lot of the drivers are getting suited and booted, helmets on, because they know that in 1 minute and 40 seconds time the pit window officially opens. However, as long as the safety car is out, nobody can take advantage of that. The pit entry will remain closed until the safety car comes in. But of course, a lot of the, let's say, the more amateur drivers taking the opportunity to start this race, to do the first stint, and they will be handing over to the quicker co-driver in most cases. So it makes sense to give the quicker co-driver as much seat time as possible to extract the maximum performance from the car over the duration of the hour. So expect a lot of early pit stops as soon as this safety car is cleared.
Yes, I go along with that, because you want your faster driver in for as long as possible. The pit window should notionally be opening within a minute, but it will not, because the safety car is still on track. The now rather crumpled Corvette Stingray that Nick Jarvis had entrusted Stig Blomqvist to have the first stint in is being retrieved. Barriers are being repaired too, as Sam was describing. There is the Hairy Canary Cobra 36. Guy Smith will take over that car. Nick Sleep is at the wheel of it. But Guy Smith has been busy catching up this weekend with Tom Clarkson, and they're at it again.
We are indeed at it again. Now, guys, had a long day today, because you watched the old man in a race first thing this morning, and you're feeling fresh, ready to go now?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been a long day. Watched my dad racing the St Mary's Trophy earlier on, which was great. And yeah, ready for this race now. Obviously, Nick Sleeps in the Hairy Canary, and I'll be taking over about the halfway stage.
So what's the plan, Guy? As soon as the pit lane opens, are you going to be jumping in?
Not really. I mean, to be honest with you, we're just kind of enjoying this race. It's Nick's first race in his car. He's only just bought it. So I want to give him plenty of time in the car and enjoy it, really. We're not really going for a result this weekend. So we just want to enjoy it. So yeah, just want to, looking forward to getting it in when I jump in and having some fun.
And is it hairy? Is it hairy to drive?
I think you ask anybody who drives an SC Cobra, they're definitely hairy. But that's what makes them fun, isn't it? They're excited to drive and provide great racing.
You're not going to get cold in there. Good luck, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
No, he sure isn't going to get cold, so I like it. There it is, then Nick Sleep at the wheel. And we have the pit window delayed because of this safety car period. Now, we're getting therefore, of course, to the point, Sam, are we not, where the quicker driver, the gun driver, the pro, if you like, can make less of a difference because there's less time available to them now.
There is, but there is also a rule. I don't think it's mandatory that stewards have to implement it, but there is a rule that says for every 5 minutes of safety car running, we have the possibility to add 3 minutes to the duration of the race.
To check whether that applies for the 1 hour races. I'm not sure it does, but I'll double check in a moment. But they go on board with Gregor Fiskin.
Now we can have a look via this onboard camera. So they've cleared the stricken car. That belt along the front of the tyre wall looks to be back in place. We didn't have a particularly clear shot. There seem to be fewer marshals working away down there. A couple of recovery vehicles and so on still in place. Won't take long to clear those if the majority of the tyre wall work is done. Gregor Fiskin just leaning into the throttle of that Cobra just to get the rear tyre sliding a little. Now it's very important after this pause that the drivers now start to work the cars quite hard, work the tyres, work the brakes, get some temperature back, because it's not long until we're going to go green flag racing again.
Now Andrew Jordan will do the second stint in Adrian Wilmot's Cobra. Andrew's with Molly in the pits.
Andrew, it's been a great start to this race. Adrian in third position with the car. Pit window's about to open. What's your reaction to the start?
It's quite a busy start. Adrian was a little bit nervous early on, but he's doing a great job. We're in the top four, so a bit noisy these cars are, aren't they? So it's going to be a good spot.
It's so loud down here. Are you jumping in as soon as the pit window's open?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, the pit window might well be open now, but we can't pit under safety car. So I think as soon as the safety car's in, we'll see a lot of cars come in. So yeah, I'll be jumping straight in and having a good skid around.
How are the nerves?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really enjoy the car. So yeah, there's a bit of pressure obviously because it's closed the whole field up. So I would think there'll be a train of all of us going out for trying to go for glory in the TT.
Good luck.
Thank you.
One of the people going for glory against Andrew is going to be his dad, so it'll be fascinating because Mike Jordan will take over the leading car and Jordan Jr. will take over the one in third place. So it's going to be a really good battle between those two as the cars then now head into the approach to Lavant. And I think we have just had a bit of time added on because the clock has gone up to 42 minutes now.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, because we were just about to tick into 40 minutes on the countdown. Well, we now are up 42 and 20 seconds.
Yeah, so 3 minutes therefore just added on by the race officials. And the lights are still on top of the safety car, but it's bunching people up a little bit more now. So are we getting set? Yeah, lights out. We're going to go racing then. The pit window will be open on the instruction of the officials. It might be they give them another lap just to try and let some gaps open up rather than have everybody pour in. But let's worry about the race first of all. There is Mike Whittaker leading with Nicolas Menassian right up behind him. Mike Whittaker lags back so the safety car can get clear, and then he will accelerate away as he comes through the chicane. Now back onto the power. Racing again at Goodwood. The RAC TT Celebration is back underway. Safety car peels in. Mike Whittaker storms over the timing line to lead. Nicolas Menassian down towards the right-hander of Mangewick Corner. It's Adrian Wilmot in third place as they loop their way around the long right. We're racing again.
And with the official time adjusted, we are not yet at 40 minutes remaining, which means the pit window remains closed. Nobody has come in. Full green flag racing at the front as we see Andrew Smith just having a little look up the inside at Ford Water. Again, that puff of smoke from the tyre touching the rear wheel arch of Adrian Wilmot's Cobra just up ahead in the fight for third place.
Pit window is now open on the instruction of the officials because even though the clock has been slightly reset, we have had more than the 20 minutes of running, if you follow me. But either way, the teams are going to be on their toes this time, and it is going to be like the ultimate 1966 GT car park in that pit lane because you can anticipate that all comes swarming in. Gregor Fiskin all over the back of Fred Wakeman. Now remember, the pole position car is in 8th place, so Andre Lotterer is going to have to really earn his corn in the second stint.
Yeah, but Andre was searingly quick in qualifying with Fred Wakeman's car. 24.7, I think, was the pole time. So, with enough of the race remaining and an early pit stop for Fred Wakeman to hand over to Andre, as he just keeps Gregor Fiskin at bay into Woodcote, forcing the Cobra out wide. Gregor will look for the cutback. There's not room to execute. Meanwhile, we join Andrew Smith attacking Adrian Wilmot in the Cobra just up ahead. Nick Menassian still in the Bizzarini, but in the lead by quite a nice cushion now. Mike Whittaker in the TVR.
Absolutely right. Now the race is going to be extended by 6 minutes, I understand, from the chief timekeeper because of that safety car period. A question for Sam to just think about for a moment is how that's going to affect fuel late race with another 6 minutes of running, even if not all of it has been absolutely flat out. However, while you ponder fuel consumption, let's have a look at the Cobras. Adrian Wilmot coming under attack from Andrew Smith on the inside line there. Smith, number one, gets up the inside. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. That was brave stuff and absolutely on the limit, both of them. Brilliant to watch.
Perfectly executed by Andrew Smith, and I just wonder if Adrian Wilmot is struggling when that tyre snatches on the inside of the rear wheel arch. If it just tweaks the rear end of the car, destabilising its poise into the first part of St Mary's.
In has come Fred Wakeman, in has come Gregor Fiskin, and that is Nicolas Menassian, is it not, who is parked the Bizzarini out of the race. He was second, and then just as the race gets back up and running, he is out. So a disappointing weekend for Olivier Hart has got no better because he doesn't get a drive. The car is out of the race.
What a huge shame. The Bizzarini was looking so strong, and of course, Nick Menassian really doing it justice in the opening part of this race, leading at times, now parked in the grass.
Dear oh dear, what else is this race this weekend got in store for us? Bill Shepherd heads for the pit lane to put Nick Padmore in. Andrew Smith in quite early to give way to Ollie Bryant, who is there ready and waiting and waving. Remember, it's 2 minutes line to line.
So no longer are the drivers under pressure to execute the fastest driver change, tracking themselves back in and so on. No driver change practices needed, therefore, in the paddock this weekend before this race. But the tricky bit is to make sure you let the car out at the right time so that it doesn't cross the pit exit line too soon.
What's going on the door of 18? This is Andre Lotterer. There was some concern. They're still in time, though, so it's all good.
Yeah, all fine. And you can just see, Mike, they're holding the stopwatch up to the windscreen. Now, Lotterer's got to judge for himself how many seconds remaining. And in yesterday's races, 2 of the front runners got caught for short stopping, and it remains to be seen what the penalty could be.
So we are with the pit windows cycling through. Mike Whittaker leads. He's trying to build that gap, ready for Mike Jordan to take the car over. Adrian Wilmot will do another lap before he gives way to Andrew Jordan, but that's Andre Lotterer now, who has joined the race. He's ahead of 68, which is Dario Franchitti in the Cobra.
Yeah, Dario working hard at the wheel of 39PH, taking over from Gregor Fiskin. Goes down through Fallwater. Meanwhile, our leader exits the chicane. He has a lovely, very welcome gap now, of course, because we lost his nearest challenger, which was Nicolas Menassian in the Bizzarini.
So it is Mike Whittaker from Adrian Wilmot, gap back third. You'll see there is Alex Brundle, number 4, ahead of Anthony Reid now. 5th coming through is number 20, that's John Spears, E-Type. In 6th place is Craig Davis in the blue and white Corvette. He's got the Chris Bates and Sunbeam Tiger, there it is, right up behind him. We've not seen much of that car, but it's a very, very quick bit of kit with Phil Keane sharing it. And then a lap back, you can see Nick Padmore after the pit stop. He's taken over the green Cobra. Now remember, he's lost 2 minutes with that pit stop. Number 23 is the Ed Jones Joe Twyman Cobra. That's in the leading group, so that's good. And behind that, what we have is the number 17 E-Type. Was that pitted yet? No, Lucas Alous is still at the wheel of it.
Yeah, Ed Jones at the wheel of that glorious pale green E-Type that he shares with Joe Twyman. The guys didn't have too much time to prepare the car, but great to see it out. Ed Jones doing a stunning job. He'll hand over shortly to Joe, I'm sure.
Yeah, Ed Jones has been good here in sports racing cars, hasn't he, in the 1500cc Lotus that the family has. And Ed, Dubai born, and a very quick racing driver. Sadly missed out on a chance to be in the DTM this year, but relishing the chance to come and drive this car at Goodwood. Mike Whittaker still pressing on in the lead of the race as the cars here drop down towards Woodcote Corner. So number 8 there, Chris Baton, on to the back. Craig Davis, the Corvette with his tail wagging. And Ed Jones really getting on with the job, isn't he? He's up the inside, look, Chris Baton gets a face full of Corvette and thinks, no, not going to do it there, am I?
Yeah, and quite sensibly, Craig Davies putting on the indicator before the chicane because he will have to haul on the anchors now. And he wants to let the guys behind know that that is where he's going. He's going into the pit lane to hand over to co-driver Jason Plato.
Now, Adrian Wilmot is in to give way to Andrew Jordan, and Alex Brundle has done the fastest lap of the race. So Brundle now, with people getting out of the way for pit stops ahead, he's only 5 seconds back from Mike Whittaker and catching. So this now is a good chance for Brundle to narrow the gap ready for Gary Pearson's stint.
Yeah, and the pace match between Brundle and Pearson must be extremely close, but Brundle just taking the opportunity to run in clean air for a while, let everybody else go and clog up the pit lane. He'll bash in a couple of concentrated qualifying pace laps before coming in, hopefully, to a slightly quieter pit lane later in the pit window.
So number 4, Alex Brundle, going first today because he was denied a chance to drive in the 2-driver race yesterday after the incident early on that befell Gary Pearson, for which, incidentally, in the Moss Memorial Trophy, Gary was excluded from the results for his part in the accident. So he didn't just retire, he was excluded. There is number 4 then, drifting the car into Woodcote, out of the chicane, Mike Whittaker.
And stunning rotation at the back end of that E-type from Alex Brundle, steering it on the throttle all the way through the last 2 corners of the lap, doing a cracking job. Now, Brundle on the previous lap set the fastest lap of the race thus far, only 2/10 slower this time, so nice consistent lappery from Alex.
Tell you what, he's adapted very well to historic racing, hasn't he? Now there's Andre Lotterer trying to get up past the Nick Sleek, Guy Smith Cobra, and through he goes. Andre Lotterer is absolutely flying, but so also there behind him is Gordon Shedden, who's taken over from Pat Blakely Edwards. The fastest lap, by the way, is Rob Huff, who is, of course, a couple of laps down, way down after Richard Mine's earlier pit stop. So he's the fastest man on the circuit, but Lotterer ain't hanging about either as he slides into the chicane. Remember, this was the man that got pole position, so you can expect that car to really go now.
Yeah, he's absolutely on a mission, isn't he? Lights ablaze now. The light is not quite fading, but it's definitely an overcast day. Drivers not needing the illumination from the lights, but it's nice to let the people ahead know that you're coming through.
So he storms on. Andre Lotterer makes the run now into the right-hander up through Ford Water on towards St Mary's. Where after the pit stop is Lotterer at 16th, but of course as the stops cycle through he'll get the time back and be far more of a competitive entry.
Pitch perfect there from Lotterer, wasn't it, on the way into the right-hander at St Mary's, just brushing the first apex with the right angle of attack on the car. He'll then brake and flick left, downshifting as he goes. Lister looking lovely.
Now just to confirm, it is only a 3-minute addition to the duration, not 6. 6 was going to be the plan. 3 is what's been decided upon, partly because the light is going, of course, so and there's also more track activity afterwards. So 3-minute extension to the race, which is what we were discussing earlier. The 20-minute pit window remaining open, but the number 4 Jaguar still hustling on. Another fastest lap last time by Alex Brundle, bringing the gap down to 4.7 seconds. Mike Whittaker, this is him, hard at work, and behind, chasing on, is the number 4 E-type, so running second on the road. This is car 46, you're riding on board Mike Whittaker's TVR, as we've been saying over the weekend. He knows this car inside out, and you can see a TVR master at work.
Yeah, ever so nimble, the TVR through these tighter corners out the back, gets a little bit loose courtesy of the shorter wheelbase as the speed picks up through the soft right kink exiting Lavin. Now he's on his way through the left kink in the not so straight before they hit the brakes hard at about 160, 150 metres into Woodcote. Down 1 gear, he's going to flick the car in, steer it on the throttle through the tighter of the 2 apexes there. A little short blast of gas as he heads up to the chicane, trailing the brake in, flick right, flick left, use the pendulum, hard on power and back up through the box.
And as he went down through the gears for the chicane, you could just see Mike puffing out his cheeks, had a big sort of as he went down through the box, slows the car down now for Madrick. It's hard work in there.
It really is, and I'm taking deep breaths for him, actually. That was quite exciting riding on Ford.
And he's not done yet. There into the pit lane comes number 24. From the back of the grid, Sean Lynn gives way to Marino Franchitti. And that car will blast back out. We'll run through the order after all the pit stops, because at the moment it's all jumbled up. Now, fastest lap of the race, Andre Lotterer. He's 14th, but as I say, take that 2-minute pit stop off him, and he will get back up the order as others cycle through before the end of the race. So Lotterer, the man that won this event last year, there he is. He won the RAC TT Celebration a year ago. He could do it again. Let's see as he comes storming over the line.
Wow, I was just going to say, he's already down into the low 125s. He's just on a 124.7, which I think matches his pole position time. So Lotterer wasting no time at all getting down to business. And of course, we've still got a good 27 minutes worth of fuel on board. The car would have run a little lighter, I suspect, in qualifying the other day. So stunning pace from Lotterer.
And those extra 3 minutes onto the duration, that won't do anything to really worry about with fuel, will it?
I don't think so, because we had such a long safety car where, of course, very little fuel is being burned.
Brakes are another story, though, of course, once they get going and really start to lean on them. However, we'll worry about that in probably 20 minutes' time. That's Mike Whittaker going through. What's he lapping at the moment? 25.7, so he's about a second slower, losing a second a lap to Andre Lotterer. That's Alex Brundle, who has just done a 26.2, so actually the gap between the 2 leading cars widens. So they are first and second and yet to stop. The leading stopper, though, is Ollie Bryant in 8th place in Cobra number 1.
Could be an interesting strategy for those guys, actually. So remains to be seen. Now, the good thing for the top 9 runners, as somebody just clips, I think that was Ollie Bryant clipping the wall on the right-handed apex of the chicane.
Not sure whether he clipped it or whether it had already been clipped and he just ran over the debris, but somebody has, certainly at the chicane, yes. There are no witness marks on the right front corner that I can see on that Cobra, but willing to stand corrected, but I think it might have happened just ahead of Ollie, and he found the debris on the road.
I caught that out of the corner of my eye. Now, was that a bit of the wall collapsing into the road, or was that a sort of sponsorship banner falling off of it?
I thought it was a bit of the wall, the wrap of the wall, but we'll have another look at the end of the lap. I'm just also concerned about short pit stops. Ollie Bryant is being looked at, so is Gordon Shedden, and so also is Rob Huff. Well, the Rob Huff pit stop is less relevant because he's a long way back, but as far as Ollie Bryant and Gordon Shedden are concerned, that could well affect overall honours, couldn't it? And there is Ollie Bryant there. He's being looked at because the pit stop too short, possibly, according to the officials. There, in comes Mike Whittaker, and Mike Jordan is about to clamber on board. There's the little cloth that wipes down the steering wheel, even though the drivers have been wearing gloves, but under the regulations, steering wheel and gear stick, give it a quick wipe. Out gets Mike Whittaker, and Mike Jordan with, remember, 2 minutes line to line, so you can have a leisurely, safe pit stop, and he gets.
And you can see on the steering wheels, some of the cars have got little stopwatches tethered to them, which is how they time the 2 minutes from pit in to pit out that is mandated by the regulations for these pit stops. However, it does rely on the focused concentration of the incoming driver to make sure that he presses the start button on their stopwatch when they come in, which is easier said than done when you've got to come out of the chicane and navigate the very tight right-hander into the pit road. So if you're wondering why so many cars are under investigation for a short pit stop, that might be why. The incoming driver perhaps being a little slow to start the stopwatch.
Now, this is what happened to the wall, and it is the Craig Davis Jason Plato Corvette that nicked the wall, and that means it's Jason because it's had a pit stop. So it was Jason Plato there, just grazing the wall. You've just seen Alex Brundle, now the race leader, putting a lap on Tom Ingram, and number 4 E-Type, because it has yet to stop, has now picked up the race lead. Does Alex come in this time? Yes, he does.
Well, a little bit of damage perhaps done to the Corvette that clipped the wall there, but it's going to make the circuit a little bit faster for everybody else. And look out for no one less than Andre Lotterer to take advantage of that slightly straighter line now into the chicane. He has just broken his own personal best and posted another fastest lap of the race, a 1:24.6, which frankly is astonishing.
It is indeed. It's a tenth quicker than he went in qualifying. So amazing stuff this from Andre Lotterer. Now this is Ollie Bryant with this Damocletian investigation for the short pit stop. Here comes then now Mike Jordan into the race. You've got Andre Lotterer in the background. So through now goes number 1 Cobra into the lead of the race. But of course, if it was a short pit stop, it's going to lose that with a penalty. But significantly, Mike Jordan is ahead of Andre Lotterer. Lotterer is up to full speed. Mike Jordan thrown into the car with the instruction, go win the race, Mike. But he's got Lotterer right up behind him. So Mike Jordan, and he's equal to the task, has got to now get himself right up to speed and equally make this TVR wider than ever.
Mike Jordan's going to have to go defensive. He doesn't do it. He needed to go earlier to the right to close the door on Lotterer. I wonder if he realised that that was a fight for position. Remember, this is his outlap from the pits. It takes a moment or two just to dial into who's around you. But now that he sees Lotterer sliding through in the Lister, he will know that that was a critical manoeuvre.
Yeah, but look what's coming next behind him, because his son is right behind him. Mike Jordan in the TVR there with Andrew right on his tail. Now this is going to be the battle, isn't it? Because there is no way on earth Mike Jordan wants to get mugged by Andrew here. The two of them, they run JLT together, the Jordan Racing team, and this is a battle that's got 22 minutes to go. Mike, your elbows need to be out like never before to keep AJ behind you.
So you reckon it's not going to be a friendly battle between father and son? You think it's going to be unusually tight?
Oh, absolutely. Pocket money doesn't come into it anymore, I don't think. But having said that, Mike Jordan, as he gets up to speed, remember he's fresh into the car. The guys around him have had a lap or two. He might be able to stretch that margin anyway. Let's see. As back into the race now will come the Gary Pearson E-Type, and that will blend in where, there it is, so it falls in behind the Andrew Jordan Cobra. So this is now the way that we run with number 1, even though it's under investigation, leading on track. So that is the car in the hands of now Ollie Bryant. Look behind, charging. He's 18th second, that's Andre Lotterer. There, third is 46, Mike Jordan. Getting away from Andrew in 72, who is in fourth. And fifth is Gary Pearson with now sixth. After a pit stop, effectively, no pit stop yet to come. So the Shepherd Padmore Cobra running out of position. Right, Lotterer through the traffic. And what is his lap time looking like? Last time it was a 25.6, so he's lapping quicker than the Ollie Bryant Cobra up front. They've got the traffic to contend with, and with 21 minutes of the race to go, that safety car certainly helped, didn't it, mitigate the loss of time in the Fred Wakeman stint. But Lotterer should be on for another win here.
Well, he's on a charge, that's for sure. I wouldn't want to be Ollie Bryant with a mirror full of Lotterer in a Lister.
Plus that penalty, of course, potential penalty, because it's being investigated. Number one, the leading Cobra, and you get double the amount you're under at pit stop 4. So if you're 2 seconds under, you get a 4-second penalty. It works that way. 2 minutes, so whatever you are under 2 minutes by, double it, stick it onto your time at the end of the race. And we'll try and get the news on that should it start to affect things. 47 goes through. That has yet to stop. So on the road, 47 is the leading Cobra. In real terms, that's the leading battle. Ollie Bryant versus Andre Lotterer, and the gap between them was 1.7 seconds starting this lap. So with all due deference to Ollie Bryant, he's kind of on borrowed time here up against the Le Mans winner Lotterer.
Yeah, meanwhile up front, Will Shepherd enjoying his moment in the sun. And Nick Padmore will be waiting in the pits, ready to go. Now, they've got to be careful. Remember, in another race earlier in the weekend, Adrian Wilmot just stayed out too long, trying to do the same strategy, which did make sense, running clean air, try to bang in some good lap times, gain track position, but they left it just a touch too late, and by the time he came into the pits, the window was closed, for which you get a huge penalty.
That's right, it's a 30-second penalty, as this is for the lead change. Andre Lotterer lines up on the inside line. Ollie Bryant gives him room because he knows that that car is coming through. Lotterer at the top of his game, be it in modern or historic racing, slides into Woodcote. So, from pole position back into the lead of the race goes the unique Mr. Jaguar Coupe Andre Lotterer at the wheel of it. And now that he's hit the front with 20 minutes to go, he's just going to drive away, I fear, from the opposition, because he is just electrifyingly quick around here.
Yeah, space frame chassis, a very aerodynamic body, a strong engine, and a world-class driver. Formidable combination for anyone, frankly, to try and keep up with.
Box tick, box tick, box tick, yeah. Now, what about second place now? Because this is where the battle will be. It is Ollie Bryant being caught by Mike Jordan, and Andrew has dropped away, hasn't he, over the course of a couple of laps. Mike, in fairness to him, has sorted out Andrew. He's pulled away to the tune of 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, and that's going to run and run on the drive home, isn't it?
Could be a quiet supper tonight, couldn't it? Yeah. Right, so there is Mike Jordan up the curve in the number 46 TVR. But as they come over the brow, the next target for Mike Jordan is going to be the number one Cobra. Is he going to be able to get close enough? That gap was 1.2 seconds starting this lap.
Right on board here with Dario Franchitti, having taken over 39 PJ, Gregor Fiskin's very original Cobra. See how hard it is to get the power down in the Cobra. All that grunt, not so much traction as they come out of St Mary's. Just navigating his way by Wu 2, which is driven either by Jochen Maas or Nicholas Ditting.
Should now be Jochen Maas at the wheel, I think, after the pit stop, yeah. Dario blasts by, puts a lap on Jochen Maas, you know, it's quite a good scalp in a sense, isn't it, to claim that?
Oh, they're just such fantastic cars to drive. The Cobra, really aggressive, solid, but direct gear change. So much torque, so much run, thrusting the car down the pit straight, down the back straight. Get on the brakes early and hard, though. Get the thing slowed down, because as you can see, they're not so nimble in the corners.
Dario Franchitti then, hard at work, came back to racing here last year and has been busy over the course of this weekend. Grabs a gear as he goes past the pits, down towards Management Corner, sets the car up. Now this is 8th at the moment, but in real terms it's 7th, because one of the cars ahead has yet to pit as Dario gets the car a little crossed up there.
Yeah, the car not quite got the compliance it needs over the little rise in the middle of Madwick, over the little lumps and bumps in the circuit. You can see here through the elevation change, he's just having to put a lot of steering input in, correcting the back end of the tail as it wags.
So again, the cars for second place together. Look, Mike Jordan about to make his move on Ollie Bryant. Ollie not giving Mike as much room as he did Andre Lotterer, is he? He covers that one off as they drop down towards Woodcote, so Lotterer is away and gone. Mike Jordan trying to find a way through as well now. He's caught up to the Cobra, and where does the move come? Is it going to come out of the chicane? Let us see. Lotterer does lead of those that have made a pit stop. The gap is extending, so Jordan knows that he's got to get past, and soon. This is on board with Mike Jordan in the TVR.
Yeah, and he's going to have to work hard to line Ollie Bryant up again for an attempted pass. Mike getting a little bit loose. And that TVR is really, really nervous, but it is fast. He's got Bryant just ahead, punching a hole for him in the air. You do get a bit of a slipstream, a little bit of a toe maybe down the back straight. Doesn't necessarily help all that much in these historic cars, but Bryant, meanwhile, driving the wheels off the Cobra, almost kart-like in style, flicking it left, flicking it right, getting the car nice and straight before he applies the power down through the dip. Now, will he go defensive? Jordan is just a bit too far back. That allows Bryant to stay on his normal racing line. A nice wide turn into an apex at the 90-degree right-hander of Lavin. That gives him a nice strong exit and a good car length and a half over Jordan on the run down to Woodcote. He'll probably go defensive again. Bryant doing so in absolutely the right way, going early to the right-hand side. That tells Jordan, I'm going here, I'm staying here. If you want to go by me, you've got to go left.
But he's been far more defensive against Mike Jordan in the TVR here, the Griffith 400, than he was against Andre Lotterer, wasn't he? So Lotterer had a relatively easy pass, whereas Mike Jordan is having to work so hard to gain the place here as they come now over the timing line.
You can see just a little digital readout there on Mike Jordan's dashboard. That will be giving him not only the lap times as he crosses the start-finish line, but also giving him live updates around the circuit about his pace compared to that car's previous best during this race.
Now, the pit window is closed, and according to the TSL screen, the Shepherd Padmore car that leads on the road has not yet been in. So there's another team that have got it wrong on the pit stop, seemingly, because that hasn't been in. And also shown as not having stopped is the Sean Lynn Marino Franchitti Cobra, but I was pretty sure we'd seen that.
So maybe there's actually a glitch in the timing, because that car definitely did stop.
Yeah, but did Marino not say they had a transponder issue with that? They were going to try and fix it on the pit stop. From memory, I seem to recall somebody talking about a transponder glitch, but I think more of a concern, certainly, is 47. It's leading on the road. You're back on board with Mike Jordan, but for Bill Shepherd and Nick Padmore, if they mistimed this, then they're going to cop a whopping penalty for not stopping within the window.
Well, remembering all the chaos and confusion of the earlier accident and the resulting safety car, the timing screens were changed a little bit, but everybody can access the TSL timing information on their phones, for example, on the pit wall. No TV monitors here at Goodwood for the teams down in pit lane.
No, perish the thought. You want a pencil and a clipboard. That's how you're meant to do this, with a proper, good old-fashioned manual lap chart. Over the line goes this battle on then for second place. Ollie Bryant putting up a really good defence, isn't he? He's not making life easy for Mike Jordan at all. But, of course, the other problem for Mike here is that Lotterer is driving away up the road in the distance, and he can't do anything about that while he's stuck behind this Cobra.
Yeah, and that would be driving Mike absolutely wild. But Ollie Bryant doing a fantastic job. I always say it's so much harder to be the hunted than the hunter, and he is not giving Jordan an inch.
Out of St Mary's, they will come towards Lavant in a moment. Again, Mike Jordan just closing up to the left-handed element. He rides the curves. Both of them, of course, have done many miles in these cars, so they know them inside out. Nigel Rubin prepares the TVR that Mike Whittaker owns. Mike Jordan behind the wheel of it. Brake starting to look hot.
Yeah, the brake disc glowing bright red on Jordan's TVR.
So he needs a bit of clean air. Does he drop back and cool them, or does that spur him on to get past this Cobra even more? Not exactly suggesting that Mike is not trying, but Ollie Bryant's got the answer at the moment.
This is the problem in a long one-hour race. You know, the brakes are pretty rudimentary on these cars, and they do, obviously they're stopping a very heavy vehicle from huge top speeds, and they do fade quite early. There's some pretty clever material out there, pretty clever brake pads, and guys will maximize the cooling, the ducting that the rules allow them to. In the meantime, the drivers got to make the best job of it that they can.
Again, nose to tail look as you look down for that lovely high shot as they round Madrick corner. Nose to tail coming onto the back part of the circuit towards Ford Water.
Sorry, I was just going to say Lotterer, meanwhile, effortlessly just banging in 124 after 124 out front, and he is gone.
Jordan to the inside, is this the move? Yes, 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 he's done it at last. Through he goes. Mike Jordan goes through into second place.
Ollie Bryant having a go at getting that position back, nearly went around the outside of the left-hander at St Mary's, and he gets the switch back now. He's on the better line. He'll be able to brake. Watch for the cutback. Can he carry more speed out of Lavant? Jordan had to go defensive on the way in. That will force his car wide on the way out. As you can see from this rear-facing camera from Jordan's car, that gave Bryant a little look up the inside on the way out. But Jordan got the power down. Now down the straight, he's got a good car length or so as they get into the braking zone.
So through the traffic, ignore for the moment the Shepherd Padmore Cobra, because that still does not seem to have made a pit stop. So as the cars come into the chicane, either that has got a glitch with its transponder, or genuinely they mucked up on the window, but you can't see how it's in the lead if it hasn't stopped. Over the timing line then goes Mike Jordan, and now look, he is getting away. He's finally done it, and he's away, clear of the Cobra, but he's got to make up over 6.5 seconds to Lotterer.
Yeah, and this fantastic aerial shot as it just tracked those two cars through the chicane illustrated exactly the strengths and the weaknesses. The Cobra is pretty quick down the straights. It's not too bad in the quick corners, but in the slow switchback of the chicane, TVR proving much more nimble, and it exited with a good car length or two to its advantage.
So in the meantime then, it is now number 18 in the lead of the race, and the number 47 Cobra is dropping down on our timing screen to 5th place. Now, is that because a penalty has been applied, I wonder? Missing the window. It's still staying out though, it's still not shown as having made a stop. It's very quirky, this.
Meanwhile, this aerial shot showing how gentle the corners are here at this very old-fashioned style racing circuit. The track width not too wide compared to the modern Grand Prix circuits we see elsewhere.
There's confirmation, pit window closed. Disappointing to see the Hairy Canary in pit lane. Guy Smith has brought it back in with a problem. Jason Plato is under investigation. It's almost like the BTCC. This is for contact with the chicane.
You've said that before, haven't you? A few times.
You've rumbled me. Yes, indeed. So Jason's under investigation for that little bit of contact with the wall of the chicane, because you're not meant to bump into things like that. So that's being looked at.
Well,
however,
to be fair to Jason, I think that was Craig Davis at the wheel when that happened, wasn't it?
I thought it had been after the pit stop.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
forgive me.
Well, I'll have another look, but I was pretty sure it was Jason at the wheel. However, either way, car number 9 is being looked at, yes. It's Jason now, you're quite right. But I think it did happen after the pit stop. So that's the race leader, and he's all on his own. Andre Lotterer, I mean, he's mighty impressive in this car. He's taken to it like a duck to water.
I don't think he drove it before qualifying, you know.
No, exactly.
Straight out, 2 or 3 laps, pole, thanks for coming.
Yeah, so there he is, up front. Mike Jordan is the man second. There he is, 6.6 seconds at the start of the lap. There third is number 1 of Ollie Bryant, coming out of Lavant corner now, and then 4th should be the 72 Black Cobra in the hands of Andrew Jordan.
Now, Ollie Bryant's best hope at this stage of catching Mike Jordan is to hope that he struggles with brake fade in the TVR, because those discs are still glowing bright red, and with 8 or so minutes to go, they're going to be starting to fade. That brake pedal will be going a little bit long. It's a very nervous feeling for the driver as you commit to your braking point, particularly the long, heavy stop down at the end of the back straight. You really want to feel immediate retardation from a very firm brake pedal. It doesn't offer either of those two things. The heart skips a beat for a moment or two as you try to get the nose into the apex.
Right, a quick update about the Nick Padmore Cobra. As far as we know, it has done its pit stop, but it's got a transponder that's not working, so it's not tripped the beam. So now that it's dropped back into 5th, that is a legacy of serving its 2 minutes. So it's fallen into 5th place, so that's okay. That has done the pit stop. As you see now, Mike Jordan wriggling his way through the back markers, trying to escape from Ollie Bryant. We've got 7 more minutes on the clock in what has turned out to be a very busy race. The lead gap has come down by a nap, hasn't it? It's down to 6.3, so Mike Jordan not giving up. There is Nick Padmore, so that now is the 5th place Cobra. Nick Padmore lapping on the last lap fractionally quicker than Andrew Jordan, and the margin between those two, just under 3 seconds. That's quite a tall order, isn't it?
Yeah, Nick Padmore and Bill Shepherd's Cobra, actually that thing looking very nicely set up. Ollie Bryant's Cobra just a little stiffer, which gives a lot of advantage in the quick corners here at Goodwood. Harder to get the power down. Meanwhile, Nick Padmore looked to sort of take a set, a little bit of body roll, and having taken that set, it sits there rather than bouncing and hopping.
So again, Ollie Bryant tries to claw back that ground against the TVR Griffith. Mike Jordan hanging on to second place. And of course, the last thing Mike really needs when he's trying to go after the leader is being distracted by this car in his mirrors, thinking about making a move, because Ollie Bryant again closes up at the chicane.
Absolutely, and this is what I was worried about for Mike Jordan. Are his brakes fading? Because you would not normally expect to see the Cobra gaining track position on it on the way into the chicane under braking.
So look back from the TVR, there is Ollie Bryant behind, still pushing on, and the Jason Plato, Craig Davis Chevrolet, a 10-second penalty for contact with the chicane barriers to be added on at the end of the race. So the officials really are keen about not bumping into those barriers that mark out the chicane.
So easily done, though, actually. I'm surprised we don't see it more often. We've got a spin, number 19. Is that Ludovic Lindsay at the wheel? That's Damien Faulkner as well in the Tajiro Buick.
A bit of damage, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously made contact with somebody. Do we get a replay? Yes.
Oh, that was Phil Keane, wasn't it, coming by? Oh! So there's the contact, puts the Tajiro Buick off the road. Wiper pops up, and the round spins.
That's Damien Faulkner at the wheel there. They obviously just had some confusion, both hugely experienced, capable drivers. So I'd like to see a replay of that again, just to understand the trigger.
Yeah, because as you say, they're both very capable, experienced drivers, so a little bit strange, but it looked as though Phil Keane was on a real mission, wasn't it, to try and get up through the traffic in that car that Chris Bayton had started. Now, Nick Padmore, in the meantime, how's he doing relative to Andrew Jordan? He took 4 tenths out last time, so he is bringing down that gap as the two of them come out of the chicane. There is Ollie Bryant going through. He's not dropping away too much from Mike Jordan, and the lead gap has gone up now to 7 seconds. Now, Ollie Bryant's going to get a time penalty, don't forget. That's going to be added on at the end of the race. I'll find out in a moment what it is, but the cars that we were talking about having short pit stops, another one is the Ed Jones Joe Twyman Cobra, number 23. They're all going to get a penalty at the end of the race.
Look how tidy Lotterer is driving that Lister. It does slide, it does drift. It's got a similar amount of grip to the others, but it's got much better balance, doesn't it? Just a little flick of opposite lock on the brakes as he turns in, teasing the brake pedal into the apexes. That helps get the nose in. It'll neutralize the steering input, get the steering wheel nice and straight, the car nice and flat for nice, efficient delivery of power. Lotterer now heading down toward the braking area. But Woodcote probably again braking in this car around 140 meters perhaps. Just a little drift, keeping it quite tidy actually. I would say that is less of a historic racing driver's style, and he has to take avoiding action. He was a little bit overzealous into the chicane. Meanwhile, somebody very slow there just caught him out. I don't blame him for doing that at all, because the alternative was to either make contact with the car in the middle of the chicane or make contact with one of the walls at the chicane. The question is, will he get a penalty for gaining an advantage? Will he lift off now to eliminate whatever little advantage he may have got from doing that? We need to watch the timing screens and see what the stewards have got to say.
Indeed so. So the Lister Jaguar Coupe still leads, but as you say, if the alternative was a collision with something or somebody, there was really no alternative, was there? So he's out on his own anyway. He hasn't necessarily gained anything out of that, because he already had a 7-second advantage. Slides the car beautifully up towards St Mary's as we come into the last 3 minutes. Now the headlights starting to play more of an effect. There is Mike Jordan still in second spot. Third is Oliver Bryant then. So it's the number 1 Cobra in third place. Now Ollie Bryant is nearly 4 seconds ahead of Andrew Jordan, who is there. But remember, there is a penalty that we're trying to get the amount of penalty to be added onto number 1, which could just drop it behind at the end, depending on how serious the penalty is. If it's only a few tenths, it's neither here nor there really, but if it's really serious, then number 1 will fall down the order. So we're trying to get to the bottom of what penalty is coming Ollie Bryant's way.
Well, I'm also keeping an eye on the timing screens for messaging from the stewards regarding Lotterer, because you've got to have gained surely 2 seconds, 3 seconds by not going through the chicane, just straight lining it. Will he have lifted out? What would you, David, if you had... What would you do if you had a 7-second lead? Would you deliberately and clearly, obviously, lift out of the throttle in the following half a lap just to make it clear? Yep, I acknowledge what I did. It wasn't on purpose. I didn't want to gain an advantage, so I've actually given that time back in the form of a lift off the gas, or do you just go flat out, try to maximise the cushion to your nearest rivals, so if you get a penalty at the end of the race, hopefully you had enough in hand and you don't lose a position, lose a win.
I think I'd do the latter. I think I'd push on and argue about it later, because it's less easy, I would have thought, to visibly prove without looking at the data that you did lift off, whereas giving a place back is a lot more obvious. So I think I'd go with the latter and then argue later. What would you do?
Go for it and ask for forgiveness.
Yes, exactly. We are of one mind. Right, number 18 then is the leading car, and there you have the Andre Lotterer Mr. Jaguar Coupe. It's going to get one more lap out of the race, isn't it, as he comes now down to Woodcote Corner. So there's time for one more lap. Remember, we're into the bonus time, as it were, anyway, happy hour, that was added on because of the safety car period. So into the chicane, where you go right and then left, Andre. Yep, this time no such dramas. Through he comes. You see, there's no traffic around him, no distraction at all. And he's driven a really impressive, not just race, but weekend, hasn't he? Whatever you put him into, he's just looked brilliant.
I'll tell you what, though, I mean, that might be a tiny bit controversial, straight lining the chicane, but what an illustration of lightning quick reactions. I mean, that really is an experienced world-class racing driver at work, taking the decision in a split second on instinct to use not really the escape road, but use the straight line available. And you don't necessarily know you have that option available unless you've done your homework, unless you've been out there and taken a look beforehand, which is exactly the sort of detail that these world-class drivers go to and why they're so good at their job.
It's a very valid point, that, absolutely. And the driver that won the Jerry Marshall Trophy, the 45-minute touring car race on Friday evening, is going to round out his weekend with another win, because from pole position, the Mr. Jaguar Coupe here accelerates now up to Lambert Straight, and Andre Lotterer, he's just been a joy to watch in this car all weekend, and he's got another couple of corners to go. Let's see what the drift and the chicane line is going to be like on this, the last lap of the RAC Tourist Trophy Celebration. He comes down now to Woodcote, turns right into the second apex, slides the car, finds the clipping point, turns in, straightens it up, back onto the power, into the chicane. The checkered flag is at the ready. The car that started on pole position was started by its owner, Fred Wakeman, and Fred Wakeman, with the help of Andre Lotterer, will win the RAC TT Celebration at the end of just over an hour of great GT action. For second place, it is going to be the Mikes, Whittaker and Jordan. There's the TVR Griffith. Mike Whittaker started, Mike Jordan brings it home, and third on the road to Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant, but there's a penalty looming for that car, so we will await confirmation as to where that may drop. Fourth over the line, Adrian Wilmot and Andrew Jordan. Pat Blakeney-Edwards there in the black overalls, talking to everybody in the pit lane. He's enjoyed, as ever, his weekend of acting at Goodwood. So fifth across the line, Bill Shepherd and Nick Padmore after their transponder glitch, but they did serve the stop. They were fifth. And sixth, Gordon Shedden bringing home the Cobra, the Pat Blakeney-Edwards. We saw a moment ago, that was the car he started. Another cracking race, so much to enjoy through that. Battles all the way through the race, all the way through the field.
Yeah, really stunning, but the star of the show for me is Andre Lotterer. So composed a performance and yet devastatingly fast. His fastest lap is the race's fastest lap. That is a 1 minute 24.6. I'm just scanning the timing screen all the way down through the field, and yep, he is the only driver, the only car in the race in a 1:24. Nearest challenger, I think, is Mike Jordan with the TVR. Very impressive, actually, a 25.0. It wasn't so long ago in the TT, David, that 25 was unthinkable.
Yeah, shows how things progress. I mean, we're talking about historic cars, but they get quicker and quicker and quicker every year. And one of the beauties of Goodwood, of course, is that it has not changed, but certainly the cars now much faster than they were, and it's amazing to see year on year how the level of competition encourages people to go yet faster and shave off another tenth or two here and there. So, another great race at Goodwood SpeedWeek. Let's have a look at the results of the RAC TT Celebration. A win for Fred Wakeman and Andre Lotterer from the Mikes. Mike Whittaker and Mike Jordan, with Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant third over the line, but one of a number of cars having a penalty to be applied for being too short on the pit stop. Fourth over the line, Adrian Wilmot and Andrew Jordan's AC Cobra, ahead of another of the Cobras, the car of Bill Shepherd and Nick Padmore. Yet another was sixth over the line, Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Gordon Shedden, from Alex Brundle and Gary Pearson, Chris Baton and Phil Keane. Sunbeam Mr. Tiger, eighth over the line. Then Gregor Fiskin and Dario Franchitti 9th, ahead of John Spears and Tiffany Dell. From the back of the grid, Sean Lynn and Marino Franchitti 11th, and a 10-second penalty going the way of the last car on the lead lap, Craig Davis and Jason Plato. And then going further down, some of those that had problems, but a great race in the RAC TT Celebration. A win for Fred Wakeman and Andre Lotterer, victorious here.
Oh, as that sunsets, what a nice way to end Speed Week. Hey, I've really enjoyed it. I kind of knew what to expect, and I kind of didn't know what to expect, I guess. What are you guys, Rory? What's been your highlights or your favourite race, your favourite car?
I've had a look. Where do I start?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the fact that we've been kind of near other humans again. You know,
that's been nice.
Distance, that's been good.
Been nice.
But yeah, the air has been kind of thick with the smell of petrol and tyre smoke, and you know that kind of nostalgic feeling that you get when you go to a racing event. That's just been surrounding us the entire time, and I've just found that brilliant. Plus, I love the fact that this whole place has almost felt like a bit like a motor show almost, where you can just walk around and just have a look at everything that's old and new, and even have a go in things. I drove around in the Porsche 911 Turbo, the Taycan Turbo S on the track, almost like cherry picking the things you want to really get up close and personal with. It's been a blast.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there as well. There's a real sense of, dare I say it, gratitude and appreciation of people when you speak to people. They're just happy to be here and to be racing, or just showing the cars off, right? What about you, Mark?
Well, favourite car, mate, for me is the MP46, which is actually the Anton Senna's 1991 V12 Honda. When I saw that today, I'm just like, that thing was... I remember his famous helmet, yellow helmet in that cockpit for me. Seeing that stuff rolled out every now and again, and just even the McLaren mechanics, you just see how fastidious they still are. That is just a car which they adore. So when you see that passion come out, even at the highest level of motorsport, Formula One guys still coming here and doing that. And Jackie Stewart and Sterling Moss, obviously Sterling's tribute was amazing. And Jackie coming down here to drive, you know, Graham Hill's, one of his best mates' cars. He drove the BRM, which was amazing. So they're goosebumps, mate. That's really big.
I was going to ask you, what's it like to see those Formula One cars through the ages and the evolution of it, being a driver, you know, yourself? I mean,
yeah, well, the engineering spirit, I mean, you see the Colin Chapman with the Lotuses. I mean, he was a bit like an Adrian Newey of this time, because he did take risks with the cars. I mean, they were lightweight. They were, you know, pretty risky. There was some failures with those cars. Tragically, they lost some of their men pushing the boundaries with that on an engineering front. And then they went on that journey, and you had the Italians doing their thing with Ferraris with big engines and unreliable, which is normal. Yeah, and then you had Adrian Newey with his magic. So. Yeah, it's aerodynamics was a key role, mate. You saw how aero really did start to take on a bigger role in lap times, the skirts on the side of the cars and those things. So.
And how old were you when Senna was kind of in his pomp?
Senna, well, I remember when he 94, he passed away, mate, May 1. I was having breakfast in the morning, and it really hit you when the newsreader I was 14. So I was 14. Yeah, and I mean, it was. My dad never gave me a day off school ever. I had to go to school every day. He said, mate, you can have a day off school today.
No. Yeah. Wow. Roy, in terms of the future, Sean, I want to come to you in a minute, but Roy, in terms of the cars from the future, that we, you know, the stuff we've seen, we've talked about, automation, anything that's caught your eye?
I mean, this thing next to me is the highlight of the show for me.
That just turned up, by the way. I looked in that way and I turned around, that was there.
It's because I've claimed it. This is my new car. This is how I'm getting home. Otherwise, I'm not leaving. But yeah, the Lotus Evija is, for me, the most beautiful car at the show. But also, it's so ambitious. This is meant to be the most powerful production vehicle of all time when it's released next year, 2,000 horsepower. And it's just a sensational thing. And I mean, it's still lightweight in a sense compared to many electric cars. It's still high performance. I reckon this might be the thing that gets a lot of people interested in electric cars, because there's still that gap at the moment where people still hang on to the past.
Yeah.
Whereas this is a real beacon for the future that might get people interested in EVs.
Sean, you must be exhausted. You've been pulled pillar to post.
I have, literally.
Literally on jetpacks. How's it been for you, and what have you enjoyed?
Oh, well, I mean, to mention the jetpack thing, that was incredible. It was like you were anti-gravity flying away. I mean, it was terrifying. 2 jet engines attached to my arms. Wasn't that comfortable, but no, that was fantastic. But also, you know, you've all touched on this, that there's a bit of a Goodwood family, and although it hasn't been full of punters, we've seen quite a few familiar faces. Seeing Sir Jackie Stewart bumping into like Rowan Atkinson. One of my favourite anecdotes from him was it's been 30 years since he got on the top of a Mini round the Goodwood circuit, sat on top of the car, steering it from the side. And I just think that was fantastic.
Yeah. For me, it was and you touched on it, Mark, was the Stirling Moss tribute. And for many reasons, obviously for the man he was, and you could see how many people that he'd touched, who you know, regulars that come here, but also it's just that incredible, for a very noisy racetrack, suddenly, for about 5 or 6 minutes, the film went out, Lord March, Duke of Richmond, had his speech, Mark Knopfler played, and you could just hear a pin drop. And it was a really special moment in the day.
That was the respect, wasn't it, of the man, what he did. He took a lot of risk, a mini Miller. I mean, that race, he's got the record that he did that with Dennis Jenkinson with him beside the cockpit. They had the way they did the pace notes. Between those two, what they thought up, how they'll execute to win that race all those years ago. Mate, trees the size of this bloody hangar. 200 mile an hour past these. I mean, it's just what he did, you know, and the shunts he had. Even late in life, he managed to fall into a lift shaft and get big injuries, and he still come out of it swinging. Like he was just a tough cookie.
Yeah. And the lap record, I mean, it does seem to be like, it's a moving feast, that lap record, because everyone I speak to here just, oh, so-and-so holds it. I'm like, who holds the lap record here?
I think legally we have to just keep saying Jackie Stewart.
Exactly.
That's
certainly when it's
right
around you say it.
That's the right answer. Yeah. Mr. Bean in P2.
All right, listen, there's been something that's caught our eye since we got here, really. It's not really anything to do with this, but every time we turn around, there's a Mini that's slowly been filled with more M&Ms. So, you know, the little devil in all of us has wanted to open it, and we drew lots. Sean, you won, so go for it.
I'm slightly nervous. I'm going to be honest, because it's like a ton of M&Ms in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just put your mouth under the door first.
You got to what? Right, here we go. I've got to give it a bit of whirly, apparently. Oh!
Hey.
Oh.
That's a nice pattern. Nice MO, Sean. Good work. Don't eat any in the COVID world we're living in, all right? No one touches the M&M.
She's already got a bag full.
Guys, thank you so much. Really enjoyed it. That is it. Thanks to everyone who made this possible. It's been a huge undertaking. It's never been done before. Behind the scenes, there's been a multitude of people making it happen. Obviously, it's been an event that fans couldn't attend in person. We sincerely hope you've enjoyed it at home. All around the world, you've been tuning in, you've been interacting, you've been holding your own mini little Goodwoods in your homes. And thank you so much for getting involved. A big thank you to all my co-hosts. So goodbye from us all. We'll see you again very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.